Great Voyage, Rob Nami onto the boat. Author, Naruto. Start. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. This Marshal is not right. Back to the East Sea, Frost Moon Village. That's Hades. Yes, it must not fall into the hands of Beiyu, the sea thief. He must be punished. Immediately inform the Red Dog that the police station has troops to snatch back the Pluto King. In the ancient city of Mary Joypan, there are 5 old stars and 4 people. 2 years have passed, and the curly beard has not been replenished after death, and now the 4 people are living a small life. At this moment, the 4 people looked at the newspaper and the big group photo, indignant. The world government, made up of more than 170 member states, is an international alliance, not an empire. The sea thief, the countries feel the crisis, hand over the heavens to the gold into the country, feed the world government, the navy to catch the pirates. No link can be less, and the sea thief cannot be lacking, otherwise why should the member countries pay so much heavenly gold, and even the navy will have to lay off employees. Without pirates, there will be no external troubles, which country will still spend money to find the world government to protect, save the heavenly gold. Development of the country is not fragrant. The era of the 4 emperors is very good, the 5 old stars, the 4 emperors are very terrible, they don't want to be destroyed, don't you want to pay for it? The 4 emperors tossed in the new world, and the 5 old stars. Mzizi sat and counted the money. It is a balance of forces. But as Kaido joins the Demon King, and the Demon King is ambitious, as the balance of the 4 emperors of the new world is disrupted, the balance of the world will also be disrupted, which will trigger a series of chain reactions. In particular, the Demon King has Pluto, which will cause many member countries to become wall grass, resulting in a lot of careful thinking, which is not what the 5 old stars want to see. So indignant and jealous. But anger turned to anger, and when he thought of the adult's words, the bearded 5 old stars said in a low voice, the timing is not enough. Isn't that enough? If you let him continue to develop, it will be more chaotic. The blonde 5 old stars are very incomprehensible. The curly-haired 5 old stars said, although Pluto is terrifying, after many years, it is a big project to repair it. So, aside from the temporarily unusable Pluto, his power is a strengthened version of the Lox pirates. If we go between flowers now, there is only one result. In one word, roll. Thinking of the adult 2 years ago who asked them to roll, the 5 old stars trembled. Yes, not enough, the bald 5 old stars said quietly. The bottom line is to unify the new world, and then go to the flower to really attract the attention of the adult. Sit back and wait for the Demon King to grow. The adult may be too bored and has inexplicable expectations for the Demon King, but they just want to say, really don't look forward to it, something will happen. You can't do nothing, can you? The blonde 5 old stars frowned. Send CP to the Demon King's sea, contact Blackbeard and Redhead, and listen to us if you don't want to be destroyed by the Demon King. Speaking of this, the curly-haired 5 old stars said, are you in a bad mood? Then start the catharsis. Take out the phone bug. Now, in the naval headquarters, inside the Marshal's office, the admirals are meeting. Zephyr and Kizan joined the Demon King, directly causing the naval headquarters to explode, and all the elite generals were talking about it. It can be called a military heart shaken. It was still the 2 veteran generals of the warring states and Carp who came forward to ease the scene, but you can still see a lot of the confusion of the navy. It's all back to its peak. Look at the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion on the group photo. Xian, Zephyr, Sengoku and Carp have complex hearts, either old rivals or old comrades in arms, and they are also confused. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are more proud than one another. Why do old hearts bow their heads? Zephyr also joined the Demon King, and they really couldn't understand it. Sengoku plus Carp, what is the magic of the Demon King of the new age? There was also the Demon King's next action, which all the generals had to discuss. Brubble. Red Inu saw the phone bug ringing, looked at Sengoku and the others, and calmly answered the passage directly. Here, Sakaski. How long have you been a marshal? Admirals are dead. You this crap. Shut up. Up to now, you can't even come up with a plan to punish the Demon King. Is it all in your head? What are you trying to say? Do you still have a face angry? Nonsense. This year's military expenditure has been halved. You continue to say no, don't want to be a marshal anymore? You just have to dare to say, get out of the navy immediately. You're a %yen #. The Red Dog's face turned black and charcoal. Today's 5 old stars have all eaten, and their mouths stink more than one. He regretted that he shouldn't have answered the 5 old star phone bugs in the meeting, and you saw that the yellow ape's face was red. I was scolded for a full half hour. Red Dog wanted to say 2 sentences at first, but the last sentence did not say, and the whole time he looked down at the black face without saying a word. Phew, shootin'. After the 5 old stars finished scolding, they hung up the phone worm and felt comfortable. After the 5 old stars hung up, the Red Dog saw that Fuji Tiger was also holding back a smile, and his heart was depressed and burst out. This marshal is not right. Good. Well said. The yellow ape clapped, and then suggested, but this is not hot enough. I think you should scold back. The dirtier the better. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Red Dog. He said a word of anger, How did he feel that Huang Ape really wanted him to abdicate, and wouldn't think he could become a marshal? 2 years on, you're a full-fledged admiral, and you're going to learn to control your emotions. The old Marshal Warring States said comfortingly. Poof, ha, Warring States, you still teach the Red Dog, do you scold the 5 old stars behind your back? Cough. Kapu was laughing loudly, and was directly stuffed by Senpai in the mouth of Senpai. Sengoku narrowed his eyes at Kapu and directly changed the subject. You can't blame the death of the Green Bull, you have ordered evacuation, but he still plans. Speaking of Green Bulls, the generals looked different. The newspapers were all about the power of the Demon King, and as for the death of the Green Bull, it was only in the small corner of the newspaper. Not a single title was mixed. They almost ignored it when they watched it before, or the Vine Tiger asked a green cow, and everyone went to look for it. I really found the death of the general in the corner, a sentence carried over. This made everyone and even Carp feel a chill in their hearts. Killing such a big thing as the general, the Demon King didn't care at all, like pulling weeds. Morgans is the Demon King's person, it is very clear at present, but if it were not for the Demon King's suggestion, Morgans would definitely publicize it, and only the Demon King would not care. The generals had a headache. Borusalino trims his nails, and the Vine Tiger wipes the cane knife. Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the island of White Earth, Baldigo. Looking at the White Earth island like a desert in the distance, the crowd is crowded at this moment, and many people are shouting and carrying things. Chief, why are we leaving here? Saab was puzzled. After seeing the newspaper, Dorag held a big meeting and said directly, immediately, right away. Move the headquarters. Dorag was extremely serious, and the cadres were not able to say anything, so they all began to move things with doubts. The White Earth Island will eventually be empty. The original trajectory was that badgers smuggled in here and reported it to Blackbeard. The Blackbeard pirates sneaked in, and the Revolutionary Army immediately abandoned the place and moved to the Kimabaka Demon Kingdom. Hearing Saab's inquiry, Dorag looked into the sky and whispered, the wind tells me that this place has been exposed. Saab, the leader is really unpredictable, and Saab is still too young. I can't go wrong with my instincts. When Dorag read the newspaper, he felt an indescribable palpitation, a great crisis. Thinking about it, I moved away from the headquarters. Some cadres subconsciously said, is it Kola who said, impossible? There are also cadres who refuted. Saab was silent, and Dorag said calmly, it has nothing to do with Kira. In addition, Dorag said in a deep voice, anyone who has been in close contact with the Demon King must be quarantined and examined, including me. What the? The cadres were stunned, and many people suddenly speculated, is there any terrible and deadly infectious disease in the Demon King's body? If Bai listened to his heart here, he would have to say 2 sentences. Xung added, the Demon King's abilities are numerous and too mysterious, especially those involving space, and people who have come into contact with the Demon King may be followed by him to find our headquarters through certain mediums. So scary? The cadres were stunned, and the close distance was within 10 meters of the Demon King, the leader, Saab, and the bear. Dorag said, the close distance I am talking about is that I was once on an island with the Demon King, Ivankov, Lightning, and Moi. You must also quarantine and check. The 3 of them were in a bit of a trance. They just showed up at the top of the war and saw the Demon King in the distance. Could this be a problem? That Demon King was also terrible. Dorag stared into the distance. Get out of here first. Now, over the East China Sea. After Bai left Elbaf, he came to the East China Sea to stand in the sky, and saw that the colors and smells were constantly spreading. Range of perception, 100 times. Concept talent, size, white feather amplifies the size of the perceived range, directly encompassing the entire East China Sea area. The whole sea is perceived. The laughter of the old village chief of Windmill Village, the whispers of Mali, the old housekeeper of West Rob Village, Coco West Village, the Sea Restaurant, Rogue Town, Gunkanjima Island and so on. Ultimately, Hakuba places his perception on a small island village, which is Frost Moon Village. In an instant, Hakuba came to the sky above Frost Moon Village and saw the Yakishin Dojo, as well as the squinting Koshiro. Gina, Baiyu looked at a tombstone and muttered, this is a girl who looks very similar to Darth Vader. But it is only similar in appearance. The temperament and personality of the 2 women are different, and the dreams are even different. Died at the age of 11. Climbing up the ladder to get the whetstone, he accidentally fell to his death and asked Lee to kill him. Which way should I resurrect her? Baiyu thought. Of course, he had come to revive Gina to steal the lottery, but he had many methods. And there were 2 of the most special props. 1. Resurrection coins. White feather looked again. Resurrection coin, you can specify any era, any creature, and set the concept first, so as to resurrect perfectly. Effect overview. After specifying the resurrection goal, you can conceptually set everything in the biological range such as age, height, knowledge, strength, etc., in order to resurrect. Remarks, if the strength is set, it cannot exceed the host's basic combat power. 2. Time machine. There are no restrictions and number of trips to the past and the future, and can carry multiple people. Remarks, if you travel through the past, the small trend can be changed, and the big trend cannot be changed. I haven't used either of these things. Beiyu took out 2 objects and examined them. Chapter 227. Chapter 227 Time Machine. Start. Travel through time. Little green algae head kick hall. Moments later, Hakuba chose the time machine. Although the resurrection coin is good, it does not need to be used this time. He likes to cultivate it himself. Using the time machine for the first time, Hakuba was still very interested in it. Hakuba arrives at Gaina's tombstone and begins to adjust the time machine form. Who? At this time, a man with glasses and very Sven rushed over, and his clothes had the sign of the Japanese Kingdom Frost Moon family. Koshiro. Beiyu glanced at it. Hiss. In an instant, Koshiro felt a powerful pressure that made him freeze in place, and he also saw the appearance of the white feather clearly, and his heart was shocked for a while. Demon King White Feather? Why did he come to Frost Moon Village, still in front of Gina's tombstone? Tune it up. Beiyu ignored Koshiro anymore, adjusted the specific time of the time machine, and stepped into the mysterious portal. Airplanes. A white light filled the white feathers, and even the door disappeared. Aha! After Beiyu disappeared, Koshiro gasped and wiped cold sweat, relieving his inner horror and some trance. That door, what a great shore! Whoops! After Beiyu entered the time machine, he came to a brilliant and endless space-time channel. It's like a world of brilliant auroras. This is. Beiyu carefully observed the surroundings and found that on both sides of the passage where he was located were 2 rivers like rainbows. There is no end in sight to the 2 rivers. Downstream on the left and countercurrent on the right. When Beiyu gazes at the river on the right, he sees a variety of past time and space footage, such as a high-power acceleration upside-down movie. Albath. Kaido joins. Death of the Green Bull. Pluto is alive. Back to sea. Castle in the sky. War on top. 4. Emperor's White Feather. White feathers go to sea. Straw hats go to sea. Zafor broke his arm. Tom executed. Saab amnesia. Redhead broken arm. Tiger liberation. Robin escapes. Ahara is gone. Roger executed. Lex Regiment. 800 years ago. The scene was like a picture of the flow of time, causing Beiyu to mutter, "This is the long river of time in the King High boundary." So far, it has been confirmed that only the Superman time fruit can travel through time and space. But it cannot go to the past, only to the future. At present, it has been eaten by Hikari's son and White Feather, and Beiyu can also go to the future on his own, but he has not yet experimented. Is this the time? Beiyu saw a fragment. Little Gina, climbing up a ladder to get the whetstone, accidentally fell off and died. Died at the age of 11. Beiyu was speechless. A genius Gina, who was able to defeat the adults in the dojo at less than 10 years old, was actually this way of dying. So fragile. From a young age, Koya, who was weak in physique, had to call out the impossible after seeing it. The plot kills the genius little Lori, then it is up to me to save her. Seeing an extremely magnificent giant gate appear in the river flowing backwards in front of him, Beiyu stepped into it again. Frost Moon Village. More than 10 years ago, Frost Moon Village was no different from after that, and it was still calm. Now, One Heart Dojo. Training room. More than a dozen children were wearing dark green training suits, holding bamboo knives and waving at each other. In front of him stood a man in a grey dress, a ponytail, and glasses looking at the children. A smiling face. Koshiro, the owner of the dojo. Anybody? Anybody? The voice of the little boy came from outside the museum, full of momentum. I came to kick the museum. The powerful guys are out for me, and I have a showdown. It was actually here to kick the museum, which is really rare lately. Koshiro smiled and squinted as he walked over and looked at the boy. A green hair, looking at the leaves. Sauron, as a child. Don't underestimate me because I'm a kid. Little Sauron looked up and said arrogantly, I am invincible in the next village. Well, the momentum is good. Koshiro still had a gentle smile on his face. Well, then accept your challenge. If I win, I'll take your signboard. Little Sauron said in a high voice. What if you lose? Lose. Little Sauron hesitated. If you lose. That one. Just join your men. At the end, Little Sauron held his arms and clutched the leaves, his eyes full of stronger ones who did not accept defeat. That's it, then. Koshiro chuckled softly, turned his head and shouted softly, Gaina. Huh? Little Sauron fell. At this time, the peeping children in the dojo retreated and stepped out of a little girl with short blue and black hair. Yes, father. Gina was imposing. Little Sauron looked back, and suddenly shouted with his neck, what? Didn't you duel with me? It's so despicable. He was fighting with the grown-ups in the village next door, and this little girl looked at most 2 years older than him. Although Gina is a girl, she is more powerful than the adults in the dojo. Koshiro was still smiling. If you want to duel, please come with me. Got it. Little Sauron was fierce. Followed the crowd into the dojo and came to a bucket of bamboo knives. Looking at the bamboo knife, Little Sauron clutched the leaves. Which one can be used? Whatever you want. Yuck. Spitting out the leaves, Little Sauron grabbed a large pile of bamboo knives in his hand, which made the others look at it. In the confusion of the other children, Little Sauron had 3 left hands and 3 right hands, and 3 bamboo knives in his mouth. 9 bamboo knives? Koshiro didn't care either. and took little Sauron to the altar. Salute to the altar. The duel was very formal, and Koshiro took Gaina and little Sauron to salute, but in the silence of the children, little Sauron bowed his head and dropped a bamboo knife. There are only 2 left in the mouth. What is he doing? Like an idiot, the kids complained. Salute each other. Snap. When the 2 men were facing each other, the bamboo knife that little Sauron was holding dropped again, and he didn't care about these things, and immediately after the salute, he posed for battle. There is only 1 left in the mouth, 3 on the left and right hands, a total of 7 bamboo knives. And Gina calmly held a bamboo knife, because the girl developed early, and was 2 years older than the little Sauron, so she was more than 1 head tall, calmly overlooking. Boo! Gina swung a knife and smashed it on the head of little Sauron, and picked it again, directly picking little Sauron and flying out. 7 bamboo knives were scattered. Little Sauron's forehead was full of cold sweat on the ground, and he looked up at Gina full of disobedience, but abominable. Little Sauron picked up 2 bamboo knives and stood up and posed again. Well? Gina looked stunned, and Koshiro was surprised for a moment, because Sauron Jr.'s 2-knife flow posture is very standard and imposing. Gina said calmly, "You've learned the swordplay of the second sword stream, haven't you?" "No, today is the first time I have taken a knife." As soon as little Sauron opened his mouth, he was fiercely unwilling to lose. Koshiro smiled and squinted. "So, is today the first time?" The squinting monster didn't know what he was thinking. "But, damn, I'm very strong." "Look at the ancient." In as bland look, little Sauron felt looked down upon, gritted his teeth. "How can it be? How can you lose to a woman?" Raw. Little Sauron held a double bamboo knife and shouted and ran towards Gina. Gina calmly held the knife in both hands, raised it high, and slashed directly at the head of little Sauron as he approached. Boo! Little Sauron was lying on the ground, his whole brain was red, and his eyes were distracted. 1 point, that's it. Koshiro announces the results. Gina smashed the bamboo knife on the ground, glanced at it plainly, and said, "This child is like a wild boar." "Hey, Gina." Koshiro couldn't help but remind him what to do if a child was hit and collapsed. Gina's voice was even more flat. "Obviously a layman, you still have to play the second knife flow, you are still 10 years early." "What?" Little Sauron, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth. Looking at little Sauron who seemed unconvinced, Gina said, "What? Do you want to compare another round to see?" "Damn. To lose is to lose," little Sauron shouted. Koshiro stepped forward and smiled, very crisp. "Good, so I'll join you. Do you have an opinion?" "Little Sauron is super fierce." Koshiro squinted. Such a child with such a personality is really rare. Gina turned and left, a voice behind her cold as she glanced back. "I will practice desperately, and then I will definitely defeat you. You have given me to remember." Little Sauron raised his red and swollen head very loudly. Gina was silent for a moment and said, "There won't be such a day." Thinking back to the silence of his daughter just now, Koshiro couldn't help but sigh. "Are you a boy again?" Gina walked outside the door and listened to the firm shouts of little Sauron in the dojo, more silent, and shook his hand. "Female swordsmen will never be able to become the first in the world because of their physical limitations." This is what Koshiro once said to her, telling that women's strength plus physical strength, etc., cannot be compared with men, and the difference is even greater when they become adults, so Gina cannot become the first in the world. Maybe Koshiro thought that she could spend her life safely and did not want her to go to sea. After all, the outside world is very dangerous. But this sentence struck Gina hard and was often saddened by it. "I'm not going to lose," Gina said firmly. Just as she was about to go to the cultivation room, a voice rang in her ears. "Do you want to get stronger? Who? Do you want to become stronger than any swordsman, surpass all swordsmen, and become the world's largest swordsman? Come out." "If you really think so, then I can only tell the truth. You can't do it, because you can't get past me." "Who are you?" "However, as long as you try to catch up with me, it is still possible to become second. Come on, little Lorry." "Father Tilda." As Gina shouted, Koshiro rushed out of the room, relieved to see that Gina was okay, and quickly probed around. "What's wrong?" Just Gina, who was about to say something, found that Koshiro did not notice that there was an outsider, and her heart was full of shock. "Is it someone stronger than their father?" "Congratulations, you're right." The voice sounded again, and Gina's heart shook again. Seen through the heart? This sound? There are strong people. And Koshiro's squinting eyes also widened sharply, directly in front of Gina, grabbed the bamboo knife in her hand, and shouted, "I don't know which predecessor. Can you come out and see you?" "As you wish." When a figure appeared out of thin air, Koshiro looked shocked, because Gina behind him also moved to the visitor's side out of thin air, which made Koshiro a little overwhelmed and full of worry. What happened? Gina subconsciously looked up and looked into Bayu's eyes. Hiss. Too fast. The little Sauron who rushed out saw the whole process, and immediately exclaimed. His eyes were full of shock and excitement. "Can you teach me this trick? I can pay tuition. Koshiro, why don't you pay me tuition? Chapter 228. Chapter 228. Famous Craftsman Kozaburo Frost Moon. Demons. Take away Lori Gaena. Hey, back off. Koshiro stopped in front of Little Sauron and looked at Beiyu solemnly. I don't call hello, I have a name. Little Sauron was fierce. What's your name? At this time, Koshiro remembered that as soon as Sauron Jr. came, he kicked the pavilion and was defeated by Gina, and never said his name. Sauron. Little Sauron shouted, Loranoa Sauron, remember my name, sooner or later I will defeat her. Okay, I remember. Koshiro sighed darkly, a boy with a strong will. Maybe in a few years Gaena will not be able to beat him, because the strength of men is really stronger than that of women. But now it is still the daughter who is the most important. Looking at the white feather in front of him, Koshiro is worried about his daughter, and he said in a deep voice, this gentleman. Airplanes. Beiyu glanced at him, and the breakthrough level of Wang Suwei pressed on him, instantly making him stay where he was. What is this momentum? The terrifying momentum seems to be calm, but Koshiro feels that he is carrying a big mountain on his back, and his soul is full of pressure. Tick, tick. In the shock of Little Sauron and Gina, Koshiro's forehead was covered with sweat dripping to the ground, and his body was trembling. Poof! When Beiyu withdrew his pressure, Koshiro could no longer hold on, and felt weak and paralyzed on the ground. Father! Guyana cried out in worry and was shocked at the same time. She could see clearly. The man in front of her just glanced at her father, which made him paralyzed. Are people from the outside so strong? Guyana immediately looked up at Beiyu and bowed down and pleaded. Please don't hurt my father, sir. I didn't do anything to him. Beiyu didn't say much, giving Koshiro a coercive experience and being quiet. Hey, are you okay? Little Sauron turned back from his consternation and hesitated. That I didn't want to regret it, but your health is so bad. Can you really teach me to become stronger? The body is not bad, will suddenly collapse on the ground full of sweat. Little Sauron's idea is very simple and simple. Koshiro. Less than 2 minutes after joining the Taoist Hall, he began to dislike the master, and such an unruly apprentice had to be well educated. And he was not weak, but the strange man in front of him was too terrifying. Unheard horror. Strength is not discussed first, but Koshiro is very strong in swordplay skills. The underworld boss of the Kingdom of Peace, Hanano Bingora, said the highest sword skill. If you don't want to chop, even the paper can't be cut off. Koshiro can do it. Gina. Koshiro didn't dare to make any more moves, and he also understood that Beiyu didn't want to talk to him at the moment, and could only worry. Hello, I'm White Feather. Beiyu looked down at little Gaena, crouched down and reached out and smiled. Ancient. Gaena. Looking at her father and then at Beiyu, Gina suddenly felt a little nervous, and also extended her small hand to land in her big hand. Who the hell is he? What is he here to do? He is so strong. Is it true that he wanted to teach me to become stronger, but he actually said that trying to catch up with him may become the second in the world, bragging. Are you the number one in the world? Bragging again. It was clear in the newspaper that that man was definitely not you. Listening to the voice of the outsider, Beiyu cried and laughed. This little Lolita with a high and cold appearance was so rich in heart. Original trajectory. Sauron joined after the defeat of today's kicking hall, cultivated hard all day, challenged Gaena every day, and finally lost 2001 times. After so many challenges, 2 years have passed in between. Little Gina died at the age of 11, and she was an adult who could defeat the dojo around the age of 10. So, now, 7-year-old Sauron came to kick the gym. 9-year-old Gaena was lovely. Died at the age of 11. Looking at Gina, who was only 9 years old in front of her, Beiyu felt pity every time she thought that she had fallen to her death because she climbed up the ladder to get the whetstone. In her trance, Beiyu gently rubbed her little head. Later, I will teach you to become stronger and stronger. Very strong? Gaena wasn't used to being rubbed on the head, and his father hadn't done it before, leaving her a little overwhelmed. He came specifically to teach Gina? Koshiro was surprised in his heart. It is illogical that people who have never met or heard of people who have never come here will look for Gina as soon as they come here. Is it a friend of Dorag's? Koshiro knows Dorag. When he came to the East China Sea, Dorag would also replenish food for the revolutionary army here. Are you a great swordsman? Gaena asked subconsciously, but she felt very strange, because the white feather in front of her was too young, like a very gentle big brother next door. I don't see any sharp edge. What is the great sword? Little Sauron asked incredulously. Koshiro said bluntly, this is not what you should know now, the foundation is the most important, and you will understand it later. Hey, if you don't say it, don't say it. Little Sauron was very tugging at the apostrophe. Koshiro suddenly smiled and squinted, and Little Sauron suddenly felt something bad, but he couldn't figure out his head. Beiyu just nodded, seeing Thatu's eyes lit up suddenly. He also smiled. You will also be in the future. The first time you meet, this knife will be given to you. A knife appeared out of thin air. Gaena's eyes were wide open, and she wondered where the knife had come from. and Lori was curious. This is. Seeing the purple sheath and the special pattern, Koshiro immediately exclaimed, "No, this knife is too dangerous." "Do you know?" Beiyu thought of something after he finished speaking, and nodded. "Yes, after all, it is a famous knife created by your father. Grandpa built it?" Gina was stunned. "Yes, it's me." An old voice came, and everyone looked at it, and an old man in a kimono, with white hair and a pipe, slowly approached from not far away. Frost Moon Kozaburo, a famous craftsman of the kingdom of Wazuno, an old friend of Mitsuki Tsukiyoshi, from the Frost Moon family. Decades ago, he left the closed country of peace and came to the East China Sea. Originally, Kozaburo explained what is a knife and shimingzi to Sauron Jr., and gave him 2 knives. "Father." Koshiro stood up and said congratulations. Gina also said in a crisp voice, "Grandpa, you are here." "Well, leave me alone." Kozaburo looked deeply at Beiyu. "The old man has never seen such a powerful young man as you," and the hidden breath makes the old man feel trembling. "What is the origin?" Beiyu didn't open his mouth, and Gaina's heart shook again. "Is this gentle big brother so powerful?" Kozaburo took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the knife. "Yan Devil, I really haven't seen you for a long time." There are also Wadaki characters, all of which were created by Kozaburo Frost Moon. Wrong. The more he looked at it, the more wrong it became, and Kozaburo couldn't help but look over, and Beiyu didn't care to throw the knife over. Kozaburo took it, full of consternation. "Why is it getting smaller? And how does it not absorb sweet gas?" Famous sword demon, suck and let go of the chi, claiming that even hell can be destroyed. Later, it was the meter saber, but the height of meter was nearly 4 meters, so the length of the famous sword Yan Devil was nearly 2 meters. To be precise, 1 meter 9. And now the devil is a meter long? Kozaburo wondered. "I don't see any signs of refurging." Beiyu said casually, "It was I who deliberately made Yan Devil smaller, and incidentally sealed the characteristics, and in the future, it will become larger and stronger as I watch Gaina grow taller and stronger." "What?" Kozaburo and Koshiro were shocked at the same time, and it was amazing to let a famous knife grow up with a child. If it really can, then when she grows up, Gina will be incomparably compatible with Yan Demon, and even upgrade Yan Demon. So, why did the nearly 2 meter long Yan Demon become smaller in the hands of Sauron, who was 1 meter and 8 meters long? Beiyu wondered about this. Are the details not important? He's really good. Gaina was shocked to see her grandfather for the first time, and her father was shocked many times. Based on this reasoning, the big brother in front of her will definitely make her stronger and stronger. However, thinking of what her father had said, Gina was a little nervous. Female swordsmen cannot become the first in the world because of their physical limitations, so they cannot become the first in the world. Hearing this, little Sauron said angrily, "Who said this? If I beat you later, will it be because I'm a man?" This sentence makes me feel as if I didn't win on my own strength, so I don't feel like an idiot who decided to work hard to cultivate. Kozaburo. Koshiro, only once lost to Gaina, suddenly decided to cultivate desperately. It was really a little ghost who did not accept defeat. The two sighed. Beiyu whispered, "Your grandfather is from the new world of peace, and your father was also influenced by him. There has never been a strong woman in the land of Washino, and it's normal for them to think so." Kozaburo father and son were silent. Most of the samurai thought was very feudal and traditional, adhering to the idea of male superiority and female inferiority. Kaiman is the representative. "So it's fake?" Gina replied, somewhat excited. "No, it's true." Looking at Gaina's frozen expression, Beiyu continued, "Except for a very few, in terms of strength at the same level, female swordsmen are indeed inferior to male swordsmen. However, this does not negate the fact that a woman cannot become the world's first swordsman." This sentence made Gina lift her spirits, and only listen to Beiyu. "Swordplay is the cooperation of strength plus speed plus skill. Why do you have to cling to strength? Speed and skill, no aspect is worse than strength. And with your talent, study speed and skill without being weak in strength, and the future can be expected." "That's a good point. But it's too hard." Kozaburo and Koshiro sighed inwardly, believing that strength was the foundation of all top swordsmanship. "I realized." But Gaina deeply remembered Beiyu's words. She should not cling to her weaknesses, she should find a way to play her own strengths. The widow is teachable. Looking at Gina, whose eyes were bright, Beiyu nodded with satisfaction. A bunch of plug-ins, all arranged for Gina. As long as she is willing to work hard, she will easily split the country of peace with a knife in the future. "Thank you teacher for teaching." Gaina replied immediately and earnestly bowed her body. Beiyu nodded. "Frost Moon Village is not suitable for you to grow up. Follow me." "Good." Gaina saw Koshiro's complicated look and nodded, and immediately agreed. Beiyu was satisfied. Taking away Gaina did not affect the general situation. It was nothing more than one less corpse in the grave and one less soul in Huangquan. Some details change, time will be automatically repaired, does not affect the future. "Give, meet and greet." Beiyu raised his hand and placed the smaller Yan Devil in Gaina's hand. "This is your Darth Chi Sisters collection, and she will be very happy to see you. Sister Darth Vader? Gina clutched the knife and suddenly became curious about her unmasked sister. I'll see her in a few days, Beiyu said, holding little Gaina in his arms. Gaina, I snatched it away, and if you have an opinion, you will hold back. Kozaburo's father and son were speechless. You have become Gina's teacher, where do we dare to have an opinion, and which force does he come from? But they could all see that Beiyu was full of kindness to Gaina and really wanted to teach, and they were also relieved. Teacher. Gina blushed. Although she was still a little girl, she only had boring training in her daily life, and she had never even hugged her father after the age of 2, which was too close. Go say goodbye to your family, and in half an hour I'll take you away. Gaina jumped off the white feather and trotted past the line with Yandevil in her arms. Hakuba sat down casually to meditate, and Koshiro also dragged little Sauron away. Half an hour later, Gaina came carrying a large bag, and Beiyu smiled and helped her lift it, and the bag disappeared under her shock and curiosity. At this moment, Koshiro could not hide his father's concern and asked, Mr. Shiraba, where are you going to take Gaina? If I want to go to her, she'll be back later. Beiyu didn't say much, picked up Lori Gaina, turned around and disappeared. Seeing from a distance, the sky flashed strange gate and disappeared, and Beiyu wanted to see the correction of future time. Chapter 229. Chapter 229 Time Detail Correction, Millennium Dragon Immortal Legend, Abyss. Where is this? When Beiyu took Gina into the time machine, the eyes of this temperamental and cold little Lori were wide open. The splendid passage is dreamlike, flanked by the river of time. Beiyu chuckled, very simple, so and so. From the future? Gina was in a trance. However, 9-year-old Xiaoluoli was shattered by Beiyu's words to the world view, and she never dreamed of it. Her teacher, coming back to the past from the future, just to take her away. Fairy tales are not so dreamy, right? 14 years later, Gaina grabbed the key word and said expectantly, Teacher, have you ever heard my name? This. Beiyu didn't know how to say it. It was very shocking. Yes, I understand. Gina suddenly realized, dare to ask? Your age? 20 years old. So, 14 years later, I'm bigger than my teacher. Speaking of this, Gaina's aids were very strange. The teacher's 20-year-old strength shocked my grandfather and father, and I am not too weak, right? Gina couldn't help but think about it. One thing is important. That is, Beiyu came too suddenly, and the goal was very clear to find her, so there must be a reason. After all, I don't know, I haven't seen it. 1. In the future, she is good friends with her teacher. She has an accident and deliberately travels through time and space to save her. Wow, that's a great touch. 2. Is it that the teacher can't beat her in the future, so he deliberately returns to the past to accept her as an apprentice and satisfy his heart? Well, the teacher is so strange. Little Lori only thought about it. And Beiyu didn't listen to his heart. He could also see something. His face was slightly dark. What strange thing are you thinking? I did hear you. What's my name? Tomb of 11-year-old Lori. Tomb? Gina was full of trepidation. 11 years old. Lori? Is it me? Beiyu didn't have to hide anything. Yes. 11-year-old climbed the ladder to take a whetstone and fell down. Passed away. How come? Gaina couldn't understand how the whetstone could fall to her death, just a few meters high. Even if she was young, she was still much stronger than ordinary adults. Was her years of cultivation all fake? Anything is possible. I heard that a talented female swordsman died at the age of 11 and deliberately crossed over to find you. Looking at Gaina in a trance, Beiyu whispered, I say this just to tell you that being alive is the most important thing. And if you want to live well in the world of the strong, you need strength, so try to get stronger, girl. The teacher was right. Dreams are indeed important, but the premise is to live, and to live is to have hope. Even though she died 2 years after the original trajectory, she is still alive. Gaina quickly adjusted her mentality and reminded her very seriously, Teacher, I am not yet a girl. Got it, Lori. Beiyu smiled lightly, not expecting that Gaina to start caring about her age at such a young age. After all, she was a girl. Teacher, how strong are you? Gina couldn't resist asking. Beiyu thought about it for a moment and said casually, the world's largest swordsman is my subordinate, and he is learning swordplay with me. Huh? That's awesome. Gina was full of surprise and confusion. Then why aren't you the world's largest swordsman, teacher? I don't need, and besides, the world's strongest to know? Beiyu gently stroked Gaina's hair and smiled. The strongest in the world. These 4 words made the young Gaina can't help but yearn, and her big eyes flashed with bright admiration. My teacher is invincible. Beiyu observed the long river and looked at the future after taking Gina away. Without the tombstone, other details are not corrected, and the time is automatically corrected. In fact, Beiyu had discovered before that if what he wanted to change would affect the future trend, then the opportunity of time would tremble and directly exclude him. For example, go back decades to a knife and hack Roger to death. For example, 800 years ago, forcing someone to kneel down and call daddy, causing a mental breakdown and so on. If the things he wanted to change had little impact, The time machine didn't respond. Frost Moon Village, where the original tombstone of Guyena is located. There is no tombstone, and the birds are singing. Airplanes. The giant door opened. Hakuba appears with Gina and returns to the time and place of departure. Ancient Gina, a voice trembled, and Gina looked back in amazement and saw Koshiro shouting not far away. Father? Teacher, how did we come back? That's where I set out, so I came back here. Beiyu said look, and listened directly to the voice and memory of Koshiro. Time correction, real details, because Koshiro and the others forgot who took Gina. After all, if you remember Beiyu's words, then in the village of Sirob, Sauron will recognize him, and after the newspaper is published, Koshiro will also come to him, which will affect him. Only at that point in time after Beiyu crossed back would he remember it. That's right now. The memory was revivid, and Koshiro then remembered that it was Beiyu's daughter Guyena who had taken away. This, is it you? What did the Demon King take away? At this moment, Sauron of Dressrosa, also remembering the white feather 14 years ago, was extremely shocked at this moment. Isn't he a year younger than me? How could he go to Frost Moon Village when I was young? No. Is it? Whoops, what a horror. Sauron fell abruptly silent. Such a terrifying Demon King would really shatter everyone's cognition, and Sauron subconsciously chose to hide it, saying it is not believed, and the person who believes may cause the belief to collapse, even if it is a person, because such a Demon King has absolutely no hope of winning. It's you. Looking at the young Demon King, and then looking at Gina, who had not changed at all in the past 10 years, Koshiro was shocked. Koshiro understood something. This kind of thing was not something he should have known, and after shrugging off his thoughts, Koshiro said in a congratulatory voice, Lord Demon King, thank you for cultivating the little girl Guyena. Your father hasn't seen you in more than 10 years, go talk to him. Beiyu opened his mouth, and Xiaolilai suddenly realized that it was now more than 10 years later. Father and daughter chatted. Kozaburo is still alive, and also joined the chat. Let's not draw any more. Beiyu put down the lottery for the time being. He decided to fill in the gaps in the plot beauty after a unified lottery. 10 consecutive draws in the lottery of 10,000 worlds. Maybe there will be good things. Beiyu continued to increase the range of perception, sensing the entire sea area of the East China Sea, looking for the next target within the scope of the East Sea, and sensing everywhere with great precision. A certain sea in the East China Sea. On the surface of the sea floated a small boat, on which sat a girl who looked no more than 10 years old, with long brown hair coiled in a white and red top hat, wearing a long earthy yellow dress and small red shoes. The little girl looked panicked, because there was a warship chasing her behind her, trying to catch her. Oh, ha ha ha, run, why don't you run? A piercing laugh sounded, and the little girl's body trembled. The laughing man sat in a big red chair, covered in fat and almost bursting the chair, with a gold chain, a blue top hat on his head, and a white fan. Nelson Roy, Admiral of the 8th branch of the East Sea. Ha, he, are you sure she knows the location of the Millennium Dragon? The man next to Roy, with purple hair standing tall and greedy. Eric, naval mercenaries. Sickle fruit, can turn air into a wind blade. Raise your hand and slash at the wind. Roy sneered, of course. I'm sure I sent someone to catch her before, but she escaped. A bunch of crap. He. Eric raised his hand. Scythe whirlwind. Eric raised his hand to turn the air into a wind blade, turning it into a small whirlwind, and directly blew the little girl's boat up. Huh? What about people? As the crowd watched, the girl disappeared. At the moment, high on the island clouds, Guyena was marveling at the benefits of the Naring, holy water, angel wings, beauty dan, dragon charm, exemption spell, etc. Teacher, are you sure those sisters on the ship have them? They were all too precious, and if it weren't for Beiyu's tough attitude, Guyena wouldn't dare to ask for it. Of course there are, and you're not the youngest. Xiaoyu is only 8 years old. Beiyu pointed to the small jade path on the photo. I'll remember it. Gina digested all kinds of benefits and had a large number of profile photos in her hands. First understand the teacher and those sisters clearly before cultivating. You. Who are you? After the little girl returned to her senses, she saw Beiyu and Gina in front of her. Are you Abyss? Beiyu let Guyena adapt to the strength and came to the little girl's body to open her mouth. How do you know? Abyss let out a startled sigh, and then her eyes widened. Are you the Demon King? In recent years, the Demon King has been constantly sensationalizing the world, all from the East China Sea. Those who have read the newspapers in the past 2 years have been impressed, and Abyss has certainly seen it. The Demon King would definitely be able to help Dragon Master, Abyss thought. The teacher's fame is so great. Guyena came and didn't expect that this little girl knew Beiyu, and the older one must have known too. Well, starting today, you're starting to make a name for yourself too. Whitefeather looked. Guyena, who has just received a lot of benefits and is soared in strength, should also be verified. I don't worry too much about anything else because of your age. My teaching is very direct. The first step, see blood. Beiyu motioned for Guyena to look. See, the warships below are all the scum of the Navy. Kill them. Roy and Derek were looking for the Millennium Dragon. At this moment, The two doubted each other. After all, it was strange for Abyss to disappear out of thin air. Admiral of the East China Sea Branch. A childish crisp sound suddenly sounded, and the crowd looked up in shock. In the sky appeared a man dressed in a white battle suit, unfolding the cause of angels, holding a long knife. Little girl, this is? After taking a look, Roy got up and his fat flesh trembled, and his voice also had a vibrato. White armor, white feathers. You, from the New World Sky City. What the? The Navy was stunned. Don't look at this is the East China Sea. But how can the Navy not read the newspaper? Who does not know the city in the sky? That's the Demon King's main city. Most importantly, the white-clad armor feather shell is the symbol of the female crew of the Demon King's main ship Spaceship, and the Navy knows it better. It's over. The female crew is here, then the Demon King may also be here. Roy is terrified. The teacher said, don't talk nonsense. Gaena took a deep breath and lifted up the shrunken demon. Dragon explosion. Cut the fire rain. With a slash, a fiery pillar of fire burst out, instantly staining the sky red, and swooping down with great power. Scythe wind blade. The sickle fruit ability. Eric waved his hand in shock, turning the air into a wind blade and trying to cut it, but underestimated the power. Boom. The pillar of fire is explosive, exploding at the moment of contact with the wind blade, and the exploding flames flood the warship with the wind and waves. The entire warship cracked. Good. It's awesome. On the island clouds, Abyss looked down and exclaimed, it's a good momentum. Beiyu commented, and Kino adapted quickly. Explosive, from the dragon charm. The specific effect is a combination of burning plus explosion. The fiery flame of the explosion, and the consumption of Kino's knife is very small. Holy water plus angel's ball plus free charm plus dragon charm, the combination of the four. The current strength of Gaena is not weak. 9-year-old Kina, aside from a few people, can fly sideways in the East China Sea. Unfolding the strength of the angels, and with a rapid increase of the spell, Gaena quickly flew in and slashed the knife through Roy's neck. Poof! A line of blood appeared from Roy's neck, and the cold navy was sluggish. This speed. Eric's eyes were horrified, and he landed on the fragments of the warship, waving out the wind blade and turning into a tornado and sweeping towards the sky. Brush. Kina dodged straight to the back of Eric and drew her sword. Cremation with a knife. Thundered. The dragon charm bursting pillar of fire reappeared, covering Eric's place, shattering him and shattering the entire warship fragment. Are they all scum in the Navy? Remembering Beiyu's words, Kina looked at the struggling Navy and the sea, hesitated, and slashed continuously. Yan hot hell. A large column of fire exploded on the surface of the sea, and the entire warship was reduced to ashes, and many sea fish were blown out. Phew. Kina took a deep breath. The first real battle is to kill in blood and adjust the mentality as soon as possible. Fly back to the island clouds. Teacher? The task is complete. The shot was clean and tidy, just did a good job. After Beiyu praised, he soothed Lori's heart. The Navy also has good and bad. You kill scum, don't have psychological pressure. What about the other pirates? Kino inquired curiously. Beiyu said bluntly, any pirate is not a pure good person. But there is no point in talking about good or bad. Remember, as long as someone provokes you, no matter who the other party is, you will directly cut to death. If you can't cut it, then notify me and I'll cut it for you. Gina. Remember the teacher's teachings. She also felt that the swordsman should be simple and direct, and cut forward without hesitation. A demon fruit appeared in Beiyu's hand, which was the sickle fruit of Eric, which could form the air into a wind blade. Abyss is also a capable person, whispering fruit, able to understand animal language, and communicate with all animals. Putting away the fruit, Beiyu looked at Abyss. I'll send you home. Go home? Are you sure? Some naturally dazed Abyss was pleasantly surprised that her home was on Gunkanjima Island. The next moment, Hakuba and the two girls came to the cave in the range of Managahashima Mountains. This is? After entering the cave, Kina saw a white-bearded dragon head. The dragon head did not look large, but the green body was tens of meters tall, like a hill lying in front of it. The old curtain of the dragon head was slowly raised. The eyeballs were yellow, and the eyes were weak. Dragon Master. Abyss ran over in surprise. Legend has it that the keel of a 1,000-year-old dragon can be made into an elixir of immortality, so bad people want to get this legendary animal as a way to live forever. A few years ago, Abyss met this old Millennium dragon, and because of the ability to whisper fruit to communicate with the Millennium dragon, she became good friends with it. A 1,000-year-old dragon? Beiyu was not interested in this. The Millennium dragon's name does not derive from their lifespan, but from the fact that they return to the Lost Island every 1,000 years around the world. Send it back to the Lost Island. Take Abyss to her grandfather to say goodbye. East Sea, Rogue Town. A town that begins and ends. One Piece goal. It was here that D. Luo was born and executed. Is that the execution table? High in the air, a boat floated overhead, and the two little ladies above overlooked the town of Rogue. Rogue Town Square, extremely densely populated, has a large building with the execution bench at the front. Why wasn't it destroyed, but became a tourist attraction? Abyss looked at the dense crowd and asked. Kino recalled, Father said that keeping the execution table is also a deterrent. After all, One Piece is dead, used to deter new pirates. The new generation of pirates are not afraid of heaven, and it does not mean much. Beiyu is also coming to Rogue Town for the first time. The first time he came to Rogue Town, Beiyu wanted to say that it was really good here because there are 5 plot beauties coincidentally gathered in Rogue Town, and Beiyu came to the Overlook before remembering. Chapter 230 Chapter 230 Bloodbath Hive Island. Chambord siege to Kiltage. Rogue Town 5 girls. And at the moment, the port of Rogue Town is located. An annual cooking contest is being held, and it's very lively at the moment. After 2 years of further study, the title of the first chef in the East China Sea must belong to me. A woman wearing a crimson robe and holding a lupine fan said confidently. Passionate daughter. People's name, Flame Caruman. Yo, this woman is very confident, has a personality the old woman likes. The open-mouthed woman was dressed very flamboyantly, wearing a red top hat, short purple hair with bangs, sunglasses, and a long-tailed skirt and red boots. He was followed by 3 women. The little dark red-haired girl, one with curly purple hair and the other short blonde hair holding a parasol. They were all killers until they met the beautiful military commander in front of them 2 years ago and joined the revolutionary cause. The army commander, that man. The blonde girl's eyes widened and she said in a trembling voice that it was incomplete. What's wrong? The red-robed army commander frowned slightly, and looked down at the past. First of all, 2 little Lolita were led by a man with sunglasses, and secondly, good familiarity. No, it's very familiar. Isn't he the Demon King? Don't think that with sunglasses, the old lady won't recognize you, the hateful sea thief bastard who stole Kira. The red-robed commander was secretly low words, followed by a shock to God. No, it's the Demon King. After returning to God, the red-robed commander immediately dragged the 3 daughters. Don't look at it. Run, we can't stop the Demon King. When the 4 girls ran into the alley, Gina chased after her at great speed. Gaina drew her knife in the way, and the body of the knife was extremely hot. The teacher is interested in you. Don't move. Teacher? The 3 women were frightened, and the red-robed army commander scolded. Snatch away color. Do you even want to snatch the old lady? You are not afraid that the old woman will kick him directly. What's mine? Beiyu appeared out of thin air with a biss and looked at the woman in front of her with great interest. Come, keep talking. You think the old lady doesn't dare to say it? Yes, the old lady just doesn't dare. The corners of the 5 women's eyes twitched slightly. 1 second it was fierce, it was rude to speak, and the next second it was directly instigated. It was really too rational. Yes, in the face of a Demon King, you should instigate it. This is the most correct way. Beiyu smiled and sighed. In this little rogue town, I can actually meet you. Is this fate? Fate is a ghost. The red-robed commander scolded in his heart. In this small rogue town can meet the Demon King. This is really a ghost. I didn't expect all 3 of you to join the revolutionary army. Beiyu looked at the 3rd daughter, the girl who had forgotten to ignore. Michita, 24 years old, code name, Miss Valentine's Day, Superman, light and heavy fruit, regulates her own weight. Sarah, 28 years old, codenamed Miss Two Fingers, Superman, Thorn Fruit. Maranu, 18 years old, 3 No Maidens, codename, Miss Golden Week, is not a demon fruit ability, similar to the hypnotist's realistic painter. The 3 daughters had belonged to the Bbook work society set up behind the scenes by Sand Crocodile, and accidentally joined the revolutionary army. The Demon King knows us. Michito and Sarah were shocked, and the Golden Week of the 3 maidens remained expressionless. After they joined the revolutionary army, their image changed greatly in the past 2 years, but the Demon King recognized them at a glance, and he must have known them very well. It was amazing, and he was a little flattered. Don't be fooled by his words and charm. He's not a good guy, and he's the worst. The red-robe commander whispered a reminder to the 3 girls. Bello Betty, Revolutionary Army, Commander of the Eastern Army, Bounty, 457 million berry. Superhuman inspiration fruit. You can arouse the power hidden in people's hearts by waving the flag and shouting. It can make those who are oppressed but do not have the courage to resist, and even let the inspired people continue to gush out of strength. Revolutionary Army? Anyway, let them join first. Beiyu thought for a moment, looked at the 3 daughters of Sarah and said plainly, in a word, all join me. You don't want Bello Betty to die here, right? Please Lord Demon King, don't kill Captain Betty, we'll join you. Sarah and Michita shouted in trembling, and the Golden Week of the 3 maidens remained expressionless. Water taboo bar type. Betty, Gaina and Abyss blinked, always feeling weird. Beiyu looked at Betty again, and her voice was a little colder. So, you don't want the revolutionary army to be completely destroyed by me, do you? Don't, Betty exclaimed, followed by some skepticism. You intimidate me? Does it matter? Betty was silent. Yes, what mattered was that she couldn't control her life now, couldn't escape the clutches of the devil. You can resist, so that I have more reason to destroy the revolutionary army. Abominable Demon King. Betty, who has a straight personality, wants to scold, and then rushes up to fight with the Demon King. but a sentence dispels the anger. The current Demon King is very cold, and if he is angry, he will hurt many people. Betty took a deep breath. I join. But I'm going to talk to Kira. Yes. Beiyu took the 4 daughters to the location of the other revolutionary troops in Rogue Town, snatched the 4 daughters, and returned to the alley. By the way, and you, Beiyu came to the chef's contest, snatched away Karaman, leaving the horrified melon-eating masses behind, and returned to the alley again. Do you know me? If you know me, join me, Noji. I join. Karuman immediately shouted. Of course, she knew the Demon King from the East Sea, and she still had some excitement in her heart, and she wanted to show the Demon King her cooking skills. Is it okay to do this? Gaena and Abyss's little heads are full of question marks, and the teacher, Demon Lord, accepts the female crew so casually. When the White Feather checks for omissions and fills in the gaps. New World. Hive Island. Who knows? This island with a huge skeleton building, the former headquarters of the Locks Pirate Regiment, is now the base camp of the Blackbeard Pirate Regiment, and at this moment, the whole island is trembling with shock. Because there was a group of people standing on the shore of Hive Island, the momentum was extremely terrifying. Whitebeard, Golem, Riley. What about Zephyr, Jack? The captain can't get in touch. Currently on the island, they were all elite members of Blackbeard's ships and minions, and the captains and other cadres of the ships had left Hive Island a few days earlier. Blackbeard Titch, the world is so big, Lao Tzu wants to go and see, come to a trip that can be walked away. Oh, aren't you there? Rain's eyes were bloodthirsty. Radiance, it seems that Blackbeard still has some brains, leading the cadres to run away, leaving only a group of waste to be slaughtered. Looking around, Cavendish was discouraged. There is no famous strong person here, which has disappointed young Master Ben too much. Someone wants to run. Shiping's eyes looked sharply at the other coast, and he could see many pirates boarding the ship. Give Lao Tzu death. Jack pulled out 2 Scotel knives and rushed over like a hill. Krypton whispered, Jack, this guy is still so reckless. The crowd was in no hurry to strike, and as Haru and Cavendish said, there was really no strong person on the island who could see it. Whitebeard looked at the Honeycomb Island, the birthplace of the pirate game, known as the Pirate Paradise, and his eyes flashed with memories. Golem, I haven't been back here for many years. Decades ago, I didn't dare to go near here, and Roger also took us to see us take a direct detour. Riley senses both. Locks, Zephyr muttered. The Locks pirates, more than 40 years ago, called the New World, and Captain Roxty Jabek had great ambitions to become the king of the world. According to the comparison, the strength of the former Locks Pirate Regiment is not as good as that of the White Feather Regiment, but the power is even better. Because of the extreme madness of behavior, 90% of the cadres are real pirates. But the biggest problem of the Locks pirates is that people are not good. 38 years earlier, the Locks pirates were in the Valley of the Gods, intending to attack the world's noble Draco and their slaves, but were stopped by then Admiral Kaput. In Munch Middle.D. Carpengol. After D. Roger joined forces, Roxty Jibek was defeated, the pirates were destroyed, and the Valley of the Gods disappeared from the map. 3D's life and death fights. The 5 old stars laughed and said, D is a scourge, you can fight as much as you want. After the Valley of the Gods war, Carp thus became a naval hero, and Roger became a new generation of sea thieves, but the world government still erased the traces of the Locks pirates, and few people in the new generation knew about Locks except the older generation. It's because you don't dare to provoke, so the United Navy eliminates the threat. Whitebeard glanced at Riley. That's just a small part of the reason. You are too powerful. If you don't fall, we don't have any living space. Riley also recalled. The main reason is that Roger believes that if you attack the Draco, it will make the world a mess and the world will be chaotic. It's ridiculous that this sentence came out of Roger's mouth. Zephyr really didn't have any good feelings for Roger, the founder of the Sea Thief era. Riley shrugged. In any case, if the Navy had not been united to destroy the Locks pirates, he might have died decades ago. Just like today. If the Blackbeard pirates do not unite with the world government, they are not far from death. Thinking of this, Riley suddenly said, Blackbeard won't run to the Holy Land, will he? What the? Everyone was surprised for a moment, and then realized, yes, it is useless to run away in the face of the Demon King, only the Holy Land is the safest. What is north and south of the sea, the first half of the Great Route, is not safe. But that's it. Their unit had come specifically to destroy all the members of the Blackbeard Pirate Regiment, and they couldn't kill them all the way to the Holy Land, right? Little problem. We came to Hive Island to get rid of the pirates here. As for Blackbeard, Riley took out a delicate jade piece. He is the captain's tool man, and the tool man can't run away. Tool man? Whitebeard was also a shy, and he also knew that Titch was now so miserable, and the tool man had no human rights. But in other words, the other people who wanted to be the tool of the Demon King's captain were not qualified, and Tiki was not bad. Blackbeard has the space mark left by the captain on him. Riley took the jade piece and explained, according to the captain, crushing the jade piece opens the space portal, and you can go through it to reach his vicinity. Since Beiyu had solved the control of space plus time, He made a special space charm based on the space imprint on Blackbeard Teach's body. The crowd listened to the infinite emotion, and it was desperate to become the captain's opponent. Blue. At this time, the phone bug rang, and Riley answered and laughed. Well, our people have found the Blackbeard pirates in Chambord, and he wants to climb to the Holy Land, less than a few hours. A few hours? Many people looked at the pirates of Hive Island, and these hours were enough to kill them all. You don't have to shoot them all. Zephyr was very strategic, and said calmly. The officers of the various teams led the team members to stay and clean up the Hive Island, and the vice captain and above went to Chambord with us. The crowd agreed. The officer plus team members clean up these pirates, and the vice captain goes above to chase the main force of the Blackbeard Regiment, which will be more efficient. Now, Chambord Islands. At the shore of the port, the Blackbeard pirates replenished their supplies and returned to the ship without stopping, always nervous. A large number of troops remained on Hive Island, and the ship was full of elite cadres, more than 20 people. At the moment, there was silence on board because they were about to go to the Holy Land. This was the captain's decision, and the people could not refuse, but it was a holy place, and it was easy to get into trouble. What if some of them accidentally provoked the Draco people? No. What if the Draco people were interested in them? All of you must raise your spirits. You must understand the captain's suffering. The Demon King's power is too strong. We must find a big force to unite. Lafayette spoke. Lafayette was also helpless. But if the Demon Kings are not so powerful, they will not flee the New World like dogs that have lost their families. Working with world governments, if they come to the Holy Land, they are also involuntary, humble and live. But they didn't want to die, because the Demon King would probably destroy them. Thief ha ha ha. In the face of a Demon King, it is not shameful to flee without fighting, and dignity is not as important as living. Tiki seemed to laugh in disbelief, but his eyes were full of reluctance, and he blamed the damn Demon King. When Bayu returned to the Demon King's sea, Tiki sensed something was wrong and immediately packed up his things and left the Beehive Island. He had thought of going to the North Sea, but the results did not take a few days. Kaido, Golden Lion, Kuzan, Zephyr, and others joined to shock Tich, while Whitebeard's resurrection joins. Tich was horrified. The first few people were strong, but at most they were enemies, but Whitebeard, that was definitely going to kill him when he saw him. The kind that doesn't die. Therefore, Tiki finally chose to cooperate deeply with the world government, jointly resist the enemy, and run to the Holy Land to hide. Even if he temporarily became a domestic dog, it was better than a tragic death, and there was hope in life. Damn Demon King, why resurrect him? Why do you want to restore him to the peak? Why? Blackbeard roared inside. In other words, such a terrible Demon King made Blackbeard terrified in his heart, and God knows how many people the Demon King had resurrected. If I can do it all over again, I'm going to. Blackbeard sprouted a wisp of remorse, but he quickly threw it away. Give him another chance. He still wanted to take the dark fruit from Thatch, but he absolutely could not kill Thatch, as long as he did not kill his companions, but only snatched the fruit and ran away, and it was not a violation of the only iron law on the Whitebeard ship. No time can be delayed. Suddenly feeling uneasy in his heart, Tiki shouted, immediately set off for the Holy Land. Hurry up and sail the ship. Yes, ship. As the navigator of the Black Regiment, Lafayette was about to obey the order, and when he looked up at the shore, the whole person froze. What is that? Airplanes. A translucent space portal of tens of meters appeared in the port in front of it, making everyone suspicious. Space gate. Tiki looked at a word that popped up in his head, and after thinking of something, he looked shocked. No, it's the Demon King. Damn world government, the space mark on me has not been removed. You all deserve to die. Tich roared angrily. He was shrewd and stoic, but he did not expect to be teased by the 5 old stars, and he was furious. As the black fog filled Tick's body, a sound came from the space door. Golem, I haven't seen you for a long time. Tiki, you've become the 4th emperor. Old. Hearing the familiar sound that seemed to be laughing but was extremely cold, Tiki suddenly felt a cold breath rushing towards his tanling gay eye, and it was difficult to hide his fear. Brush. 30 team members, 5 captains, plus 5 vice captains, a total of 13 people walked out of the space gate. Sizzle. At a glance, the cadres of the Blackbeard Regiment felt their scalps tingle, and their hearts were full of despair. Whitebeard, Zephyr, Riley. These 3 people alone, after others have contained the cadres. How long can their Blackbeard captain last? What? On the distant sea, on a ship belonging to the world government. The 2 CP0s who came to pick up the Blackbeard pirates were shocked. Obviously, he is about to pick up the Black group and increase the strength of the world government side, but now something went wrong. Chapter 231. Chapter 231 Blackbeard vs Whitebeard. Doomed ending, earth-shaking. Now, Chambord. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. One side, Whitebeard plus Zephyr plus Riley plus Harem plus Jack plus Cavendish plus Cleric plus Very equal 13. One side, 24 elite cadres in a boat of Tich. The people at the port did not want to evacuate here in a frenzy, while the CP0 on the distant ship contacted the superiors to leave silently. Farewell, Blackbeard. At the moment when Tiki was surrounded by Whitebeard and others, it also represented the termination of cooperation, and the 5 old stars could only sigh pity. Almost Blackbeard landed in the Holy Land to become their dog's leg. There was no point in sending someone to rescue him. Thief, ha ha ha, it is really Lao Tzu's honor to be surrounded by you. Blackbeard Tich, in silence and fear, suddenly burst out laughing. Land on the island. What the? Lafayette and the others were shocked. Immediately reacted. They were on the ship. Many people including Tich are capable, if not landed on the island. Absolutely a wave of attack ship destruction fell into the sea. But, even if you fall into the sea, there are still some possibilities of survival. Maybe luck is good, landing on the island to fight 10 deaths. But seeing that Tich jump first on the shore, the crowd kept up with it. Oh, I didn't expect this guy to have some courage. Rain Noha grinned and gently wiped the long knife. Cavendish analyzed. I think it is possible to live on the island, and I will die on the ship, because he's very good at kneeling, isn't he? Crichel took over, full of sneers. The crowd couldn't help but laugh, because they remembered the war on top. Tich knelt down when he saw the Demon King captain, and the one who knelt down was called a skill. Jack muffled. Why can't it be? Does he want to be one person versus all of us? It's possible. The crowd top understanding, God has. They also didn't understand why Jack had such thoughts, which was simply not something that ordinary people could come up with. Tich, Whitebeard whispered. This is Tiki, 40 years old. As a child, Marshal MD Tich was accompanied by his mother and 2 younger sisters. At the age of 12, Tich cried and knelt down to plead to join the Whitebeard pirates. 28 years passed in a flash. Tich, Whitebeard's voice suddenly became cold, which suddenly made Blackbeard's body tighten, and before he could say anything, he saw Whitebeard raise his hand and glow with a white aperture. Boom! Whitebeard directly punched out, directly smashing the atmosphere in front of him, and the circular concussive aperture rolled out. The terrifying concussive force completely destroyed the place where it passed, and in an instant directly overwhelmed everyone in the Blackbeard regiment. Boom! In a roar, the dust rolled up in the sky and fell into a dead silence. After all, I still can't forget it. Whitebeard sighed inwardly. As a person who had already died once, and had become a subordinate of Baiyu, he had thought that when he met Tiki again, he would face it very calmly, and he would not be happy or angry. Results are available. The moment he saw Tich, the image of Thatcher's tragically dead body came to mind, making Whitebeard furious. Living in the White Group is very free, without any constraints. Do whatever you want, even if you cause trouble. Whitebeard will take it all for his sons. The Whitebeard pirates have only one iron rule: you are not allowed to kill your companions. Huh? When the dust cleared, to the surprise of many people, the members of the Black Group were unharmed, but the Blackbeard was gone. Click. The rubble lifted, and Blackbeard crawled out of the rubble. It's really merciless. It's impossible to be ruthless. Things are in trouble. Tick's heart is heavy. This is not the Whitebeard and blonde hair in front of him when the war is on the top, representing the peak, at the peak of his time. The furious Whitebeard struck, and Tich had only seen it once or twice, and it was the power that terrified him. Tich, old, shut up. Only you don't deserve to be my son, Tich. Whitebeard stood with a knife in his hand, his voice cold. You violated the only iron rule on my ship, killing your companions. Regarding Thatcher's hatred, today I will put an end to everything. Boom. The breath of the Ken heaven and earth exploded, which was the top overlord color aura that belonged to the real peak Whitebeard. Many people present were suffocated, and the area where the port was located cracked widely. Flutter and flutter. More than half of the people on the Black Group's side passed out in an instant, and the shocked brains of Lafayette and others roared. Enough. Tick shouted angrily. Edward Newgate, even if you have the strength to sanction Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu is not convinced. Thief, ha ha ha. Why? Lao Tzu has been doing things for the Demon King for 2 years. Why did he send you to kill Lao Tzu? Blackbeard smiled angrily and filled his body with black mist, gritting his teeth and saying, even if you keep a dog for 2 years, how can you feed a few bones? And he doesn't give anything, and he has to slaughter the dog. The Demon King is so fierce. The audience was dead silent. Whitebeard's momentum stagnated, and Haru and the others also looked at each other. Why do they think it makes sense? By what? Riley muttered, then spoke in a loud voice. First, you are the 4 emperors, an obstacle to the captain's unification of the new world. Second, you are not a dog, but an unfamiliar white-eyed fierce. Third, you never need to sleep, and you are more fruitful, and they are interested in you. Speaking of this, Riley shrugged. You should understand, nothing else matters, and the captain has never given the order to kill. But, who made you have a special physique? First take away the crippled, waste utilization. Yes, chop up the dissection. That's still going to die. Blackbeard is uncertain. He is not worthy of letting the Demon King deliberately issue a must-kill order. It is important to return his physique. Damn, he was careless. Don't say that he was surrounded by people today. Even if he didn't, then when he arrived at the Holy Land, there was still only one result. Climb to the operating table and dissect. Because there are countless people all over the world who are greedy for Tich's double fruit. 5 old stars, Have you finally understood? What a pity. Slow down, Demon King step, thief, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that it was the reason that Lao Tzu ignored. From the day Lao Tzu had double fruits, it was doomed to end. Blackbeard laughed hysterically, and the palpitating darkness swept out, pressing his hand on the ground. Dark caved out. Black smoke swept through like a tsunami, and the concussive force of Whitebeard's previous attack flashed in the black smoke. Thief, ha ha ha. This is the fruit ability I took by killing Sachi. Blackbeard smiled arrogantly. The strongest power, dark fruit. Tasted. So conceited? Zephyr looked coldly. Riley waved his hand, and Haru and the others ignored Blackbeard and rushed to kill the remaining Lafayette and the others. Smack dabbo. Black smoke continued to sweep in, causing everything around it to begin to sink, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Whitebeard didn't say a word, allowing large swaths of black smoke to hit his feet. I said, Daddy. The more black smoke was released, the more arrogant Blackbeard became. I used to respect and worship you in my heart. Blackbeard was talking. When he saw Whitebeard raise his hand again, he immediately sneered, it's useless. All fruit abilities are nothing in front of me. Boom. Blackbeard stomped on the ground and rushed toward Whitebeard, bursting into flames as white light burst from Whitebeard's fist. Dark water. The dark vortex covered the white aperture, making the shock force disappear in the blink of an eye, and seeing this, Blackbeard could not hide his surprise. How is it, Daddy? My darkness, even the demon fruit ability can be absorbed, making it invalid. In other words, you can't cause an earthquake anymore. Blackbeard said, and in Whitebeard's icy gaze, another kind of power erupted from his body. The power of the fruit of natural disasters. Volcanic eruption. In an instant, the entire harbor, especially where Whitebeard was located, suddenly exploded, and terrifying magma soared into the sky. The large-scale volcanic ash caused by the volcanic eruption instantly turned the surrounding area and even the sky gray, and Blackbeard was immediately covered with armed colors, and was blasted out by a large piece of magma tornado storm. The upside-down Blackbeard's eyes flickered, setting off a terrifying tornado around him, sweeping his entire being into the sky and leaving for the distance. Escape. Haru and the others were stunned, not expecting that CH to have this hand, and used the natural disaster storm to attack themselves and flee. He thinks too much. Riley shook his head. Zephyr looked coldly. Bang! The force of the terror shock shook the magma away, and the white-bearded unharmed retreating armed man stepped out and looked up. Kentang shake the earth. Whitebeard held Kongyun cut in his hand, and the concussive force and the overlord color were blessed on it, and a fierce knife was cut out. Boom! With one slash, the large-scale atmosphere in front of it instantly shattered, turning into a shockwave that penetrated the whole world. Not good. Blackbeard, who was in the midst of a tornado storm, sensed the crisis and burst into darkness without thinking, turning himself into a grand black vortex. Devour everything like a black hole. Boom! The shockwave quickly caught up with the tornado and destroyed it, and the force of the shock was engulfed by the black vortex. But the force of the state's entanglement slammed into Blackbeard's body, instantly exceeding the upper limit of his absorption of damage, and the double pain left his brain blank. Boo! A black shadow slammed into the higher sky, and then fell down into the rubble. Wow! Bear! Blackbeard vomited blood violently in the ruins, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the shadows descending, and Whitebeard came with a knife. Old. Boom! Click! Kongyun cut directly through Blackbeard's left hand, and his right foot broke Blackbeard's right hand, and his hands were fixed to the ground. Whitebeard looked down at Blackbeard with a cold look in his eyes, conceited, thoughtless. This is your weakness. Golem. Lafayette and the others suffocated. Why did it change so quickly? 1 second they were surprised that Whitebeard's ability failed. The next second they were desperate for Blackbeard to abandon them and run away alone, and at this moment, they were directly suppressed by Whitebeard. Chapter 232. Chapter 232. Sister Yuta, be my brother's girlfriend. Jian Bluebird. Momo 100-fold chop. Upanishads. Wake up, Skeleton Emperor. Yagi spoke fiercely. When Blackbeard was fixed to the ground by Whitebeard, Lafayette and the others were shocked. They were directly surrounded by people. Cavendish slashes, Momohara slashes more violently, even flat water balloon shockwaves, bones and cleric awakenings into a huge 100 meters of skeleton slashes. Jack was even more courageous, already tall, and after entering the Espayagi great snake form, 8 huge snake heads spat out various colors of destruction pillars of light. Hawkins, Peggy 1 and 5 other vice captains also broke out into attacks. Boom! Attacks from all sides directly overwhelmed Lafayette and the others, converging to erupt into a huge mushroom cloud, and the entire port burst open and filled with dust. Blackbeard pirates, that's it. Riley pulled out his knife. Bully chop. The shot is a big move, and the tangled slash breaks through the void and straight into the mushroom cloud. Crackle. The Esper Beast Thunder Beast Zephyr's body shone with purple thunder, and the armed color burst out. Thunder Black Crystal Zephyr. The powerful armed color wrapped around the hands, that was as black as obsidian, was the origin of the title of Blackrist Zephyr. Zephyr directly blasted out a purple-black thunder shock wave, which burst out when Riley's slash had just erupted. Boom! This roar. The Blackbeard Titch, who was still terrified at the feet of the Whitebeard at the moment, trembled in his heart, and in his perception, the breath of Lafayette and the others disappeared completely in an instant. There were only about 24 cadres present, but they were stunned by Whitebeard for the most part, killed by his natural disasters, and now they were rounded up and killed, directly destroyed. Do you have any last words? Whitebeard's right hand blooms with shockwaves. No, don't, Dad, I'm your son. Tiki struggled on the ground, his eyes full of viciousness. Thundered. The ground trembled violently, cracking wildly like an earthquake, lava erupting, thunderclouds rolling in the sky, and tsunamis churning. Tornado storms roared in, sandstorms, and blizzards raged, fruit of natural disaster. Everyone looked sideways, and all kinds of natural disasters broke out in unison, and the thunderclouds in the sky were swept away, and a meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of meters swung clouds from the sky. Far in the first half of the white feather side eye, hundreds of meters in size meteorite, is one of the ones controlled by him. After being held back, he was sensed by Beiyu, but did not cut off contact. The concept size amplifies the perceptual range, perceives the scene of the chamboard, and sees what is happening in the harbor. The final struggle is over, and the fruits of natural disasters cannot reverse the end. When Beiyu was fighting on the top, he saw Blackbeard erupt into various natural disasters and understood that natural disasters were suitable for destruction, but not suitable for fighting with the top strong. The natural disasters that broke out were even more difficult to control and had no effect on Whitebeard. 7-star sword, Bing, Leak Sinksai Research Standard Ding used that. White Feather is currently on Eska Island, the first half of the Great Passage. This 7-star sword, which absorbs countless resentments and blood, invites killing and destruction, and becomes a cursed demon sword, and if it appears at the same time as the red full moon, darkness will dominate the entire earth. Of course, this is just a legend. In fact, the 7-star sword can manipulate people's minds and become crazy people who only know how to kill and destroy. The sword is a demon sword, but it can only control people with weak willpower and strength. Boom. Without waiting for the natural disaster to strike, Whitebeard brazenly punched directly on Blackbeard's head, and blood splashed in an instant. The skull cracked, the pain that made Titch suffocate swept through the brain short-circuit, and the natural disaster that appeared suddenly dissipated. Boom. Another punch, and Titch passed out. Whitebeard closed his hand, took a deep breath, and stared calmly at Tiki. Golem, will it be too fast? It's only been a few minutes. The two CP-0s on the ship on the sea in the distance had not yet gone far, and at a glance, they found that the battle was over, too soon. Fortunately, you didn't kill him directly, but he didn't have a few years to live. Riley rushed over, took out the extremely high-purity Hyalustone handcuffs, and directly copied all of Blackbeard's limbs. No need to sleep plus double fruit. The physique is too special. He is the experimental subject named by Burger Punk. Whitebeard was speechless. He suddenly felt that Tiki's rebellious sky was still quite miserable, but Whitebeard quickly threw away this thought and went to the laboratory to spend the rest of his life. Let's go. Riley threw out a lens, and soon Bree opened the passage to the mirror world, and everyone entered and disappeared. Now, Iria, Music Island. The island is bustling at the moment, with various facilities and scenes being set up in preparation for the upcoming concerts. In a living room, many people looked excitedly at the girl in front of them, like a fan looking at an idol. The girl in front of me is a world-class singer who is famous all over the world. On the sofa in front of her, sat a young girl with half-length red and light pink hair, smiling sweetly with headphones. Shall we begin? A female reporter pressed down on the excitement and adjusted her mood to ask. Yes. What do you like about food? Creamy pancakes. Something you hate? Pirates. Your interest? Sing. What do you like? Cute. Just like my sister. She's so cute. Huh? Younger sister? The female reporter was suddenly full of excitement and wanted to know J's family, and the headphone girl smiled softly and pointed to the past. Now, she's. When the crowd looked back, they saw a little girl with long ice blue hair, wearing a long aqua blue dress, with a very delicate appearance, and looking less than 10 years old. Ugh! The crowd roared inwardly, but when the little girl's big blue eyes looked at her plainly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Good. It's so cold. The other party seemed to be a high queen, full of majesty. The next moment, the crowd was stunned. The little girl of the high cold queen fan trotted over to the headphone girl with a smile, hugged her and crisply said, Sister Yuta, I'm back. Where did you go in the morning? It's dangerous outside. Esther was too playful, and Yuta was curious and worried. The recent new world is really chaotic, and although Esther is powerful, she is only a little girl after all. Esther said bluntly, I went to the food island in the morning, ready to bring you some delicious grapes for my sister. But I met a gang of pirates, and I was surprised that there was a girl of my strength in this world. I was curious to take a slight shot, and it turned out that the red-haired guy was very strong. but he couldn't hit me. Speaking of this, Est smiled playfully, delay me to bite baked pancakes. I destroyed their boat when I left, and before leaving, I heard the redhead crying, saying that there was no money to buy a boat, such a poor sea thief. Redhead, poor sea thief? Reporters. Food Island? Just kidding, the Food Island is thousands of miles away from the Music Island, the morning to the afternoon back. How to do it? Huh? Sister, are you in an interview? Est stood up and said, I'll go get the pancakes. Wind and fire little lorry. Yuta smiled, signaling the interview to continue. What was the period or opportunity when you started singing? I don't remember very well, but when I have a memory, I always sing unconsciously. May I ask Miss Yuta, do you have a musician you respect? Miss Karina, and Miss Maria Napoleon. Huh? Hearing this, the female reporter was surprised, but Miss Karina is now the Demon King's crew, so she's also the pirate you hate. Yuta whispered, she was just snatched away by the Demon King, and Miss Karina's singing talent deserves my respect. Hate pirates? Not far away, Est blinked, and his brother was also a sea thief. What are your dreams for the future? Thanks to the fans, I was able to hold a world-class concert for the first time, and this time I want to use my singing voice to make people all over the world happy. I wish you a great success in the next week. Thank you. The interview was over and the reporter left. Esther smiled sweetly and said, Sister Yuta, give your favorite scones, a lot of cream. Give your favorite rainbow candy. Yuta also took out the candy. The big girls laughed and ate happily. Sister Yuta, do you know the Demon King? Est blinked. There are not many people in this world who don't know the Demon King. Yuta said, looking at little Esther carefully. How do I feel that you are very concerned about the Demon King? For this, Yuta didn't think much about it. She had seen a lot of Demon King fans. Moreover, Yuta did not think that Esther and the Demon King knew each other, because the Demon King would definitely snatch Esther away, and he should not let her play outside. Because he, very strong, subconsciously wanting to say brother, Esther's eyes dripped and his voice turned, Sister, how about I introduce you to a boyfriend? Male boyfriend. Yuta was surprised and then chuckled, you're so young. Do you know what a boyfriend is? I don't understand it. Esther thought for a moment and said uncertainly, in short, it is the man who can help you complete your dreams. My dreams are hard. No problem, there's nothing in this world that my brother can't do. Rita cried and laughed. After half a day, it turned out that Esther was selling her brother. What a cute idea. Kiss and kiss. Looking into Esther's expectant eyes, Yuta smiled. Okay, take me to meet me another day. Great, my brother will be here in a few days, and when you meet, he likes to listen to songs. Esther smiled sweetly in anticipation of the meeting between his brother and Yuta's sister. Brother? Yuta pondered. What kind of man would that be? Esther is a giant ice blue whale and a deep-sea demon whale that shocks the world, and becomes a girl because her brother helps. Like a dreamy fairy tale. This also makes Yuta very curious. Will not be a huge sea king with special abilities and the same incarnation, right? Chapter 233. Chapter 233 10,000 Worlds Lottery 15 consecutive draws. Conceptual limiter. Straight to the devil's eye. 5 days later. City in the sky. In a wide courtyard, 9-year-old Gina practiced basic swordplay in front of her, and the tall building rose to the ground. It's time to start. After Beiyu pointed it out, he took a deep breath and prepared to start the lottery. These days, Beiyu grabs people very quickly because he wants to smoke 10 times in a row. First of all, before the plot beauty integrates into the big family, the biggest role is the lottery, which is also the purpose of my going to see. Just. Beiyu touched his handsome face. I blame myself for being too attractive, and the girls have fallen one by one. I also had to form a warm and harmonious big family with a trend. Thinking of the big eyes of the girls who admired, Beiyu sighed. My goddamn charm. Nami. You won. Hancock. Husband. Kia. Big brother Beiyu is really good. Vivi. Brother Beiyu is the best. Robin. There are just too many tricks. White Star. I love Lord Whitefeather. Beiyu, come to my room at night. Therefore, the lottery is the premise, and feelings can be slowly cultivated. Step 1. In the spiritual space, simulate all the plots you have seen virtually and find what is missing. The second step, the concept increases the size of the perception range, perceives the whole world, and accurately explores all the plot beauties. Step 3. Teleport within the perceptual range, find someone to snatch away efficiently. Step 4. Send the plot beauties stolen in the past few days to the spaceship and let Stussy teach them well. Abyss, the little girl who guards the Millennium Dragon, whispers fruit. Bello Betty, commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, inspirational fruit. Valentine's Day, Machita plus Golden Week, Marianu plus Sarah, all 3 daughters belong to the former Bbook Work Society. Karuman, chef to the East Sea, daughter of Passion, Flame Karuman. Maya, blue-haired witch who guards the cursed sword of the 7 stars. Rookie, from Empty Island. She is very kind to Aisha and treats her as a sister. Margaret, blonde, from Hydra Island, protector of the nation. Polky, from the Falksea Pirates. Whitefeather incidentally deprived Forks of his slow fruit, but did not kill them. Iskar, Navy beauty lieutenant, orange hair, nicknamed Nailna. Charlotte Flamp, 15 years old, sister-in-law of Charlotte Bryn. Kemi, a very cute mermaid from Mermaid Island, light green hair. Sweetheart Queen, blonde, from Clockwork Island, pulp fruit ability. The should be. You couldn't remember, and then gave up. I didn't think about it. After all, I will travel around the world with my sisters in the future. Maybe one day I will suddenly meet. System, draw, ding, detected the host robbing Guyena, Ababais, Bello Betty, Mr. Maranu, Sarah, Caruman, Maya, Rookie, Marigot, Porch, Iska, Flampy, Kemi, Sweetheart Queen. A total of 15, becoming a crew member, subordinate. The draw of all worlds begins. Ding, congratulations on the draw item, Cow Charm times 100, infinite power. There are already similar items, automatic optimization. Ding, congratulations on the draw item, Horse Charm times 100, remove all external forces affecting the negative state and injuries. There are already similar items, automatically optimized. Ding, congratulations on the item in the draw, Incineration, fighting to break the world. Ding, congratulations on the item, Bennu, from the world of death. Ding, congratulations on the draw item, if the phone booth can help the person who made the wish create the parallel space he wants, from the world of Doraemon. Ding, congratulations on the item, Ruai Golden Hoop Stick, from the Journey to the West TV series world, Ding Haishan Needle. Ding, congratulations on the winning item, Time and Spirit House, Special Cultivation Place, from the Dragon Ball world. Ding, congratulations on the winning item, Strengthen the Stone times 10,000, strengthen all things. Ding, congratulations on the energy draw, from the Ninja world. The Otsuki clan planted the sacred tree chakra fruit. Ding, congratulations on the energy draw, the Great River Sword Intention Full Realm Comprehension card. From Sword Saint Liu Bei, I am completely invincible in the human world, and I do not fight with anyone in the heavenly war. Ding, congratulations on the draw information, any message from the heavens. 1. Ding, congratulations on the winning creature, Super Husky, tearing everything down. Ding, congratulations on the ability to draw, concept, reality, rewrite reality. Ding, congratulations on the concept of the draw, talent, straight death demon eye, even if it is a god, I will kill you. Ding, congratulations on the concept of the draw, the limiter is lifted, the heavenly reward is diligent, the self-discipline of you. The physique is infinitely strengthened. 15, I'll see. You counted it carefully, and then carefully examined the specific information of each one. If it's a phone booth, this one's a bit of a mystery, and I don't need it. Chakra fruit. Once you enter the 6th level, it is useless to me now, the bloodline is too mixed. The golden hoop stick in the TV series. What use do I want this iron rod for? When Beiyu saw that the winning creature was a super husky, he directly couldn't hold back one, can't afford it. It was also super too hard, and if Beiyu released it, it was guaranteed that the entire Sky City would be demolished the next day. There is nothing in the heavens that I want to know at the moment. Booster stones, which can be upgraded and optimized for any item I understand and can destroy. 10,000. Beiyu carefully inspected it, and determined that it was exactly 10,000, and he couldn't help but marvel at the absolute treasure of this fortified stone. Because of the note, host vision and strength increase, strengthen stone boost. For example, today you can only split wood, so you can only strengthen wood, and tomorrow you can cut diamonds, which can strengthen diamonds. No matter how strong the white feather is later, the strengthening stone can keep up with the rhythm. The Devil's Eye of Death. White Feather View Introduction. One hit kill cause and effect law concept ability. All things come from the root. There is a birth, there must be an end. The end of things is called death. The magic eye sees the death line. Seeing the dead line of all things, cutting along the dead line, will cause irreparable damage to the object regardless of defense. If you puncture the intersection of the dead line, the object will be permanently and irreversibly destroyed, even if it is a special ability, and even all concepts can be cut off and killed. Note, death needs to be understood. Doesn't it work for things that can't understand their death, and for things that don't have the concept of death? You thought about it, no problem. The rest is good. When I saw the Bennu, I thought of the blue dye, and the strangeness of the final evolution. The famous incineration seemed impossible to practice, and the last one was good. Concept level restrictor, Saitama-sensei, a punch Superman. Thinking of a bald-headed demon king, Beiyu was very emotional. He had opened so many plugins that had not reached the point of a punch to burst the stars, and the opening and hanging were not comparable. However, the bald demon king still has many weaknesses, in addition to his extremely strong physique, that is, ordinary people. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism. 3, please choose the host independently. There is no time limit, can be optimized at any time. Choose 3 optimizations. Beiyu fell into the difficulty of choosing. There were only 3, but some items seemed inconspicuous, and it was possible to optimize beyond Beiyu's imagination. For example, chakra fruit. Although it is useless to the current white feather, it is very important, That is, it is the most precious treasure that can enable the descendants of Otamgi to ascend to the heavens one step at a time. One step up to the sky is the key. If the system chooses this direction of optimization, God knows what it will be like. There was also the burning decision, and Baiyu found that he couldn't practice, and he really couldn't understand it. Concepts, realities, causal laws, the magic eye of death, and concept limiters, if they are optimized, are even more terrifying. Even a super husky can turn into a mythical dog. Since there is no time limit, let's keep it first. Baiyu was not in a hurry to choose the system, sealing the husky, receiving the meaning of the Great River Sword. Airplanes. Baiyu's whole realm from beginning to end felt the meaning of the Great River Sword. The sword was thousands of miles less than a foot in front of him. After understanding, the sword meaning was continuous and unstoppable, just like the 9 heavens galaxy fell with the sword. The sword of the world, the sword of the heavens. Teacher, Gyuyina, who was practicing her sword, suddenly felt that there was an endless flash of sharpness, and as soon as she looked back, she saw Baiyu cultivating with her eyes closed, and she didn't see anything. That afternoon, Great Passage, Beach Island. From a distance, the entire island is made up of huge pink heart-shaped mountains, plus a bunch of pink heart-shaped hills surrounded by a brilliant rainbow. Legendary, the Island of Dreams. The kingdom of Kamabeka is located here, the home of the new human Shemal paradise, where the king is an angel Ivankov known as the Miracle Man, the strongest Shemal king in history. 2 years ago, Baiyu did not go to the 5.5th floor of the city because he did not want to see the Shemal, but he was very interested. That is, Ivankov had in his hands a secret that Crocodile had not known before, and it made him extremely jealous, calling it abominable. What secret was it? That Crocodile wasn't a woman before, was it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Baiyu directly denied. Because Ivankov, who can make people change their gender, said it. It is really easy to think of gender. Teacher, what is impossible? Gina was curious. The people of this island, it is impossible to escape today. Hakuba and Gaena are currently on the clouds of the high-altitude island. Gina's eyes lit up. Teacher, are you going to shoot? These days, she learned a lot about Baiyu, but the more she understood, the more she found that the more she didn't understand. The teacher seemed to have no limits, like a black hole to draw all people's curiosity into it. I don't shoot. Baiyu saw the disappointment on Gaena's small face and smiled lightly. To come step by step, I can't see clearly, let alone understand. So, I'm taking you here to see the showdown at the apex of the world first, so that you can have a long insight. The kingdom of Kamabeka, now the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, arrived here after evacuating Baldigo, the island of White Earth, because of the suspicion that White Feather could be found. It's only been 2 days since I moved in. The apex of the world? Gaena's spirit perked up, and she subconsciously said, is there a big sword? Yes, and it is the top sword master. Baiyu said, signaling Gaena to look over. They're coming. Golem. At this moment, blisters were bubbling up on the surface of the sea not far from the coast of the kingdom of Kamabeka, and it seemed that something was about to come out. Looking down at Gaena, she saw the huge shadows beneath the sea. Chapter 234. Chapter 234. Sabucro's mouth. 5 big teams besiege the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary goal, to overthrow the unequal rule of Draco who dominate the world government, and to establish a new world of harmony, freedom, equality, and dreams. Former headquarters, Baldigo. Now the headquarters, the kingdom of the demons. In a conference room, because it had only been 2 days since it had been moved, the military commanders and cadres from all over the country had not left. The Demon King is currently being discussed. It was not that the Revolutionary Army was paying too much attention to the pirates of the New World, but that the combat efficiency under the Demon King's command was too high. For Emperor's Blackbeard, Yuxiang Bodhi was besieged, and it took only a few minutes. The crew was killed. The captain was abandoned, and he did not know what to do. The chambord dragons and snakes are mixed, and there are spies everywhere, although they have not yet been reported, but all the major forces already know. It really is too fast. Saab didn't know what to say, but it was a 4-emperor force. His brother is still a small pirate in a boat, but he is in a chaotic new world, which worries him. The deputy commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Ashlu, said in a low voice, Captain Betty, snatched by the Demon King. Words come out. The crowd's discussion stopped abruptly, more or less indignant. Snatching away Curler is not necessarily a bad thing. This is what many people thought before. Maybe they can connect with the Demon King. But there are some things that cannot be one and not two, otherwise everyone will feel depressed. Moreover, Bello Betty's fruit ability is extremely important to the Revolutionary Army, which can arouse the hidden strength of people's hearts, and can make people who are oppressed and have no courage to summon up the courage to resist. Many of the middle and low-level members of the Revolutionary Army are oppressed people, and they who have been awakened to the courage to resist are the backbone of the Revolutionary Army. Some people were indignant. Naturally some people were extremely calm. Xan calmly said, Since you can't get it back, then there is no point in discussing these things. The opportunity has come. What opportunities? Many of the cadres were embarrassed, and Ivankov grinned. Hip hop, Kaido, Blackbeard. The next one is the redhead. If they are all taken down, the naval headquarters will also withdraw from the New World, and then the whole New World will be the Demon King. Although the area of the four seas in the east, west, south and north is large, it is not strong in strength. Well, soon after, Ivankov pointed to the map of the world. The first half of the Great Passage belongs to the world government, and the second half of the New World belongs to the Demon King. 11.5. One side cannot tolerate it, and the other side is extremely ambitious, and it is bound to fight a big war. Do you know Locks? Ivankov spoke quickly, and after digesting it, the crowd thought back to Locks. The Demon King's power was comparable to the former Locks pirate regiment, but in terms of overall strength, it was far greater than the Locks group. There were so many reasons why the Locks regiment had lost, and in the end they had never even seen anything in the Holy Land. But the Demon King's forces are different. It is very likely that it will be pushed sideways, rushing out of the New World, entering the first half, and directly attacking the Holy Land of Marijoy. The Navy can't stop it. The CP organization can't stop it, and it will face the Draco clan. The Demon King has a 99% chance of facing the Draco clan, not to mention the winning rate, but if you add us, it will definitely increase the winning rate a lot. You mean cooperate? The Northern Army Commander Crow frowned slightly. Ivankov nodded and shook his head. The Demon King may not be able to see us, but he will certainly not refuse. After all, one more point of strength is one more chance of winning. As long as you are willing to inform us when attacking the Holy Land, and attack the Holy Land Marijoy together, the result will certainly be better than fighting alone. If you win, if you lose, the losses of both sides will be minimized. If it wins, who will decide the world? Pirates? Some cadres issued sole questions. Hearing this, Ivankov said very seriously, the target of the Revolutionary Army has never been the world government, but the Draco behind the scenes. In other words, treat the other member countries as ministers, while the Draco are their royal family, and the Revolutionary Army overthrows the royal family, and then changes the dynasty and establishes a new regime. Some cadres also said, overthrowing the Draco is only half the completion of the revolution. The most important thing is that we establish a new political power, and the pirates will only do destruction. I don't think it would be better to let the world government and the Demon King fight, and we will wait for the opportunity to win in one fell swoop when both sides are weakened. Well said. Many cadres nodded. Draco and pirates fight. They watch the drama is the best. No matter what the result, there must be one side with heavy losses, and even both sides have suffered heavy losses. This is the opportunity. Many cadres agreed, and the cadre who spoke was also full of spirit. Chief, what do you think? Well, wrong. Dorag frowned slightly. The wind was a little too calm today. Saab said in a deep voice. Haven't you thought of the possibility that the Demon King would take us down before attacking the Holy Land? Impossible. A cadre retorted. We just moved the headquarters, and no one found out along the way, and people who have been in close contact with the Demon King, haven't they all been quarantined and inspected, and they haven't found any problems? I really didn't check for a problem. Dorag and Bear and the others tried everything they could to examine themselves, but they didn't find any special medium. But not checking it out does not mean that there is not. Dorag suddenly got up and shouted, there is an enemy. The whole army is on guard. With a wisp of wind, Dorag disappeared, and the bear also froze, and disappeared in an instant. Coast not far away. Grunt. Whoops. A large number of bubbles emerged from the sea, and then a huge creature broke out of the sea, setting off a wave of the sea. This is Dorag, who had just rushed out to a high place, looked carefully at the coast ahead, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Ancient weapons. Pluto. The bear appeared out of thin air, with a low opening. Off the coast, a super battleship that was huge enough to rival the entire beach island and even bigger. As soon as it appeared, countless birds flew away from the island in panic, as if they would die if they did not leave. Revolutionary armies from all over the island gathered and looked at the coast with tingling scalps. Hiss. Pluto. Golem. I read that right. How did they find this? Damn Saab, you crow mouth, they're really coming. Saab was speechless. What does it have to do with him? A bunch of mentally retarded. No, the chief of the general staff must have the strength to fight with these people. All the guards stared ahead. The appearance and size of the super battleship, exactly the same as the background board of the newspaper's picture of the Demon King's forces. Wow, what a big boat! On the clouds of the high-altitude island, Kinexi Aulali exclaimed, curious. Teacher, is it the Pluto King of one shot and one island? Want to fire? Of course, the cannons will be fired, but Bayu sat on the island cloud and whispered in Gaina's ear. At the same time that her face was slightly red, the words also made her eyes widen in shock. Teacher, how are you? It's not bad. It's called strategy. Bayu gently stroked Lori's hair. Just like many people are afraid of me, if Khalifa uses the nine-tailed fox fruit to transform into my appearance and stop on the island, even if he doesn't shoot, he will scare many people because everyone knows that I'm strong, not something they can stop. And as long as the fake Khalifa doesn't shoot, not many people can see it. Pluto is also, even if a shot is not fired, it is a deterrent to fire it. Gina seemed to understand. As soon as this huge ship was put out, many people in the Revolutionary Army on the island were afraid, because its fame was too great. Gina was curious. Teacher, is this a strategy you want? Of course not. I don't need to play these little tricks yet. Beiyu pointed to the Pluto King and said, it's the bad taste of the people inside. Gone. Beiyu had just drawn 15 consecutive lottery draws in the morning, and now looking down on the island, no plot beauty was found. 15 consecutive pleasures, the world is estimated to be unable to reach. Now, inside Pluto, Kizan said lazily, Alabama, you really can play. I heard that you played the Navy when you captured Bbook. Wouldn't you all learn from the captain? I'm not good at learning. Barrett shook his fist and said, let's start. Seal the island as soon as the attack is over, lest the leader run away. Golem ha ha ha, just let Lao Tzu to fire this cannon to enjoy their. Crocodile ran excitedly to press a button. The crowd is speechless, really can't play at present. Play fake satisfaction inside? No, the cannon is fired. On the outside island, the Revolutionary Army watched the 10 guns of the Pluto King aimed at them, and they were shocked. Fire fist. Storm strike. Saab even threw a huge fire fist. Dorag raised his hand to storm. The wind helped the fire, and swept past in an instant. And the bear is still compressing the air, preparing for a big move, ready for a rebound attack. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, 10 cannons were fired at the same time. 10 shells several meters in size charged at high speed towards the island, exploding in an instant upon contact with the flames of the storm. Boom. The terrifying explosion directly collapsed the coast, setting off a huge mushroom cloud, and a large tsunami appeared, throwing the entire Pluto King hundreds of meters in an instant. Bear's shock. Looking at the terrifying aftershocks bursting airwaves, the big bear shot a huge shockwave and slammed into the past with full force. Boom. Another roar sounded, and in the whole island, the crowd was shocked and uncertain. Is this Pluto? It wasn't that the power was not great, just those shells had directly shattered the coast, and the power was far greater than the rest of the shells. However, the power is not big enough, said Good. 1 cannon and 1 island, the result is 10 cannons, only to destroy the coast. We're being played. Dorag opened his mouth in a low voice, and his whole breath was a little relieved. Fortunately, it was tricked. In the midst of everyone's suspicions, Xan calmly said, just now it is an ordinary shell, but the shell is an explosive rock, but because the number is too small, the power is not enough. So, this is a fake Pluto, and fortunately it's a fake Pluto. The crowd was in a trance. The next moment, a group of people jumped out of the huge battleships on the sea in the distance, and when the Revolutionary Army looked at them, they couldn't help but inhaled the cool air. Ryder plus Kizan plus Hawkeye plus Barrett, 40 team members. Lucy plus Sand Crocodile plus Burrows Perot plus Mariah plus Embers, 5 captains. The remaining vice-captains plus seat officers plus team members. The 5 major teams participate. Golem. Didn't you just scare you to death? Crocodile smoked a cigar and said dismissively, you don't need the real Pluto King to deal with you. Sand Crocodile. Ivankov drank high. Crocodile's face darkened suddenly. Is that you? Damn it. The current Pluto is still under repair and cannot be used specifically. And this one, after Barrett understands the basic structure, uses various other materials plus combination fruits, the combination of the huge battleship, the same appearance. Shells fill the explosive rock. After the Pluto is completely repaired, Barrett will study all the structures of the Pluto and must produce the real Pluto. Bad. Stop him. Dorag suddenly opened his mouth in silence, and his hands began to gather terrible storms. It's late. Hawkeye draws his knife and slashes. Black knife chop. The terrifying slash is like a crescent moon, and the ground hundreds of meters instantly cut open the sea and rush straight to the Peach Island. Ice Age. Kizan's cold air erupted like a torrent, rapidly freezing the sea. Awaken. Enchantment. One of the team members, with a glimmer of light on his hand, suddenly grew larger, and turned around to create a huge pale red junction that enveloped the entire peach-colored island and a small area of sea around it. The Revolutionary Army condensed. It was during the war on top that Michael, the deputy commander of CP0, led a team to besiege one of the CP0 captains of White Feather, and White Feather handed it over to him. Live up to expectations. 2 years of awakening. This kind of boundary, even if the space ability cannot escape for a short time, and like the absolute defense of the barrier fruit, it mainly prevents the bear from escaping. Gentlemen, 2 hours. The enchanted ability shouted. He could only hold on to it for 2 hours at the moment. 2 hours. Enough is enough. Barrett clenched his fists and said somewhat unhappily, 3 missions, draw lots separately. The result is that you were drawn. I originally wanted to go to the redhead. Dorag, come and fight. Chapter 235. Chapter 235. Female hormones. The whole audience is looking sideways. The sand crocodile is going crazy. Boom. The slash collided with the storm and exploded in a roar, and the scattered aftermath was cut everywhere with strong wind pressure. Meantime, the sea around the peach-colored island where the kingdom of Kamabaka is located is frozen, causing the air on the entire island to suddenly cool. Boo! The bear shoots a stone. However, under the gaze of everyone, the stones crashed directly on the boundary and shattered, and this scene also made the Revolutionary Army sink in its heart. Bear fruit, fleshy fruit. The palm of the hand is like a bear's paw, and it can bounce off anything that is touched, hit, slash. You can also shoot flying targets, shoot and fly to your own preset locations, and teleport remotely across the world. The bear also developed a pop-up of pain and fatigue, which was transferred to others. But the boundary between the ice field and the island in front of him directly locked the bear's intention to shoot others unless the knot is broken. Dragon, what to do? The bear's voice was heavy. The completely enclosed island cannot break the boundary in a short time, and Barrett and others jump off the huge battleship and rush to it, and they will not give them time to break the boundary. How did they find this place? Headquarters has just moved. Dorag shrugged off his thoughts, stared at the 40 team members in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "All surrender." What the? Without a fight? The crowd was astonished. Moi immediately said, "Chief, I can push out the underground passage. You are blocking, give me some time." The sea is completely frozen, and it is useless for the underground passage to pass through the boundary. Dorag said, "Me and the bear will definitely be under siege. There is no chance to take care of you. Even if we break the boundary, how many can we escape?" Revolution is indispensable to sacrifice, but it does not require meaningless sacrifice. Well said. Ryder unfolded his vampire strength and flashed at Dorag with great speed and appreciation. Very wise choice. You are smarter than the old bastard of Carp. However, Ryder looked at the side coldly. My observations tell me that many people's hearts are full of hatred at the moment. This kind of hatred. It's really pathetic. Moreover, even his own leader is hated. Not good. The legendary mind reading. Some of the Carders were horrified, and they bowed their heads in a hurry, their bodies trembling, and Dorag also looked at them. The Revolutionary Army was formed by Dorag. But if you want to develop the Revolutionary Army, you must first solve the problem. Resources. The Navy is troubled by the problem of military expenditure every day, and the 5 old stars often find reasons to reduce military expenditure and restrict the development of the Navy. You can't steal, you can't grab, you can't exploit, you can't develop openly. In addition to fighting guerrilla warfare with the world government and feeding the war with war, the Revolutionary Army also needs the support of many forces. There are too many large and small forces all over the world that are not accustomed to the Draco, and the Revolutionary Army is their best secret funding object, and everyone is happy when they win. And if they lose, they immediately leave the relationship. Core top player must be controlled by Dorag, and the thought is highly unified with him. In the middle and high levels, there are more people, and there will always be people who are hungry for rights and only want to overthrow the Draco and become the rulers. Dorag's words of surrender directly shattered these people's dreams of power, and after the dream was shattered, unwilling and resentful, ridiculous hate. Barrett rushed to shake his fist. Even if you succeed in overthrowing the Draco and establishing your own regime, you will still be the first waste to be cleaned up. Allah, any force has moths, and it will definitely be cleaned up. Kizan let out a cold breath and told the truth. If the Carders with hearts are dead and ashes, the Tanlong people are external troubles, and they are internal troubles, and they will all die after all? Why don't you do it yet? Hawkeye walked over and looked calmly at Dorag. Mission content: suppress the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army and do not accept surrender. Chop. The huge slash had just appeared, and the bear was like a teleport in front of many people, lifting the bear's paw and directly shooting out. Boo! The slash was slapped and flew directly into the distance, cutting through the distant mountains. Hawkeye's eyes lit up. I wanted to fight you a long time ago to verify your upper limit. Between the words, Hawkeye raised the sword momentum of the great sword. How? Try to bounce off all my slashes. SHHH. The instant the knife was raised, the Revolutionary Army felt a terrible edge and immediately retreated, and Hawkeye's knife fell at a rapid pace. Boom. As Hawkeye attacked, Barrett punched Dorag. Boom. Hawkeye collides with the bear's attack and explodes, and Dorag disappears. Ryder looked up. Flight to the sky. This ability. Yes, it is a very troublesome ability. It is good to seal off the island, otherwise if he wants to leave, he really can't stop it. Kizan is full of solemnity. Join the first battle. Absolutely cannot paddle. Teacher? He can't see us? On the island clouds, Gina looked at Dorag not far away in amazement. This is not your focus. Carefully look at Hawkeye and Ryder's swordplay. Both are top sword masters. Bayayu's words made Gina nod seriously and observe carefully the battlefields below. He. Moria sneered and stopped one of them. A revolutionary army of 1 meter and 5 meters. Commander of the Confederate Army, Lindbergh, bounty of 316 million. What's so funny? You're not human either. Lindbergh felt the laughter of Moria's demonic face extremely harsh. SHHH. Moria did not use his ability to pull out the sword, although he was not a big swordsman, but when he was young, he also played with knives, and he also collided with Kaido's wolf tooth stick. Now the lean body rushed towards Lindbergh extremely quickly, slashing past Fire Dragon Emperor. The embers did not carry a mask, and cut out an oriental dragon-like flame, and the hot flame was like magma. Quack! The crows scattered in flocks of crows, and converged in the distance into bald men with bird beak megaphones in their mouths and black feather coats. The commander of the Confederate Army, the Crow Kellers, bounty of 400 million berry bird fauna. Ember's tone was flat. The crow met me, it was your misfortune. This is. The crow's voice was very small, and he watched solemnly as the ember entered the human beast form, and his body burned with flames that made his heart palpitate. Espers, birds, control the flames and embers of the race with a combination of flames to make it even hotter. Imperial Fire Dragon Emperor. The larger fire dragon roared and rushed towards the crow, and before it arrived, it made the crow feel that its feathers were melting. Bro versus the Giants. Western Army Commander Moi. Fire Fist. Arashi Foot Storm. As soon as the huge fist of flame appeared, it was cut open and scattered by the powerful storm, and it directly retreated. Esper species skunk. Manipulating the power of the wind. Trouble. Looking at the cold Lukai ahead, Saab felt extremely tricky. The wind helps the fire, that is, in the case of mutual cooperation, such as Saab and Dorag, more powerful, and Saab's flame, wanting to destroy Lucci's wind from a distance, it was really difficult, and it could only be close combat. Saab rushed towards Lucci extremely quickly, and the armor color and flame burst out in unison. Dragon Claw Fist Flame Dragon King. Armed Storm 6 King Gun. Lucci, who had entered the form of the strongest human beast, was surrounded by a storm vortex, and raised his hand at Saab to erupt into the 6 Upanishads. Bang! The wind and fire exploded, and the two of them took a step back in unison, and the war spirit boiled in an instant. The rest of the deputy captains and officers besieged the Revolutionary Army one after another. Golem, finally, let Lao Tzu see you again. Crocodile was no longer smoking cigars, his coat was no longer draped, and his eyes had become fiercely sneering. Hip hop, I haven't seen you in a long time, Crocoboy, do you miss me like that? Ivankov said and still twisted the waist of the bucket in place. Oh, dead demon. Crocodile spit on it. Ivankov reminded, when you were a newcomer. Hey, I know you have a weakness. Crocodile said angrily, you dead demon, shut up. With this attitude of yours, I now suddenly want to make your past public. Ivankov said in a tone of voice, of course, if you tell me your specific mission, I can keep this secret. Hip-hop. Lao Tzu just wants to kill you now. Crocodile was full of murderous intent, and he decided to kill people. Death Wink. Ivankov took the initiative to attack, and in the blink of an eye burst out an explosive storm. Desert Sword. Crocodile turned his hand into a sand blade and released it in a huge way, directly cutting the incoming blast wind. Ivankov dodged the slash and shouted, yes, tell Crocodile's secret. What? Crocodile was shocked, too worried about the secret, and immediately sensed that he turned his head to explore the past and must be killed. This stupid crocodile. Beiyu couldn't help but hold his forehead, which was obviously fake. But there is no need to remind. Anyway, Ivankov can't beat the current sand crocodile, and Beiyu continues to watch the battle. Galaxy Wink. As Crocodile turned around, Ivankov opened directly, a move dozens of times more powerful than Death's Wink. Boom. Crocodile was blown out, and Ivankov caught up with great speed. Abominable. The sand crocodile quickly got up to fight back, but to his consternation, Ivankov's armed defense chose to resist hard, constantly being broken and splashed with blood, desperately approaching him. Female hormones. Ivankov, desperately trying to get close to the sand crocodile, exploded with a large amount of hormones. Sandstorm. A huge amount of sand erupted from Crocodile's body, sending Ivankov flying out with a roar. Whoops. Lao Tzu must kill you, dead demon. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Hawkeye stops, Rider sideways, Barrett closes his fist, Kuzan looks back, Bear's Eye looks, Dorag overlooks. Because Crocodile roared angrily, inexplicably full of femininity, he almost changed Lao Tzu to an old woman. Huh? Guyana's eyes widened, and Beiyu shook his head, and immediately covered Guyana's eyes. Little children don't look. It's so hot eyes. Beiyu looked over and felt extremely hot eyes. Ivankov rushed over desperately and gave the sand crocodile a must-kill. Her hair grew faster, her tough face became softer, and her body bulged with great evil and femininity. Female hormones, which can turn men into women, are men's nightmares. The sand crocodile is going crazy. Crocodile. If it is passed on, the old lady's life will be over. Mariah was stunned. Have you been single for too long? How can you suddenly feel that Crocodile's eyebrows are clear? The crowd. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. Senior Migrant Boy Dorag. Crocodile Large Society Death Scene. Now, the style of the whole scene has suddenly changed. Obviously, the two sides were still fighting to the death for a second, but now they have all turned into melon-eating masses and strong onlookers. What if your companion suddenly becomes a woman? Mariah thought deeply, her eyes fluttering. Sigh. Barrett kept on sighing. Ryder smiled evilly. Are young people so good at playing now? The cold Hawkeye suddenly said, Whoever brings the camera phone worm, the image phone worm is also okay, shoot it and then send the report. Everyone's eyelids jumped, and they didn't expect Hawkeye to be the darkest one. Allah, in this way, he will commit suicide in shame. Kizan said it was best not to, but pulled the camera phone worm out of his trouser pocket. As we all know, the photos of King High boundaries cannot be P, and this photo is enough to make the sand crocodile's fame soar. Roar! Crocodile roared angrily to vent his grief, but his voice was full of femininity, which made people who did not know have a lot of reverie. From Clockdale, suddenly became, Crocoda, she wanted to die. Woman's voice. Gina, whose eyes were covered by white feathers, raised her small ears and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She really didn't expect that there was such an incredible ability in this world, even if a man could become a woman. Bayu coughed lightly. The time has come to test you. Don't be disturbed by external objects, immerse yourself in meditation. Yes, teacher. Gina obediently obeyed. Bayu whispered, worthy of being a revolutionary army, in this desperate situation, it still has not given up hope of escaping. It's just that the method is a bit spicy. Quicksand waterfall. A tsunami-like sea of sand erupted from Crocodile's body, and the scope rushed towards Ivankov. You can't kill me, Ivankov shouted. My abilities are permanent. Kill me unless you find the hormonal fruit and let someone eat it to help you. You'll be a woman who calls herself Lao Tzu in your life. Hip hop. Damn it. Crocodile's movements were delayed, and then his eyes were fierce. That old man destroyed you first. Boom. The sea of sand rushed. Ivankov constantly exploded the sea of sand with his milky eyes, but the sky and the ground were full of thick sand seas on all sides, and at the moment of his stagnation, the sand sea completely covered and squeezed him. Desert prison. Crocodile brushed over and pressed against the sand sea, absorbing the water. Dragon's breath. Suddenly, Dorag's overlord color wrapped around his right hand, swooping down like thunder, and attacked the boundary. Bear rush. A huge circular shockwave of hundreds of meters in size erupted from the bear's body, also attacking in the direction of Dorag's attack. Black knife chop. Blood tides. The strongest fist. Ice age. Hawkeye slashes at the bears. Rider blocks Dorag. Barrett attacks Dorag, and Kizan blocks the shockwave. Boom. The four people divided their labor finely, and various attacks exploded and caused huge storms, causing many people to fly out. Failed. Dorag went backwards, secretly regrettably. What a good opportunity. Ivankov desperately wants to get close to the furious crocodile, using female hormones to turn him into a woman, in itself to attract attention. Like just now. At the moment when crocodile became a woman, everyone looked over, and the white feathers became a melon eater. This brings us to the opportunity. At the same time, it is also Ivankov's fundamental purpose, otherwise there is no point in desperately trying to make crocodile a woman. There are definitely weaknesses in this boundary, but the opportunity is fleeting. Taking advantage of the distraction of the crowd, Dorag and the bear jointly attacked the same location of the junction, trying to break the junction together. Results are available. Hawkeye and the others still did not give them the opportunity to attack the junction with all their might. In fact, the attack is useless. The enchantment effect is space blockade plus absolute defense. But there is a time limit. There are many fruits that can pass, such as doors plus piercings, etc., but no one can pass through the revolutionary army present, and the cut fruit cannot cut the boundary. Those with boundary ability can move freely, just beyond the boundary, unlike those with barrier fruit ability who cannot move. Golem, that's the way it is. Noticing the attack just now, Crocodile also understood something, and threw Ivankov, who had absorbed most of the water and was about to become a dry corpse, to the ground. It is really naive to desperately turn Lao Tzu into a woman and fight for the hope of fleeing for the revolutionary army. Crocodile stepped on the Demon King. To tell you the truth, you can't break the boundary. Immediately turn Lao Tzu back, otherwise none of them will be left. Kill me, hip hop. You hate. Crocodile's jumping feet made the people on the side look stunned. Good mother, no. Now it is a woman, and the mother should be. Boom. The Great War continued to break out. Luke's battle with Saab, Wind and Fire, turned into a pure body confrontation. Hawkeye continued to attack Big Bear. Ryder plus Kizan plus Barrett versus Dorag, the leader of the revolutionary army. Tornado storm. Dorag floated high in the air, raising his hand to burst into a tornado that carried through the heavens and the earth. Nature is the fruit of a storm, or wind, a hurricane, etc. The fruit of the real power that controls the power of the wind. Is this why basically everyone in the revolutionary army has to wear goggles? Because it has to shield the wind from the wind. The revolutionary armies that Bayu encountered basically wore goggles. Earthquakes, volcanoes, typhoons, 3 major natural disasters in a small island country. These 3 disaster forces were in the pirates, the navy, and the revolutionary army. It has to be said that the wind is really strong, and it can even manipulate the airflow, thus affecting the weather changes. The invisible wind, in most cases, allows Dorag to come and go as he pleases, dissipating with the wind. And the wind is persistent, can be a long-range continuous storm attack. There can be no stagnation in the middle. Storms on the sea set off tsunamis, land storms flew everything, and sky tornadoes were stronger. Whether it is destructive power, or the blessing of combat strength, etc., it is very strong, and the wind of the natural system is not easy to fight. Like now, Ryder has no problem flying freely because he has vampire wings, while Kuzan and Barrett are at a loss in the air battle, and it is difficult to inflict a real triplet on Dorag. Dorag was calm and not hard-hitting, fighting a guerrilla war with the three of them. The siege was weakened by the wind leaving the encirclement, and although Dorag would eventually lose, the war would be prolonged. So it seems that in the department of nature, I still like wind and thunder. Beiyu also remembered the oxygen fruit of no Kaigao, the upper position, the air fruit. The essence of the wind is the flow of air, and the air fruit is also absolutely top-notch, or even more comprehensive. Sand bursts, shadow horn gun, fire dragon emperor, extreme exclusion. As Saab confronts Lucy, Crocodile, Mora, Ember, and Paro are killed. Lucci raised an eyebrow and grabbed the head, but it didn't matter. The most important thing was efficiency. First take down Saab. So fast? Saab was shocked. He didn't expect the other commanders to lose so quickly, and he was also overwhelmed by the attack at this moment. Boom! Saab's place exploded. The five did not stop, constantly attacking towards Saab's location, and the attacks in 5 directions continued to collide and explode. Whoops! Eagle's Eye and the bear brushed by in an instant, and a line of blood burst out of the bear's body. Your will to fight is too weak. I'm in a hurry today, and I'll fight again next time. Hawkeye turned and leapt to join the siege of Dorag. Legs separated, the bear's tall body fell to the ground, his eyes dim. The Revolutionary Army was about to die out after all. At the moment of seeing Hawkeye and the others arrive, under the seemingly calm appearance of the bear, only bitterness remains inside. At the moment when they were targeted by the Demon King, even if they all fled, the Revolutionary Army would fall apart, and sooner or later. Bear. At a glance, Dorag was also bitter, and after the wind dissipated, it fell directly to the ground and came to the bear's side. The fall of the bear is the beginning. This made Dorag depressed inside. Looking at the crowd chasing after them, Dorag said, "Guys, there is really no point in killing the Revolutionary Army here. There are too many revolutionary armies around the world. If there is no headquarters, they will hide deeper, and when the time comes, it will be more difficult for you to clean up." Speaking of this, Dorag saw Barrett and the others indifferent, and the voice exploded with the wind, making the whole island silent. "I, Dorag, voluntarily disband all the revolutionary armies, submit to Lord Demon King, and serve Lord Demon King." Head Chieftain. The cadres in the ruins such as Saab, Moi, Crow, Lindbergh and other cadres are also full of bitterness, which is a hopeless situation. Ryder and the others moved slightly. The mission order was to suppress the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, not to accept surrender, and the captain did not say that he had killed all the people here, nor did he say that he would not accept allegiance. Surrender is very different from surrender, with the former being a prisoner and the latter being his own. Dorag continued, "Guys, we are all Draco, and the more strength we have, the more chance we have." The next words are a bit unpleasant. "But you only completed the task when you killed me, and if you let me surrender to and serve the Demon King, it will be a credit." Ryder and the others looked at each other, and others did not say. Dorag was indeed a top talent. Judging from the fact that Captain Demon Kings often personally take down the top strongmen, except for a very small number of people such as Blackbeard, the captain is still very welcome to the top talents. Task content? Kizan reconfirmed to avoid mistakes. Hawkeye said calmly, "In the content of the mission, there is no must kill. Don't bother so much. Take the Shanghai Laoshi handcuffs, follow us back to the headquarters sharp S." Barrett threw out his handcuffs. The slightly cool, extremely high-purity Hyalu stone directly sealed Dorag's fruit ability, but Dorag did not show a state of physical weakness. Dorag looked everywhere. They look at the face you choose to serve. All the people who had hatred in your heart before are killed, and the rest are taken back to the headquarters for detention. Ryder interrupted plainly. Dorag didn't say much. "If you are not allowed to surrender, then surrender, and if you can survive one by one, if you don't want everyone in the headquarters to perish, Dorag has no other choice." Surrendered. Crocodile carried Ivankov up and said coldly, "Let him change me back, I cannot kill him, and don't let me see him again." Click. Suddenly hearing the sound of taking pictures, the sand crocodile burst into tears. "Who is taking pictures?" When he turned back, Crocodile was speechless and angry and wanted to die. Hawkeye, Barrett, Ryder, and Kuzan were all taking pictures, and the expressions of the 4 of them were wavering. Large social death scene. On the island cloud, Beiyu also took a few pictures with his hand, and he could not see it later. "Teacher, is it over?" Gina withdrew from meditation and looked at it doubtfully, and found that a movement everywhere began to subside. "Don't look at it, it's just one more high-level worker." Beiyu was not surprised by this result, and looked at Gina and said, "Next, take you to the concert." "Concert?" "Yes, world-class concerts, Darth Vader, they're there." Chapter 237. Chapter 237 surprised rubber fruit. A day later, the events of the Revolutionary Army were not reported, including about Blackbeard a few days ago, and were not widely reported because the 3 tasks issued by Beiyu have not yet been completed. Wait until the red-haired pirate regiment is taken down to inform the world in one fell swoop. And at the moment, on the spaceship, Ch is going to have a concert. I didn't even know. Karina was excited, holding a newspaper and calculating. Tomorrow, can we arrive? Of course we can. The direction we're going is where the concert is. Nami said and complained. Who the hell are you a fan of, stupid fox? Of course, I am a true love fan of Lord Demon King, and I love everything about him. Karina shouted, and then said with some embarrassment, but I am also a singer, and I also have some admiration for Ch's musical talent. Oh, no, Karina replied. Didn't we go looking for little lists? But the concert is in the country of music. Yeah, just go there. Nami took out the map and looked at it without terror. The address sent by little Esther is in Alagia, and if there is no accident, it will arrive tomorrow. Can you see the real singer? Perona was also looking forward to it. Breen was surprised. I really didn't expect you to remember her song. Is this strange? Countless people around the world have heard it and will not forget. Her singing voice came out 2 years ago, when everyone listened to it together. Perona had a sweet smile on her face. Every time I listen to her songs, there is a sense of happiness, which is very satisfying. Many girls nodded. This is Goji's first world-class concert, which used to be basically an image, using a special telephone worm to let the world receive special signals, and it was silent in her singing. It's blissfully satisfying. This sense of happiness has made countless suffering people around the world regard Ch as a savior, and there are many fanatical fans. I really want to see her concert right away. The scene must be very lively. Robin came and chuckled. Vivi nodded. Her singing voice seems to be in another dimension. It must be some kind of ability. Hancock spoke rationally, and she would be intoxicated when she listened to Ch's singing. It's a strange thing. However, Hancock quickly shrugged off his thoughts, clasped his hands and thought, when will Fu-jung come back? I have a hunch that Lord Beiyu will come back today. The White Star said look, and looked at the little head looking everywhere. Then let's call. Koya smiled and stood on the edge of the spaceship and shouted, White Feather DA. Who's calling me? Before Koya could finish shouting, Beiyu's voice suddenly sounded, which immediately surprised the women and looked back. Hakuba returns with Gina. Husband. Seeing Beiyu appear, Hancock suddenly rushed over like a teleport and directly threw himself into Beiyu's arms. Husband, concubines want to go crazy with everything you think. Let's go up together and surround him. Nami rolled her eyes and shouted, and she also flew towards Beiyu. The opportunity to get close to the idol has come. Karina rushed over as well. I'll come too. And me. Crush the big bad guy of White Feather. Pawnee, Vivi, Perona, Sugar, Cola, Garlet, White Star, Runcheon, Yamato, Gels. These are either naughty, cheerful and playful, or join in the fun of the whole pounds on the past. What is it like to be directly surrounded by 13 girls? Beiyu said that this was the happiest trouble. Moved? Beiyu did not dare to move. Come on big brother Beiyu, I believe you can't be crushed. Koya's big ears smiled into a crescent moon. It's all too messy. Marcino said, smiling. Oh my god. Betty, Maya, Abyss, Iska, and the other girls who came to the ship 15 days ago were stunned. I really didn't expect that the famous Terror Demon King outside would be directly suppressed as soon as he returned to the spaceship. Shock. The Demon King Beiyu was suppressed by the 13 women and did not dare to resist. Who was the 13 women? Teacher. Gina's eyes widened. Could these be her teachers? Wow. Noticing Gina, Xiaoyu said curiously, are you the disciple of Lord Beiyu? That Abyss said, really like Sister Dusky? Yuan scowled. It's really a lot like a scaled-down version of Darth Vader. Tina wants to hug you, little sister. Tina was a little excited. Huh? Can? Yes. Gina nodded in a trance, but the next moment, she was completely confused, because at the moment when she nodded, Rebecca, Corners, Hikari, Black Maria, Kampchu, and Noki High Daughter all gathered round. You don't go? Ain looked at Darth Vader in a daze. Seeing 9-year-old Gina, Darth Vader began to wonder if her future daughter would be so cute. Darth Vader replied, no, I'll sleep with her at night. Good idea. I'll hug tomorrow night. Robin was also looking forward to half an hour later. Beiyu was liberated from the infinite tenderness, and looked at the girls on the spaceship, and his heart was full of emotion. Do you already have such a big family before you know it? Before the departure of the Kingdom of Peace, there were 36 women on the ship, and after the War of the Kingdom of Peace, the number of women on the ship increased to 41 women. 15 consecutive draws 2 days ago, that's 15 new members. In total, 56 women. 56 flowers. Beiyu thought of ists playing outside, that is, 57 flowers. If Hakuba snatches away that cute and charming villain, it would be 58 flowers. It seems that you have adjusted your mentality in the past few days, so that I can rest assured. Beiyu looked at Betty, Maya and other women and chatted for a while. What's the situation? White Feather looked at Stussy's secretaries. There is still no response from the world government, and there is no action from the Navy. Monet was also well aware that in just a few days, it would be difficult for the world government to react. Khalifa said, Mr. Beiyu, a few days ago, I found traces of red hair, and Kaido and the others have already chased after you. According to the route, the red hair will also pass through Iriya. White feathers, red hair to find the daughter, naturally will go to Alajaya. After thinking about something, Stussy said gracefully, a few days ago, the red-haired ship was destroyed by a blue-haired girl on the food island, and many people witnessed it. If I'm not mistaken, that girl is Little List's. Robin had a smile in his eyes. It must be her. Beiyu also laughed lightly. He hadn't seen him for many days, and he also missed it very much. Well, welcome Gaena on board and have a banquet. Evening. Iriya, Music Island. Music is the magic that awakens you. Close your eyes and see the future. Sing this song. In a high mountain meadow, two girls, one big and one small, were looking at the sea and watching the sunset. The big girl sang. The little girl listened intoxicatedly. Endless music will cross the barrier. If you are confused and hesitant, please believe me. This song is the most popular song in the world at present, which makes countless people full of hope and passion. Wow, that's great. When Yuta finished singing, Esther cheered. Sister Yuta's song is so good, please believe me. Esther also began to chant, which made Yuta laugh happily. Esther was curious. Sister Yuta, you have been looking out at the sea for the past few days. Are you waiting for someone? Yeah. Yuta did not hide. His eyes were full of memories and some self-blame, and he murmured, I misunderstood a person before and began to hate him, but after seeing the video, I found out that it was myself who was wrong. Who is he? That man was my first adoptive father. His name is Shanks. Adoptive father? If there is a misunderstanding, it is better to solve it. Esther didn't care about Shanks. Yuta knew that Esther did not know, and his expression was strangely reminded. On the food island a few days ago, the red-haired poor sea thief you met was Shanks. Huh? It's him. Esther was surprised, and then his delicate little face blushed. I remember I destroyed his ship. It's okay, you're not injured is the most important thing. He's strong after all. Speaking of this, Yuta's voice was extremely weak. This concert, I also hope that he can come. See, the last side. The memories of Ists did not hear the last sentence, and subconsciously said, Sister, I am also very strong. Yes, the cutest and the most powerful girl in the world is you, and my sister is very secure now. Looking at Esther's cute smile, Yuta also smiled unconsciously, and in the last life, it was good to have this sister with her. Yuta fell into memories. She is not Shanks' biological daughter, but was found by Shanks in a treasure chest and adopted. Yuta became a red-haired pirate musician, the darling of the ship, and used her singing to bring happiness to everyone every day. At the age of 9, the red-haired pirates attacked the world government ships where CP-9, including Phosphor, was located, stealing the treasure. The redhead rummaged through the treasure chests and found a wooden box to open. Shanks? Yuta even shouted several times, and the redhead did not respond, and kept looking at the contents of the box, falling into deep thought. Until Yuta came up. Shanks, what are you doing? Shanks casually closed the box, and Yuta glanced at it and noticed what was in the box, which was a purple demon fruit. Is that for me too? Yuta asked curiously. Not. Shanks put away the box and said slightly seriously, although you are my daughter, this still cannot be given to you. The fruit is named rubber fruit. Stingy. Yuta skimmed her lips and turned. Don't say that. Shanks came up to Yuta and changed the subject. You see, this is the kingdom of Goya, and I want to use it as a stronghold for the time being. Stronghold. Yuta was puzzled and came to a high place to look out. What a good place. But there is nothing. In her field of vision, an ordinary small village appeared in front of her. After all, the windmill village is only a border area in the kingdom of Goa. The redhead seemed to know a lot about this place, or to find out before he came. When the boat docks, a 7-year-old boy shouted at the port, You are pirates? Yeah, you have an opinion? Yuta sat down at the bow of the boat. If there is something, say it, and let Captain Shanks' daughter, Ben Yuta, come and listen to it. The 7-year-old boy clenched his fists and shouted, If it's a pirate, get out. What? Want to fight? 9-year-old Yuta is full of momentum. Don't do that, Yuta. Shanks walked over and looked at the 7-year-old boy who seemed to be very unwelcome with the pirates. We're not here to fight, there's a tricky part of this village. Sheriff. What are you? The little boy shook his fist again after getting a reply. If you dare to do something strange, I will not let it go easily. Chapter 238. Chapter 238. The Demon King of Song. The red hair abandons the truth about his daughter, the desperate white feather. Tina. After boarding the windmill village, a few adventure stories will dispel little straw hats guard against redheads and turn to pirates. And since being adopted, Yuta had always been on the ship and had never been in contact with anyone of her age. The straw hat is the same. He is beaten by his grandfather every day. He has not yet met the eldest brother and the second brother, and no peers play with him. For unknown reasons, the redhead used the Goya kingdom as a temporary stronghold and did not rush to leave the windmill village. Thereupon, little Yuta, 9, became friends with a 7-year-old straw hat. Little Yuta, I have a dream, that is, to travel around the world, create many songs, use the best stage and my singing voice, bring happiness to the world. I want to create a new era. Little straw hat, I want to go on adventures all over the world, go to all kinds of places, meet all kinds of people, and eat a lot of food. The straw hat without a straw hat. The idea is very simple. The two dreams are very different. Soon after, the red-haired pirates set sail again, leaving as Yuta, a musician who brought joy to everyone with his songs on board. Another period of time passed. Because the kingdom of Goya is a temporary stronghold set by the redheads, the red-haired pirates returned to the windmill village again. But this time, Yuta wasn't there. She just got off the boat as a singer, that's all. Faced with the question of the straw hat, the redhead opened his mouth in a low voice. Beckman and the others did not say a word, unwilling to mention the boss's sadness. Meanwhile, an amazing news spread around the world, and newspapers spread all over the world. Roger pirates intern red-haired Shanks, brutal annihilation. The red-haired pirates massacre the land of music, destroying Ashija. Shanks. Why? The land of music, the ruins of Iria, full of little Yuta's cries and cries. She was abandoned. Her favorite country of music was destroyed, and her most revered adoptive father abandoned her. This caused an indescribable blow to Yuta's heart and began to sink. Sengoku, Iria was destroyed, and it seems very tragic. It seems like red hair is dry. Carp looked at the newspaper with suspicion too. It has a relationship with the Demon King of Song. Warring States Recall Survey Results Analysis. The Demon King of Song. I've overdone it. Carp's voice was angry. Sengoku took out the latest reward order for red hair in his hand. Yes, finally revealed his nature. Some of his inexplicable behavior recently is very eye-catching. With the crew traveling around the world, the CP9 is located in the world government ship, and the rubber fruit is lost. Now he is brutally destroying a country, which makes the warring states sigh. Roger will cry, red hair. But the truth of the matter is often not as simple as it seems. Back to some time ago, leaving the windmill village for a while, the red-haired pirate group that is set sail again, takes little Yuta to Iria. The country of music makes little Yuta very happy. She can learn a lot, and the people here know music very well, and everyone loves her singing. And on this bustling island of music, there is a forbidden song, Demon Movement, Tot Muskika. When Yuta, who is a superhuman singer with the ability to sing the fruit of song, sang this song, it caused national unrest. Because little Yuta unconsciously unleashed a monster, the Demon King of Song. Boom. The mighty Song Demon King is extremely powerful, fighting against all the members of the red-haired pirate regiment and destroying everywhere. But no matter how you attack, even if the redhead and others break down many times, the Song Demon King can still regroup and keep killing and destroying Iria, thus destroying the kingdom. In the end, it was because of the lack of physical strength of the 9-year-old little Yuta, and after the coma passed, the Demon King of Song dissipated. Yuta, looking at the country destroyed by the Song Demon King, looking at the unconscious little Yuta, Shanks fell silent. The people on the island love Yuta, and if Yuta wakes up and knows the truth, how devastated it would be if she had destroyed it. And the young Yuta must also become the target of the careerist, and if he continues to follow him, it will be more dangerous. The naval fleet is coming. Beckman looked out into the sea in the distance. Shanks made the decision. Conceal the truth, bear the sin of destroying the country, and leave Yuta here. Shanks entrusted 9-year-old Yuta to King Iria, who was still alive standing in the rubble. Gordon. King Gordon, Yuta's second adoptive father, raised Yuta. Please train Yuta to be the best singer in the world. There is no sin in singing, even if you are not there. You are my daughter. Shanks left, and when he woke up, little Yuta, who did not know the truth, cried bitterly. Now, Iria, Alpine Prairie. This is the truth. Yuta muttered in recollection. She already knows the truth, because Yuta accidentally picks up an image phone bug in Utsugoya. Yuta sees the video of the Demon King of Song destroying Iria, and only then does she understand all the truth. The cruel truth made Yuta fall into self-blame and contradiction, and her thinking changed a lot, and finally decided to start a world-class concert and start planning. The plan was somewhat extreme, and Yuta was prepared to give his life. Sister Yuta, it's time for you to rest, and you'll have to get up early tomorrow. Little Esther reminds. Yeah. Yuta stood up and looked at the sea in the distance again. I will realize my dream tomorrow, a dream that I have never given up since I was a child. There is no war, no poverty, only endless music, and the world of eternal peace is about to begin. I'm going to start too. On the spaceship, Beiyu remotely heard Yuta's whisper in the room, and he also murmured the same. There were 9 signs on the table: Nami, Marcino, Stussy, Bohankook, Robin, Vivi, Cornish, Garden, Perona. These 9 girls are all sisters who have had a pleasant experience with Beiyu. I didn't see him for a few days and missed them very much. What to do? After all, Beiyu had been out for nearly 10 days before returning to the thermostat family. Although the girls were all happy that Beiyu had returned home, Beiyu still noticed a wisp of unhappiness among the girls. If the girlfriend of an ordinary person is unhappy, the efficiency of coaxing is too low. The best way is to spend money to buy and buy. But this method is useless in the eyes of Beiyu. The girls are now well informed, including Nami. Now do not put the treasure in their eyes, and Beiyu currently has no suitable gifts on his hands. So, Beiyu decided, in the most primitive way. Yes, The method of life continuation. The other girls don't say it first, but these 9 girls can't appease one a day, right? The broccoli was cold. Beiyu sensed the past, and clearly sensed that Nami-Janu was not sleeping at present, and seemed to be waiting for something. After all, they had not seen each other for several days, and they were also thinking about it, but they also knew the thoughts of other girls, so they were embarrassed to take the initiative to come. Or, together. Beiyu had a beautiful picture popping up in his mind, and his subconscious thought so. But the next second, another picture popped up, Nami swinging her fist, Yuan drawing her sword, Perona's gas explosion, and so on. Oh, the Demon King is so miserable. Beiyu immediately gave up. Then how to appease the 9th daughter tonight? One night is not enough. After thinking for a moment, Beiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, there is. It must be appeased tonight, and 9 must all be appeased, and that time is certainly not enough. But since the time is not long enough, the white feather can be extended for a long time. Swastika, time and space alone. To this end, Beiyu had directly solved the slashing knife and manipulated the power of time. Very simple. Adjust the time flow rate in each girl's room to extend the time. The next moment, Hakuba comes to Nami's room and decides to come in the order of pleasure, and Nami is the first to be happy with him. Count you through. Seeing Beiyu appear, Nami looked up proudly, and her eyebrows were full of smiles. After thinking about something, Nami doubted, you won't want to rush, right? Then you better go. It's not interesting. No. I decided to stay with you for more than 8 hours. Beiyu hugged Nami and said very gently. Really fake? Nami was surprised. Now at 10:30 p.m., stay for more than 8 hours. Then they all start to prepare for breakfast. Do the other girls care? Beiyu said seriously. I have never lied to you. Don't ask any more. I miss you very much, Nami. How much do you want to? Nami was touched by shyness. Beiyu said bluntly. 8 hours is enough? If not enough. Don't say it. Nami covered her face. Her face was full of redness, and she saw Beiyu come over and close her eyes. Beiyu smiled softly when he saw this. Moonlight, you retreat. I want to start. Due to the adjustment of the time flow rate, 8 hours after Nami's room, only 1 minute had passed since the outside world. After Nami fell asleep, Hakuba walked out of her room and counted the time. It's only a minute outside. After Beiyu reconfirmed, he gave a crazy thumbs up to the power of time. Followed by, Hakuba came to Marcino's room and saw that she was writing a sailing diary, so he came behind her and hugged her. It's late. Let's rest. Wait until I'm done. The directness of the white feather made Marcino blush, and she was also very happy that the white feather had arrived. Then you write. Anyway, I'm going to stay here for more than 8 hours. Beiyu opened his mouth very casually. Really fake? Marcino reacted in the same way. But Marcino quickly shook her head, very gentle whispered, I am very satisfied to see you. So many days have not come back. You still go? No. Beiyu directly picked up Migrant and walked towards the soft bed in her shyness. Stussy room. Seeing that Stussy was sorting out some documents, Beiyu went straight forward and put the files aside. I'll see it tomorrow. Huh? This is. Stussy smelled 2 familiar smells of perfume that seemed to be. Before she could react, Beiyu picked her up and secretly said inwardly, directly fantasizing about erasing the smell of perfume from his body. Hakuba decided to deal with the shrewd Stussy. Plus 2 hours. Husband. Seeing that Beiyu appeared, Hankook, who was dragging his cheeks and fantasizing about something, immediately pounced on him excitedly. Husband, I miss you so much. I miss you too. Gently stroking Hankook's hair, Beiyu said seriously, words are the thinnest, and I like to give action. Huh? Hankook also wanted to tell his thoughts, but he found himself being picked up, and when he understood, he blushed shyly. This action is not serious. Robin room. Sensing the undisguised footsteps behind him, Robin closed the book with his hand, turned and smiled at Beiyu. I thought I wasn't coming? No, I thought. Let's go to the bed and say. Before Robin could finish speaking, Beiyu carried her to the bed. You start talking. Don't move. Robin looked down at the claw, his face flushed, and whispered, what else can I say if you do this? Then talk about it tomorrow, and let the thoughts melt into action. Vivi, corners, garden, Perona. It wasn't until Beiyu returned to his room again, because of the speed of time, that less than 10 minutes had passed in total. Desperate? No. Beiyu returned to his room and took a deep breath, then shook his head. How can this be considered desperate? I am not tired at all. Recovery fruit yields a total of nearly 80 hours of beautiful experience. Beiyu was not tired at all. Not even a drop of sweat was left. Still in good spirits. But always have to choose one. After all, they are all home. How can they sleep by themselves? Buzz. At this moment, in the white feather room, a spatial vortex appeared, and a tall pink long-haired beauty stepped out. Just right. No need to choose. Are you coming? Yes. Here comes Tina. No, you shouldn't come. Why shouldn't you come? I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it. When Beiyu smiled lightly and hugged Tina, it made Tina suddenly nervous. The memory instantly pulled back to 2 years ago, when she somewhat innocently jumped into the sea with the terrifying Demon King, and that day was also the beginning of her fall into the clutches of the devil. In the past 2 years, she has witnessed too many miracles and learned about the Demon King. The Demon King was bad, and the Demon King was warm, and the corners of Tina's mouth were raised. When she saw Beiyu bow her head, Tina subconsciously said, Tina has just arrived. Is it so direct? Cough, get used to. After Beiyu finished speaking, he bowed his head again. Yes, it is so direct. Well, Tina's eyes widened for a moment, and she slowly closed her eyes. The navy cape she had deliberately changed into fell to the ground. Moonlight retreated again. Chapter 239. Chapter 239. Descendants of the Draco. The concert begins. Great forces from all sides gather. The new era is this future, if it can change everything in this world, if it can change. A beautiful oratorio resounded throughout the music island of Asia, and this was the opening moment of the concert. Look into the eye. The gorgeous and magnificent audience was filled with densely packed people, all from all over the world, listening quietly. The navy, pirates, CP organizations, etc. All sides are in power. The song swept across the island and spread out towards the outside of the island, with birds flying by and fish swimming stopping. This moment, it was as if the whole world was left with only the beautiful singing voice of the world singer. It's so nice. The concert was on the spaceship above, and the women felt the atmosphere below and watched Athena broadcast the screen. At present, it is still only the stage of oratorio, and the accompaniment has not yet been opened, which makes people feel a sense of freedom in their hearts. It sounds really good. Beiyu praised it. However, the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are, and such a beautiful sound is not only the reason for the voice, but also the blessing of the demon fruit ability. The next moment, the accompaniment sounded. When a figure appeared in the middle of the stage, the whole audience boiled. Oh, Yuta, Yuta. Everyone in the audience stood up, waving their hands and shouting, and watched with great excitement. Wow, it's Koji herself. I finally saw her. The little fox Karina also shouted excitedly. The women looked at the two-tone hair of the red and light pink on the left that appeared in the middle of the stage, wearing headphones, wearing a short dress with a red-pink coat. Sweet on the outside and stylish in appearance. Goji, Yuta, 21 years old. 2 years ago, the song appeared all over the world, attracting countless fans because it could make people who suffer feel happy and passionate. Many suffering people who have regained hope in their lives because of Yuta's singing call her the savior. Red-haired adopted daughter, before the age of 9. Adopted daughter of King Gordon of Asia, aged 9 to 21. Eliminate all the things that hinder things and dislike them, and change the world as much as possible. Yuta in the middle of the stage danced charmingly, and the song continued to boil. Music is the magic you trigger. Let me be in a dream. I long for freedom. I can see that the new era is on the other side of the world. The lights are staggered and the effect explodes. At this moment, the atmosphere of the concert reached the peak, so that the people who heard it on the scene were unconsciously immersed in the beautiful singing. What's the name of this song? Corners asked curiously. A new era. Beiyu whispered. Yuta wants to create a new era, using song to make the world free of war and oppression, and everyone happy and peaceful. Wow, what a great dream. The women could not help but admire. Dreams are everyone, and Yuta has given action, and her singing has indeed brought happiness to countless people around the world. But why don't we go to the concert? Perona questioned. Although directly below is the concert site, it is a feeling to sit on the audience stage and participate in the immersive scene. Because here we go. White Feather gestured for Athena to switch shots, moving from the stage screen to the audience and even to all parts of the island. When the screen switches moments, the women were stunned. This is what happened, and why are everyone unconscious? Is it the overlord color? No, the concubine did not feel it. At this moment, all over the island showed a picture of a cold person who was extremely shocked. That is, whether it is the audience or the rest of the island, everyone unconsciously fell into a deep sleep and began to fall on the ground and slept. It's a horrible scene. The silence made the whole island unconscious, and if it was passed out, it would definitely cause shocks all over the world. Now, Holy Land, Pan-Ancient City. The 5 old stars are watching the CP0 modulation, about the live broadcast of the radio concert. CP organized. Many people have entered the. Is this his daughter? After investigation, she completely denies this era, a whole new enemy. The blonde 5 old stars said in a low voice. The trouble is that when people react to her abilities, it is already too late. The 5 old stars remembered the reports about the destruction of Asia more than a decade ago, and the appearance of the Demon King of Song. Especially in the past 2 years, as the Yuta song spread around the world, the special power contained in the song had long attracted their attention. In this concert, the 5 old stars sent the CP organization, as well as the Admiral Action, to take down Yuta. And yes, double generals. If this girl has Fagarin family lineage, she must be solved and the Demon King of Song must be avoided. The bald head of the 5 old stars is fixed. The Fagarin family, one of the Draco families, is closely related to the Don Quixote family and is also one of the few sober factions among the Draco. Decades ago, when the Figrin family travels to the king's territory, they are attacked by the Rocks pirates, who want to kill the Figrin family and cause turmoil in the world. Defeated by Cap plus Roger, 2 Ds, join forces to fight the other D. When the Locks regiment disbands, Roger and Riley find the baby's red hair in the treasure chest and want to give it to Cap to take away. Cap bluntly states that the child can no longer be made into the garbage of a decaying nobleman, so Roger takes the baby with him. Full redhead name, Figrin Shanks. And now the red-haired Shanks is a sea thief with the same nature as the current Doflamingo, who has the blood of the Draco, but does not have the identity of the Draco. Yuta's abilities were too terrifying and out of their control, and they were naturally destroyed. Now, dozens of miles away from Asia, on the surface of the sea, a large number of warships moved. On the main ship, Double Admiral. "Ah, I really didn't expect you to come too." The yellow ape looked back lazily, and the warships in the distance came. "It's weird." Fuji Tiger was also surprised. On the warship that came, at the bow of the ship stood 2 white-haired but extremely burly veterans, warring states. "Kaput poof, ha ha ha." The old man also likes to listen to songs. "Go and see if it's okay, right?" Carp hit the sandby and laughed. Sengoku dismissively, "I didn't expect that the reason you made up was really good." Carp was not embarrassed, still smiling. "Well, the old man is telling the truth. According to the intelligence, Kaido and the redhead are rushing here. You two will be very dangerous. The old man is not a tease." "Keep up." Sengoku sneered and quietly looked at Kaput. The redhead went to Asia, which was currently certain, but Kaido's whereabouts were unknown and had not been found. And Carp didn't have the leisure to worry about the yellow ape and divine tiger, so he was ridiculous. Product. Carp didn't speak, and kept nibbling at the Xianbai in silence, and incidentally reached out and snatched the Xianbai from the hands of the warring states. "Alas, Carp," Sengoku sighed inwardly. "Why Kappa came here?" Sengoku knew very well. Since White Feather took Kaido, the new world has been in turmoil, and many pirates have escaped from this world. However, instead of leaving the new world, Carp's grandson continued to sail in the new world, and occasionally the newspaper news saw the defeat of some second-line pirates, and the bounty was raised one after another. In the era when the Demon King threatened the new world, Cap really did not trust his grandson to continue to sail in the new world, and after investigating the route of the Straw Hat to Asia, Cap immediately could not sit still. And the warring states did not trust Cap alone, so he followed Cap. Outcome: Cap, Sengoku, Rattan Tiger, Yellow Ape, and the 4 naval necklaces converge. The other side. A new ship was sailing at high speed at sea, and it was the red-haired pirates. "Yuta." The redhead looked at it and murmured. "And on the sea surface of Elegia more than a dozen miles away, there is also a ship to see." Oh, I'm finally going to see Goji's concert." Usopp looked around and shouted. "Oh. Climb to the island and you'll see the real singer." Yamaji's whole body excitedly swirled around in place. "What's the excitement, you color cook?" Sauron came and spoke. "That's a song of another dimension." Brook looked forward to. "I really want to see the concert right away. I want to be imprinted in my eyes, although I don't have eyes." "Yo hee hee." Superfan Strange French shouted excitedly. "This is my greatest wish. Hurry up to Asia." Joba took the light stick and cheered. "With the Shemal von Kleet concert? It's funny." Luffy grinned. "It's a dozen miles away again." High above, a small spaceship flew, which was the motto of the Arkansas. Aniru, Doflamingo, Kid and others are on it. Behind it was a small island, floating in the air. Kaido, Golden Lion, Ka, Lingaling and others were all there. "Ha ha 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 ha, so the red-haired boy Overlord color is very special? It seems that it has grown a lot." Hearing Kaya's description, the Golden Lion showed a look of interest. "Oh, how special is the Overlord color?" "There is the ability to hack Laotsu to death by a person." Kaido was not convinced. "Are they all coming?" Above Asia, Beiyu sensed the approaching forces of all sides. The arrival of the Straw Hat is not surprising. After all, several people on the ship are Yuta fans, and the Straw Hat also likes to join in the fun. But when Aniru plus Golden Lion plus Dover plus Kaido, when the 4 will also gather on an island with Straw Hats, Beiyu had a strange expression. In the original trajectory, these 4 people were all defeated generals under the Straw Hat, which can be said to be more miserable than the other. What if they meet? No, to be precise, if Teacher Kai shot it, what would be the result? 5 Gear Luffy in the world? Hopefully, this endless music will reach farther. Yuta's singing continues, and the girls looked at the whole island after the people were unconscious, and looked at each other. "Why is that?" Nami was puzzled and looked at Beiyu. Ming Minu said that Yuta wanted to bring happiness to the people of the world, but why was everyone unconscious? "I didn't expect her to directly activate the ability. Let her adoptive father say it." Red? No, Gordon. When Beiyu raised his hand, the old man on a tall building directly transferred over and landed on the island cloud outside the spaceship. The old man was tall, bald, white-haired, and wearing sunglasses, and it was Yuta's second adoptive father, Gordon. Moreover, it is a good old man. "You, demon." Gordon on the island cloud looked back at the spaceship, and his eyes involuntarily converged on Beiyu. Looking shocked, The Demon King. Lord Demon King. Few people could stay calm in front of White Feather, and Gordon was nervous. They're interested in Yuta's past and abilities, you say. Beiyu said and looked at the women. If you don't understand, just ask. I'll go down and look around. Knowing exactly what Ikuba was going to do, Karina shouted, Idle Lord, you must bring Miss Yuta back. Chapter 240. Chapter 240, Your brother is the Demon King? Exclamation mark. This guy. Looking at the balding white-haired old man standing on the clouds on the island outside the spaceship, Perona muttered. He doesn't look like a good man, like some sort of Frankenstein. Although you can't judge people by their appearance, Perona has some truth in what she said. Hancock, Joan, Yamato and other women had found out before that except for the arriving Navy, CP, and a very small number of people from other forces, they were basically all listening to Yuta singing. Only this King Gordon, whom White Feather called Yuta's second adoptive father, was sneaking around in the corner of a tall building, seemingly planning something. The adopted daughter is loved by so many fans to hold concerts, but Gordon does not have a smile on his face, which is not normal. Don't be nervous, we want to know about Yuta. Robin spoke. Yuta. King Gordon of Asia thought he had just left. Beiyu said emotionally, although it is not clear what Yuta is going to do, please stop the Demon King and don't go near her when Yuta is singing. Do you want to say that Beiyu will also be unconscious? After Nami finished speaking, she couldn't help but remind, Yuta's breath is not strong, and it can't affect Beiyu yet. No, it has nothing to do with strength. Yuta's singing voice is very different. When Gordon said this, he couldn't help but sigh, without understanding and defense. Even if there are more people who are stronger, will be killed by Yuta. What? The women were amazed for a moment. However, the women quickly returned to God, which was not much of a horror. For example, Child Fun Sugar, Ghost Perona, Retrograde Diane. The factory ability of the three girls is also very scary. In the case of not knowing and not being prepared, the same is achieved. It's just not as big as Yuta's range. After all, the singing range is large, and any fruit ability has weaknesses, and there may be nemesis. Hancock frowned. Don't talk about this nonsense, just pointed out. I am Gordon, the king who ruled Asia. Gordon was silent for a few moments and said in a low voice, Asia is the best music country in the world, but one day, overnight, this country disappeared. It was a sea thief. Don't make it up anymore. We all know the truth about Shijaya's destruction. You know what? Gordon was shocked. The truth of Asia's destruction, except for the redhead, should only be known to him as a survivor. Vivi nodded. Yes, we all know what happened before the redhead chose to entrust Yuta to you. Beiyu said to them. And now they are curious about Yuta's 9 years old, and her specific abilities. After the redhead Shanks left, Yuta became depressed. Gordon recalls, every time she was alone, she would always hum an unforgettable song. Her singing voice has a magical power, and I will do my best to cultivate her, and she will definitely become the best singer. Life is simple. She practices singing and singing every day, and she grew up without understanding the outside world, especially the matter of the new generation of pirates. Yuta does not understand, except for the Demon King. It is also because of her sister's attention that she has some understanding. Don't know the outside world? Hasn't he left Asia since he was 9 years old? Thinking of this, Karina couldn't help but say, how did Miss Nauta's song spread around the world? That was 2 years ago. Gordon tells why the song spreads. 2 years ago, Yuta accidentally picked up a brand new phone bug. This phone bug is something special science class SSG that can not only make calls, but also spread images, take pictures, be used as a horn and microphone and so on. Whenever Yuta sings with it, someone from the outside will receive the signal and fall silent in the song. Since that day, Yuta has been able to link videos to people from all over the world every day and tell her dreams. As more and more people like Yuta's singing, and are even considered by extreme fans to be saviors, the satisfaction of chasing dreams has also made Yuta cheerful and smile. And, from that day on, Yuta learned of the cruelty of the sea thief era, and the world suffered from war. Among her fans, there are also too many people who have experienced suffering. Yuta's singing brings happiness to suffering people around the world and rekindles the hope of living. But, Gordon's voice was low. I don't know why, Yuta suddenly changed. When she doesn't sing, she cries bitterly, sad, regrets. It's all that negative emotions. Pick up the special phone worm, sing for people around the world with a smile, put down the phone bug, and Yuta will no longer smile, as if it were two people. Because Yuta picked up another image phone worm and saw the video of Eligia's destruction. The truth makes Yuta collapse and blame herself, but she still has to sing for her fans, and only when she sings for her fans will she temporarily forget the cruel truth. When I don't sing, my mind is full of cruel pictures of truth, and my heart is painful. Until a few months ago, Yuta encountered an extremely large blue whale on the coast, and everyone dared not come near it, and every day he came to listen to Yuta sing, and became Morta's good friend. Gordon recalls, but also more than half a month ago, the whale did not come back. Yuta recognized a sister again, and her smile increased. So, isn't that sister named Esther? Right. The women understood. After the ice blue whale turned into Esther, It went to play with Yuta's ability. I don't know exactly, but now Yuta's emotionally unstable. If out of control, will die a lot of people. Sorry, I really didn't expect you to be a great guy. Perona was sorry for what she had thought before. Gordon, he's always been a good guy. Now, Yuta's singing had stopped, and she fell silent in the middle of the stage. The plan begins. Yuta watched the audience fall into a deep sleep and murmured softly. Can you tell me about it? Suddenly a voice sounded. Yuta's pupils widened a few points, and as soon as she looked back, she saw a familiar and unfamiliar man smiling at her. You are Whitefeather? Yuta didn't know much about the outside world, but Esther was very concerned about Whitefeather and had read several newspapers to recognize it. But she wasn't afraid of anyone. No, are you okay? Seeing that Beiyu was not unconscious, Yuta looked into Beiyu's ear. I don't wear soundproof equipment, so I just came. I didn't expect that you would unleash your abilities in the first place, Beiyu whispered. Originally, Yuta didn't start with the fruit ability. One weakness of Yuta's ability is that she's okay without hearing her songs, but she's able to fix it. This weakness does not exist when Yuta unleashes the demonic movement. Yuta's pupils are wrinkled, because Beiyu appeared in front of her out of thin air, raised his hand and tapped her forehead. Confused Yuta, let me enter your world. Airplanes. In another world, the atmosphere of the concert is still warm. Oh, Yuta. Fans cheered excitedly. Esther waved a sign high up. Sister Yuta, huh? The next moment, Esther was surprised because Yuta flew up. Huge notes dragged Yuta around the concert, waving their hands and saying happily, thank you for coming. I have prepared your favorite food and gifts for each of you. Whoosh! Countless notes flew out of the sky, and under the surprise and shock of everyone, the notes turned into various shifts. Rainbow candy? Esther looked at his favorite candy in his hand and looked at the tens of thousands of people in the audience. Eat, drink, play, use, etc. Everything. Does Sister Yuta still have this ability to create all things? Esther took a bite of the sugar and exclaimed, is it really food? This ability is also too versatile. However, how come she hadn't seen Yuta use it before? The next moment, Esther was stunned, the audience was shocked, and Yuta was even more shocked and incomprehensible. Yuta, is this your world? It's a strange world, but it can't stop me. The sound swept the sky, and a huge hand like a true god completely tore the sky apart, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. Golem, Nightmare King. Everyone looked at the figure covering the sky in horror, and after seeing their faces, many people suddenly trembled. How can that be? Yuta was also exclamation. This is her world. Why Beiyu can come directly in, or in a way that tears away dreams and reality. Superman singing fruit. Being able to lead the consciousness of others into the world controlled by her through singing can be called the world of Yuta. Original trajectory. Yuta's singing pulls all the members of the Straw Hat Regiment plus Roy plus Charlotte family members plus Kirby and other Navy plus Bruno and other CP members plus all the audience plus all the people on the island into the world of Yuta. When the Squirrel and other navies landed on the island, they looked into the eyes, including Luffy, who was already in the top position, and everyone was asleep. All unconscious and asleep, especially when he saw the Straw Hat Ball sleeping. The Weasel was shocked inside. The opportunity to arrest or even kill all the members of the Straw Hat Regiment was at hand, and the Navy finally chose to ignore it. Yes, because a certain protagonist regiment that drew a comic would not allow anyone to move and be unconscious. And the current trajectory. There was no Straw Hat on stage to reveal that Yuta was a red-haired adopted daughter, and there was also Esther watching, and no one was making trouble, so he directly launched the ability. In this fantastic virtual world, Yuta is like an almighty god, who can do anything with notes and songs. Ah! Brother! Suddenly, Esther let out a cheer and flew directly to the white feather. Under everyone's side eyes, the delicate and cute and cold little girl flew towards the Demon King, who quickly became smaller, and opened his hand to hold the girl in his arms, smiling softly. Yuta, is your brother the Demon King? The Demon King is the boyfriend you found for my sister. How naughty. Chapter 241. Chapter 241. This god's natural enemy. Cute and charming villain. Demon King Whitefeather. The whole concert scene was silent for a moment, and the next moment it was chaotic, especially the Navy, CP and pirates, recalling the power that had just covered the sky, and the scalp was numb. Brother. Little Esther cheered in the Whitefeather's arms, and his expression was excited. I have always been Sister Yuta, huh? Little Esther was looking up and talking, noticing the sky that had torn apart before the white feather, and looked toward the crack. She found that the world outside the crack was also a concert, exactly the same, except that the audience there was all asleep. Outside the crack is the real world, and you are now in a virtual world controlled by Yuta. Beiyu whispered to little Esther. Her song has pulled the consciousness of all of you into this world, and the entity is sleeping in the outside world. Just let you in and play for a while, and she'll let you out. Little Esther was in a trance, probably understanding the meaning of the white feather. Sister Yuta's singing made everyone who heard fall asleep, and consciousness entered another world under her control. Such a magical ability. I don't even feel. Esther exclaimed, so I'm asleep too? Yes, you are in the private room. I went to see. Sleeping position is not good. Yikes. Not really. Ests was a little shy. The private room was specially prepared for her by Yuta, and the sleeping position was seen by her brother, but there was all kinds of food there. When my brother saw it, he wouldn't think she was a snack, right? Whoosh! Large sheets of notes flew at lightning speed, filling the crack-filled sky, repairing the cracks in the blink of an eye. A figure stepped on a huge note and flew over to look at the two men. Sister Yuta. Esther turned his head and waved happily. My brother is here. How's it going? Do you want me to introduce? You're so naughty. Yuta smiled and said, she hadn't asked who the Demon King was or who your brother really was. One didn't ask, one didn't say. Yuta was just a little curious that Esther was concerned about the Demon King, and subconsciously ruled out that the Demon King was Esther's brother. She's so cute, how did you get to leave her alone? Yuta looked at Beiayu. It seems that Esther, who is about 10 years old, is out alone, reminding Yuta of her childhood. You're not afraid of me? Beiayu did not answer, but looked at the very calm Yuta. She was not even nervous. Why are you afraid? Yuta said seriously, you are the brother of Esther, and this is the inner world that I control. Although you force yourself in, it's not so easy to get out. Well said. Beiayu praised it and continued, your plan is good, but it's not worth it. You're not me. How do you know it's not worth it? Yuta retorted, and was a little suspicious. You seem to know me very well, and even know my plans? Congratulations on your answer. Then congratulations, stay in this world with me? Ests was full of question marks. How is such an unfolding? In her imagination, the sister will be amazed when she sees her brother that there is such a perfect man in this world, and the brother will admire that there is such a beautiful song in this world that makes him intoxicated. The two should have appreciated each other, and now it feels like they're going to fight. Let's all go back. Beiayu raised his hand slightly. In an instant, Yuta saw that everyone had dissipated and directly turned into streamers and left this world. This shocked Yuta again, unable to comprehend the scene in front of her. The world you control is really good, but what is fake, Beiayu said, instantly came to Yuta's body, and tapped her forehead again. Paying your life for false peace is really not worth buzzing. A burst of light bloomed, enveloping Yuta, who subconsciously dodged but did not dodge, and subconsciously closed his eyes. When the light dissipated, Yuta opened his eyes and found that back in the real world, the audience was full of sleeping people. How did you do it? Yuta was in a trance. It's simple. Beiayu was about to explain, when he saw Yuta prick up his ears, he suddenly chuckled. I think you're too stupid. I'm afraid you can't understand, so I won't say it. You're the fool. Yuta narrowed her eyes. She was not a small bag. The momentum was very strong. Brother and sister Yuta, the smartest people in the world. In the private room not far away, Esther's body flew over and interjected in time, and he was very worried. Sister Yuta, are you okay? Why does my brother say you gave your life? Your brother is joking. Yuta didn't want her to know that. That was before, and Yuta is alright now. Beiayu's words shocked Yuta. She was alright? Yuta dream, to create a new era of peace in which everyone is equal, no longer suffering from war, and full of happiness. Yuta project, bringing everyone's consciousness into the Yuta world with singing at the concert is considered to be entering a dream. Think of two ways to get out. 1. Let Yuta awaken an ancient monster that can connect the two worlds, but the key is that the monster must be defeated from inside and outside the dream. It needs to be combined inside and outside, and it must also be defeated at the same time, which is really difficult. 2. Let Yuta fall asleep. Otherwise you will be trapped in the dream world forever. However, Yuta ate the sleepless mushrooms that could keep people from sleeping. The ultimate plan, to make everyone, including herself, trapped in this dream world forever through suicide. Because people who eat sleepless mushrooms will eventually be poisoned. You sure know. Yuta had a complicated look. And judging from the fact that Beiayu waved everyone out of the dream world, her plan failed. This exceeded expectations, and it was beyond her comprehension, and she was a little confused. So, Yuta's sister will die if she is poisoned, and her brother will be detoxified, right? After Esther returned to God, he immediately said happily, Great, Sister Yuta, you are all right. See, you committed suicide for a false peace that would only end up making us sad. Beiayu said, and couldn't help but say, Infinite moon reading? You're pretty good at playing, and you're really stupid. You call me stupid again. Yuta didn't understand what infinite moon reading was, but Beiayu said twice in a row that she was too stupid. Where she was stupid. Beiayu raised his hand to transfer the basket filled with sleepless mushrooms in the corner. I said that you are stupid because you don't understand the specific role of sleepless mushrooms, so you eat them randomly, which will cause problems. I'm going to end up being poisoned. What's the problem? Yuta counted inwardly. He said it again, 3 times in a row. I was stupid. Sleepless mushrooms in addition to making people no longer sleep, and will be poisoned to death. Beiayu picked up a sleepless mushroom and sniffed it. It still has a spiritual toxin, and the sleepless mushroom will make you completely crazy and lose your mind before it kills you. If you lose your mind, you will make the Demon King of Song reappear, and then destroy the reconstructed era. No, you can't. Yuta shouted subconsciously. After knowing the truth, The accidental release of the Demon King of Song to destroy Asia was the greatest pain in her heart. Cute and charming villain, let me save it. Beiayu's heart was full of emotion. In the original trajectory, people from all sides of the dream world wanted to flee, fighting everywhere, but the outside world was calm until, affected by the sleepless mushroom, Yuta, who has begun to lose his mind, manipulates civilians to attack their redhead pirates. Then, the Navy opened fire. When a civilian fell, Yuta fell completely into madness. Using the demon movement, the terrifying Song Demon King was summoned, and at this point, the dream and the outside world were all chaotic. Eventually, Redhead gave Yuta another psychotropic hypnotha drug, causing Yuta to regain her senses, free everyone, and be taken away by Redhead. But Yuta eats too many sleepless mushrooms and may eventually die. Now you are very confused, and I say that the rest is useless. Beiayu stepped forward. You just need to know that now that your plan has failed, the sleepless mushroom will no longer affect you. In other words, congratulations. Arrested by me. In Yuta's trance, Beiayu took her hand and took out a Heilashi handcuff, which was handcuffed to her hand. Well, Yuta felt a sense of powerlessness and snuggled up to Beiayu. Unstable, Beiayu said casually, to tell the truth, in addition to the singing fruit ability, your strength is really weak. You bastard. Yuta finally couldn't hold back. Don't say I'm stupid, just say that I have poor strength. Do you want to fight? Let go of Ben. Yuta never dry. Sorry, don't let go. Beiayu smiled playfully. You guess you fell into my arms so beautifully and powerlessly. What would I do? What to do? Yuta froze. Esther was surprised and said, brother, are you going to have a baby with sister Yuta? That's great. Beiayu. Where did Esther learn all this? Seeking class. Yuta. Little Esther, you actually. Very good, sister. I remember you. Boom. Suddenly, dazzling thunder appeared in the distant coastal sky. Beiayu sensed the past, looked into the future by the way, and had a strange expression, worthy of being the world's first teacher. Kai. The Straw Hat has to thank you very much. A minute ago. Asia Coast. Arc Proverbs plus the floating island of the Golden Lion, who came here first, because they knew that the redhead was going to land on the island, so Kaido and the others did not chase after it anymore, and directly blocked the coast and other redheads. But the redhead also arrived, and the Straw Hat Regiment, which was originally the closest to Asia, landed on the coast and encountered everyone. No traffic. Kid took a step forward and said coldly, we want this island. If you don't want to die, stay away. It's you. The Straw Hats recognized Kid. After all, they were contemporaries of Supernovae, but they still had to go to the concert. But seeing Kaido and the others in the rear, Usopp and the others wanted to pull Luffy back. The original 4 Emperor Kaido, the original 4th Emperor Charlotte Lingerling, and the legendary pirate Golden Lion are simply frightening. More than a dozen miles away, on the surface of the sea, the red-haired pirate group looked out. Beckman said, Luffy, they actually came. It seems that the situation is not good. To see him? Now is not the time to see him. The redhead shook his head slightly. And, we have to trust Luffy. A dozen miles further back. Carp looked at the shore with a black face. Luffy, this stinky boy, really dare to come here? Red-haired Shanks. You're right, Kaido. They're all there. The Warring States said in a deep voice. Things were suddenly more troublesome. The yellow ape's expression was exaggerated, and he looked at the Kappa Warring States without a trace. Fuji Tiger was silent. Whoops. The New Age pirate Straw Hat Kid with the deepest background. Doflamingo smiled evilly and looked at Anairu, who was eating the apple, and said, if I am not mistaken, he is your natural enemy, and lightning has no effect on him. Yee-aha, what are you talking about to this god? Anairu was dismissive. This god has no natural enemies. God's sanction. Chapter 242. Chapter 242. Rubber Fruit Animal Lineage. 7th Strand Overlord Color. Teacher Kai shot. Boom. The sky thunder exploded. A huge pillar of lightning fell from the sky, shining in the sky, and the pillar of thunder directly attacked Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirate Regiment. Luffy. Anairu suddenly struck. Sauron and the others did not expect. They were still shocked that Kaido and the others were all on the coast, and at this moment the thunder exploded. Lightning? Luffy saw the attack and wanted to dodge, but he could see that it was thunder and lightning, but the instinct of the body told him that you didn't need to dodge. Crackle. The huge thunder pillar drowned Luffy in the anger of Sauron and the others, and then rushed to the sea behind him. Boom. Lightning exploded the sea, and a huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea. Luffy? Looking at Luffy again, Yamaji and the others were immediately relieved, and a little surprised. Luffy was intact, even his hair was not messed up, and indeed he grew a lot. Kid and the others looked different, and they were a little surprised from their expressions. Yee-aha. Seeing that Luffy was okay, Anairu laughed in disbelief. You're hiding fast. What dodge? Luffy wondered what this long-eared monster who was randomly discharging was talking about. Katakuri and the others look wonderful. Does Anairu really not care, or is he lying to himself? Yee-aha. Your pretentious expression of doubt really makes Ben God angry, Anairu said looking up and raised his hand. Back off. Sauron let out a sigh of relief, picked up Joba with one hand, dragged Vonka with the other, and the others retreated. It was the captain's battle, and they would always believe in watching Luffy. 200 million volts Thunder Dragon. Anairu struck again, and the Thunder Light turned into a huge Thunder Dragon, which was hundreds of meters large and mighty. Boom! The Thunder Dragon once again submerged Luffy, cracking the rear coast and rushing into the sea, exploding into a huge wave. Anairu's pupils froze because Luffy was still in place. He even looked back curiously and shouted, a big wave. Could it be that Luffy flew him? Not afraid of lightning? Yamaji opened his mouth in disbelief. This time it was determined that Luffy really did not hide, or even defend. Joba was surprised. I understand. Luffy is a rubber man. Rubber is an insulator, so don't be afraid of thunder. Really fake? Many people present could not understand. What about the high temperature of thunder and lightning? Ignore this, god. When Luffy turned back, Anairu's eyes were sharp, and he instantly came to Luffy's body and grabbed him and attacked. 500 million volts discharge. Extremely dense currents erupted on Luffy's body, and terrifying thunder spilled out, constantly exploding all around. What a strong ray! Sauron and the others couldn't help but be solemn. This kind of lightning is difficult to defend. You must be fully armed to defend, and the intensity of the eye armor color is very high. However, if the armed color is not covered by the whole body and leaves a gap, and the strength of the armed color is not enough, then either the 500 million volt thunderbolt collapsed the armed forces, or the conductive electricity in the gap of the armed forces swept through the whole body. The ringing thunder fruit is really powerful, and it is powerful in all directions, but it is a pity that the ringing thunder has a natural enemy. Are you enough? Drowned by the thunder light, Luffy exploded and punched out. Boo! Anairu was directly thrown out by a punch, and when he flew backwards, his mind was full of words. He is really not afraid of thunder. He was blown away. Joba was shocked. Such a powerful person, why did Luffy punch and fly? Sauron said in a deep voice. He was shocked. I guess he never dreamed. Luffy is not afraid of thunder and lightning, right? Maybe Luffy is. This Thor is the only natural enemy in this world. Yamaji sighed softly. Kid and many other people twitched out of the corner of their eyes. Is there any top guy? Explain to them why. Not afraid of thunder? Okay. So why is Luffy's clothes nothing at all? Was the high temperature of the lightning also directly ignored by Luffy? Just that punch didn't use armed color, so why could it hit Anairu himself? He was in natural department. Predators? Beiyu on a concert stage muttered. Luffy is indeed a natural enemy of Anairu, but rubber is not afraid of thunder and lightning. This is the world setting. There is nothing to say, cannot be understood with some scientific theories. But, even 2 years ago, Anairu was extremely strong and fast, and many lieutenant generals did not want to touch it. In the original trajectory, Luffy, who did not even have a second gear, but wanted to hit it, which was a bit exaggerated. It is considered to be defeated by arrogance. Poof, that little Thor really laughed at the old man. Couple on a warship on the sea in the distance. The tears of laughter at this moment were raging. Sengoku said, I just don't know who is worried. Nervous. Even Xianbai fell to the ground. Hey, who? Kapu doubted his face, saw the Xianbai on the ground, and immediately shouted loudly, good, you're a warring country. You actually wasted food. Old man, I look down on you. Sengoku. The old man is not angry. No, the old man was angry, and the warring states immediately punched and kicked Cap, leaving the yellow ape and the vine tiger speechless. Whoops, I didn't expect to be guess right. Doflamin. Brother looked at Luffy. His rubber is certainly not simple, otherwise the world government would not have looked for a full 800 years. Merely, every time the rubber fruit is found, it is lost due to various accidents. The most recent time, it was CP9 escorting the rubber fruit, but it was snatched away by the red-haired Shanks. What do you say? The Golden Lion frowned slightly. The world government wants his fruit? What's there to find with a piece of broken rubber? Well, that's not the point. Haven't you ever wondered why it was accidentally lost every time? Kaido's eyes lit up. I've heard Burgerpunk say that there is a will in the animal-based demon fruit, and it will find a suitable owner on its own, and the more powerful the animal line, the stronger the will. After 800 years of searching, all of them have been hidden by this fruit, and it just does not fall into the hands of the world government. This is definitely not a coincidence. Why do you say? What do you mean? Many people were stunned. Kaido's words. They all understood the meaning, but everyone is discussing rubber fruits. You're going to say what animal fruits do? Is there any animal called rubber? The simple Ling Ling ate the cake and inquired curiously. What the? Combined with Kaido's words, only a powerful animal system with a strong will can instinctively evade the forces of the world government again and again. And it is definitely not an ordinary species or even an ancient species. It must be the apex of the apex in the Esper species, otherwise it is too small to look at the world government. It can even be said, only those who are stronger than Kaido's Esper species could evade the power of the world government again and again. So, the rubber fruit is not a superhuman lineage, it must be some kind of powerful Esper species. Everyone looked at Luffy in unison, and Sauron, Yamaji, and the others, who understood the words of the crowd, also looked at Luffy in amazement. No way. We live and die together day and night. Luffy, you. Wrong. Luffy wouldn't lie to them and hide them, So he didn't know either. What do you see me doing? Luffy was a little confused. He really didn't understand what Kaido and the others were saying. The rubber fruit was brought by Shanks, although I don't know why Shanks also needed to bring an ordinary fruit to the tavern. Is it still afraid of being robbed or lost on the ship? It is an ordinary Superman, there is no need to pay so much attention to it, right? These were Luffy's thoughts that popped up over the years, and he didn't think much about it anymore. When I was a child, it was only a strange fruit, and when I took a bite, the anxious Shanks shouted, "So funny, boss, this." Jesus Boo on the other ship on the surface of the sea was stunned, and for more than a dozen miles, they heard the coastal conversation very clearly. The redhead said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if the rubber fruit is animal or not, they are very interested in Luffy." Of course, this dilemma is also a rare grind for Luffy now, and we have to trust him. Beckman nodded. Yes, there is no other place in the new world for Luffy to grow again. The crowd bowed their heads, but the redhead had some gloom in his heart, because he felt that there might be an accident, which was an intuition that arose in his heart. Yee-aha, does this god really have a natural enemy? From Luffy's shock of not being afraid of thunder, he returned to the god Aniru, stood up and proudly said, "Thunder and lightning can not only be used to electromon, since you are not afraid of thunder, this god will deal with you in another way." Luffy said bluntly, "Useless, I am not afraid of blows." Yee-aha, you mean that this god can't beat you as a mortal? Aniru's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Ben God plays with you, and you still. Not good. Hearing Aniru's question, Usopp and the others felt bad in their hearts. If nothing else. But since this Thor didn't bother to ask, their captain would definitely say that. And the sea thieves present were stronger than one. It was simply to pull hatred, and they immediately wanted to stop Luffy. But it's late. I'm Munched Luffy, to surpass all of you and become the man of pirate work. Luffy shouted solemnly, "One Piece, I'm sure." An instant silence. Usopp and the others froze in expression, and immediately looked at the Golden Lion and the others, and found that they were all staring sharply at Luffy. Boom. The next instant, 1, 2, a total of 6 Overlord colors burst out in unison, flying towards the road and swept past Kaido, Golden Lion, Katakuri, Doflamingo, Kid, and the curious Lingling. 6 Overlord colors erupted at the same time, which was a rare scene in history, instantly shattering the sky. Boom. Luffy's Overlord color burst out in an instant, and then it was instantly defeated by 6 Overlord colors, and the whole person retreated tens of meters. I want it. Become One Piece. Luffy said word for word. Boom. The Overlord color burst out again. To everyone's surprise, Luffy's Overlord color burst out again was much stronger than before, directly upgraded. This escalates. Teacher Kai, you are really a miracle. Beiyu had already seen this scene, and saw a farther future, and the results were even more amazing. Yuta wondered, what Kai teacher? What did he teach? To be amazed by the Demon King must have been an extremely amazing existence. Beiyu said casually, teaching people to become stronger, according to legend. As long as Teacher Kai makes a move, people with good luck will forcibly continue to upgrade their strength. And this ability, Yuta was stunned, and she couldn't understand it again. This is Yuta's sister's hometown. You can't let them fight here. Guests rushed over with a sigh of relief. Beiyu smiled and squinted at Yuta. Now there are only 2 of us here. Are you afraid? Ben Yuta hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. Yuta's imposing. Inexplicable laughter from Kaido resounded directly throughout the island and the sky. Beiyu sighed. Teacher Kai finally can't resist teaching. On the high-altitude spaceship in the distance, Yamato was amazed. Is this his laughter time? Everyone looked at Kaido, and Kaido shouted, One Piece? Prove it to Lao Tzu. Boom. Chapter 243. Chapter 243. What king are you going to be? Can't die? Kai multi-person is numb. Boom. Looking at the huge Kaido coming, Luffy's body exploded with momentum, like a blood-red flame wrapped around his whole body. Sauron and the others were dignified, and they all did not intervene. This was Luffy's battle. Moreover, the pressure given to them by Kaido is far less than that given by the Demon King, so you can fight. Aniru was a little dark-faced. Just now Luffy faced him and didn't even bother to open the armed color. Now start fighting? Natural enemies are remarkable. Ha 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 ha. Interesting little devil. The Golden Lion held his arms and watched. Kaido, Cap, who was on the surface of the sea in the distance, clenched his fists and stared at Kaido with sharp eyes, with a look of wanting to fight. Sengoku said, Don't worry, the Straw Hat Boy is not weak now. On the other ship, Beckman spat out smoke rings and said, Luffy's current bounty, how much is it? It's currently 1,236 million berry. Jesus clothed out one Jang bounty order. Some time ago, Luffy defeated the Genos pirates. That guy is not simple. Genos? The redhead thought of this second-line sea thief. He had also beaten before he reached the top, and it was really not easy to fight. Fruit of the body, a clone that can divide 100% strength, and can change positions at will between the body and the body. Weakness, double consumption. This fruit seems simple, but depending on who uses it, the siege power has soared. The world only pays attention to the 4 emperors and the famous 7 Marshal Seas. But few people care about the sea thieves on the second line. Only when they are defeated will these people publish a newspaper describing their strength, and by the way, praise the winner. Is there going to be a big fight? The spacecraft did not fly over the coast, still at the concert height, and the women were watching the coast broadcast. Athena scanned the broadcast footage and paused for a moment on the redhead, Carp, Yellow Ape and others. This made the women understand a scuffle even more terrifying than the war at the top is about to begin. Wouldn't you? He was actually interested in a small child. Yamato looks at the picture as Kaido walks toward a small man with black hair, his eyes full of puzzlement. Huh? It's Luffy. Nami glanced at it and recognized. How long has it been? I feel that his momentum is much stronger than when he was in Chambord. But if he wants to fight Kaido, he still has to upgrade completely. Kaido is strong in every way. The results of hitting Kaido's, defeating Kaido, and killing Kaido are simply worlds apart. The one who loses is called a brother. No, call a good brother. If you lose again, you can only call daddy. Ben Yuta can't lose. Beiyu is playing a game with Yuta, because Yuta can't beat White Feather, and he can't say it, so he plays the game. Now, where the coast is. Oh cluck, the momentum is good. Prove it to Laotsu. Kaido held the wolf's tooth stick and flew towards the road without hesitation. This guy. Luffy took a deep breath, and the Kaido who came was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered since he went to sea. Beelzebub doesn't count because the Demon King who had just come out of the sea was also very young. The two had never exchanged hands later, so they were not opponents. Ha, cool. Luffy took a deep breath and bit down on the armed man's left arm, blowing air in and manipulating the muscle balloon. Force top bouncer. Luffy bounced on the ground, slamming into the ground and rushing into the air. Boo. Luffy slammed into the air with a sonic's boom and swooped down toward Kaido, his right hand rapidly enlarging along the way. Rubber Ape King Gun. The huge fist hit Kaido directly in the face, and Kaido did not retreat, but his head was deflected a few points. Boom. The fist wind exploded, directly blasting a huge pit behind Kaido and under his feet, and the dust was thick. Is that all you have? Kaido squinted his eyes to open his mouth. Luffy didn't say a word, and after stepping backwards, he slammed his fists into Kaido's head. Boom. Snort. Kaido's entire body slid back a few meters, still unharmed. Domineering is everything. Your armed color is too weak. Laotsu does not move. Even if you hurt Laotsu, you can't do it. Teacher Kai teaches in detail. The armed color is too weak. Luffy looked solemn. No Fishman Island was found, and when he first entered the New World, the cheap old man suddenly appeared, and under the pressure of the Demon King, handed him a more powerful domineering manual, which was very detailed. The Trickler Domineering is more advanced and the top way to use it is all available. Some time ago, after defeating Genos, Leng Luffy was much stronger. At present, the armed color is released, and the prediction of the future is almost a foot in the door, and the hegemony is somewhat blurry, because I have not seen it. Fighting Kaidos, in addition to trying to prove himself, is also to sharpen and learn these top skills as soon as possible. Rubber. Luffy attacked again, his fists like snakes, constantly turning rapidly in the middle of the road, making people feel the direction. Double big snake cannon. Boo. Kaido raised his mace to block it. Ah, it's a little stronger than just now, but it's still not enough, little devil. Whoosh. The wolf's tooth rod suddenly lifted, shaking its fist open, and with a powerful force, it shook Luffy in the distance. Rubber. Luffy stabilized his body and made another move, his fists like a rain of bullets. Ape King Crow Cannon. Boom boom boom. Luffy's fists swept wildly throughout Kaido's body, and each breath was an attack of hundreds of punches. Lasts for more than a dozen interest rates. Kaido had no defense against resistance. His body kept receding, and his fierce eyes gradually began to get excited. Come on, go on. Luffy let out a sharp roar, and the fist suddenly increased and hit Kaido's head, and the armed color exploded in an instant. Bang bang bang. Rumble. Kaido flew out backwards, smashing the ground all the way and sliding into the pit. What just broke out? Kid said in a somewhat uncertain tone. Boom. Armed color drop skill. Internal destruction. Doflamingo laughed and said, it seems that he knows the principles and learns them under great pressure. Just raise the stick and shake back the fist. Luffy will rise one level. In the game with Yuta, Beiyu once again marveled at Teacher Kai. Of course, Luffy has reached that point and already knows the principle before he upgrades under the pressure of battle plus pressure. Oh cluck, that punch just did a good job. Little shame. Kaido stood up with a smile, but his face was quickly full of indifference. But you only have this degree. It is really too disappointing for Laotsu. Boom. The terror turned into a storm, and Luffy couldn't stop it. The next moment, Kaido was covered in purple and black lightning, looking directly at Luffy with indifference, and the momentum on his body became more and more terrifying. Luffy let out a loud roar and rushed towards Kaido again, biting his arm halfway through and continuing to add air to his muscles, causing his right arm to swell rapidly and become larger. Rubber Ape King Gun. Thunderous Gossip. Kaido lifted the wolf's fangs and flashed at lightning speed as it swung past. It's dead. At this moment, a little girl appeared on a high platform not far from the battlefield out of thin air, looking at Kaido and Luffy with her waist crossed. Boom. Kaido's eyes froze, and the arrow had to be fired on the string, directly exploding. The wolf's tooth rod directly slammed Luffy's fist and smashed it in the face. Do you still dare to fight here? Esther's small face bulged, and he appeared out of thin air behind Luffy's upside-down flight, kicking Luffy back. The next moment, Ests appeared in front of Kaido out of thin air, and Kaido was surprised. Don't destroy Uta's sister's hometown. Fight at sea. Ests once again appeared out of thin air on the right side of Kaido and kicked out. This speed. Kaido's eyes froze, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block, and the contact was instantly stunned. This strength. Boo. In the consternation of everyone, Kaido had just raised his hand when the little girl kicked him out, and flew backwards in the direction of the sea with Luffy. Snap. Ests snapped his fingers, startling the audience again. Click, click. On the outskirts of the Erie coast, the whole sea, where the gaze passes, is instantly completely frozen into an ice field. The ice sheet is extremely wide and thick. Boom boom. Two figures, one large and one small, smashed into the ice field, exploding large pieces of ice. Sizzle. Many people inhaled cool air. They could hardly imagine how the little girl's petite body could explode with such terrifying power. Moreover, the sea is frozen in an instant. It's her. The members of the red-haired pirates turned black when they thought about something. Their ship, when on the food island, was destroyed by the little girl in front of them. And in an instant, that little girl, the strength is exaggerated, the speed is not normal. Cap sensed that Luffy was not dead, saw Sauron and the others running, and said in a deep voice, "In her, I see the shadow of the Demon King." More than 5,000 meters of body compression into a meter of body. The power is of course terrifying. If you only fight for strength, except for some strange and huge creatures, Est said that there is not a single one that can fight. Give me to fight on the ice field. Who dares to fight on the island? Est waved his small fist and disappeared in a turn. Ha ha, what a domineering little girl. The Golden Lion laughed. She was definitely cultivated by the captain. Let's go find the redhead. Whooshka, Lingaling, Dover, Kid, Aniru, and others rushed to the ice field. Cough, that kick is really strong. Kaido stood up from the ice pit and looked at Luffy, who had fallen not far away. I don't know if it's out of indomitable fighting spirit or just bluffing. Kaido glanced at Sauron and the others who had rushed to Luffy, and suddenly saw that even if Luffy passed out, his eyes were still white and his eyes were wide open. Still staring at me. Kaido also stared at Luffy's white eyes, and picked up the wolf's tooth stick and inserted it next to Luffy. What king did you just say you wanted to be? Gremlin. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched. The Straw Hat Boy has passed out, and you still have to put a hand in front of him? Luffy, Yamaji and the others arrive, and Joba immediately rescues and inspects them, while Kaido ignores the little pirates and turns to leave. Step by step, you will find where the red hair is. Luffy, are you awake? Not knowing what Joba injected Luffy with, Luffy woke up quietly. Did I lose? Luffy recalled that just now, he took the large piece of meat handed by Yamaji, ate it quickly, and experienced the new power he had just understood. Just a few hundred meters out of Kaido, Luffy shouted loudly. You're the original 4th Emperor Kaido, right? One Piece, I'm sure, huh? The crowd was amazed, and Kaido turned to look and saw Luffy eating and shouting. When Luffy ate the last bite of meat, he rushed over at great speed, giggling. Are you really not afraid of death? Gremlin. I decided to become One Piece, and I'm going to fight for it, even if I die. Luffy ran and shouted, and halfway into the third gear, Rubber Industrial Fire Pistol, the fusion of the Rubber Elephant Gun and the Rubber Fire Fist, injecting the armed color of internal destruction, burst out from afar. Then you will die. Kaido let out a loud roar, and the Overlord color erupted, wrapped around the wolf's tooth stick. Not good. Seeing the bully, Cap could not sit still. The red hair also subconsciously pressed on the handle of the sword. The Golden Lion and others did not rush to move, and looked at it with interest. Thunderous Gossip. The thunderous gossip wrapped around the Overlord color was stronger than the previous blow. Boom. A roar sounded, and Luffy flew out and smashed into the ice field, but quickly got up from the ice pit, only bleeding from his head and not passing out. This boy. Carp's look was complicated, and unconsciously, some thief had become so strong. Katakuri said in a condensed voice, although he didn't completely dodge. He also dodged part of it, predicting the future. What the? Kid's expression is the most exaggerated, and even wants to scold the mother. Why are you the most beautiful supernova? You're pretty good. For Luffy not to pass out again, Teacher Kai praised it, and Luffy's eyes made him seem to see the shadows of many strong people, but it was not enough. Teacher Kai rushed up to face Luffy and punched Luffy a few times, and after feeling some growth, he suddenly jumped into the air. Descending 3, Inakuro. Kaido, who fell from the sky, was like a mountain pressing down on the top, and the Overlord color winding erupted again, wrapping around the wolf's tooth rod and swooping down. Boom. Luffy was severely injured and passed out again. Now you're so tender. Teacher Kai turned around again. For now, it is more important to have red hair. Luffy, Joba and the others came again. Yamaji said in a low voice, listen to Luffy, this is his belief. Joba accidentally found a medicine that can quickly recover all injuries, but the side effects are not small. But Luffy woke up before saying that if he passed out again, he would continue to use it. The Demon King, Sauron muttered. He knew why Luffy had to fight again, because Luffy wanted to fight and grow. The new world didn't have many opportunities, and the pressure brought by the Demon King was too great. When Kaido stepped out of the nearly 1,000 meters, Luffy came from behind again. My name is Munchie. Luffy is the man who will surpass all of you and become One Piece. The whole place was silent again. This Straw Hat is really not afraid of death, and it is not satisfied after 2 levels of promotion. Little devil. Kaido's face was a little ugly, and if he didn't care about it, he would be happy to fight with Luffy, who was growing very fast. But now is the task. Take down the red hair is the main thing. Interrupt him 3 times and twice, then go to death. Boom. Rumble. 2 tyrannical colors burst out at the same time, and the collision split the sky. King Kong Dysprosium, the world's largest stick, how Kaido wielded a huge stick to attack the past rubber giant rocket launcher. Luffy threw a huge punch, and to Kaido's surprise, he collapsed in the air. Overlord winding. Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this little ghost. Why did it escalate again? The crowd. But you're still going to die. Kaido had a fierce look in his eyes and fought with Luffy. Boom. Kaido versus Luffy. The strongest creature is full of firepower, completely against Luffy to the death. Luffy will just predict the future and dominate. Unfortunately, Kaido is more skilled and powerful. Boomerang gossip. The terrifying big move directly hit Luffy into the deep pit, and Kaido's movement did not stop at all, and continued to attack. Stop. Kappa rushed away with a loud drink, and suddenly threw a terrifying punch from a distance, and the red hair also broke out in the air. If he didn't shoot, Luffy would die. Kaido chose to ignore the hard resistance, and blasted the rushing Sauron and the others away, once again wrapping a blow and falling hard. Junni Longxing Jun. Boom. A terrifying roar sounded, a wide range of ice exploded, and a scene of a big move smashing on Luffy's head that rolled his eyes made Suoxia and the others completely sluggish. Because in perception, Luffy suddenly lost his breath and heartbeat at this moment. Finally dead. Teacher Kai secretly said that although the other party must have grown up to be a good opponent, it was not important. As soon as he turned around, Kaido met the furious Carp who rushed on. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Kaido and Carp wanted to fight, the sudden movement was delayed. This is the sound of war drums. Not only the 2 of them, but the whole audience looked sideways, and Baiu's eyes were very flat. Not dead. This breath. Sensing a rapidly increasing breath, Kaido was numb. Why isn't he dead yet? Captain Demon King, I reported that someone opened the hanging. Chapter 244. Chapter 244. Joey Boy is back. The peak of the 5 gears. Demon King horror. Mutilda. A sea in the new world. A gigantic elephant roared, and its dead eyes suddenly brightened. The Elephant Lord is watching with joy. Brother, did you hear me? Esther flashed and looked at the sullen Yuta in amazement. Huh? What's wrong with Sister Yuta? She lost the game. Baiu sensed the spread and looked at where the Elephant Lord was. So happy? Mutilda. The Elephant Lord was very excited at this moment. I hear you. I really miss it. I heard the sound of the drum of liberation. After 800 years, I finally heard it again. No doubt. He's there. The Elephant Lord looked in the direction of the icefield battlefield on the Iria coast, looked in the direction where Luffy was, and roared with excitement. Joey Boy, come back. Baiu was speechless. He could understand. When he was dressed in front of him, when he read the cartoon, he saw that the Elephant Lord said this. He was very puzzled. The theory of descent was not enough, the theory of fruit was not enough, and then forced to add fatalism. Isn't it okay to be hot-blooded? You have to make a mess of things. Then here's the problem. Pinku's Haku sentence is like nothing. Poi, Nika warriors and the like. What is it for him? Now. Holy Land, Pan-Ancient City. 4-5 old stars discussed. The live broadcast on Niachia's side was interrupted. Everyone was missing, and the yellow ape didn't answer the phone. What the hell is going on? The blonde 5 old stars said in a deep voice, very concerned about whether Yuta's dead or not. And the next moment, suddenly, the only 4 remaining 5 old stars suddenly felt a sense of unhappiness. The 5 old stars glanced at each other, and the bald 5 old stars said in a deep voice, this kind of depressed feeling has never been felt, even 2 years ago. The Demon King broke into the Holy Land. The other 5 old stars nodded. The 5 old stars of the bald head turned their words. The world government has tried to recycle rubber fruits in every era, but for 800 years, it has never fallen into the hands of world governments like me. The long-bearded 5 old stars then said, it's like that demon fruit is deliberately jumping away from us. There is a will in the animal demon fruit, let alone the fruit that bears the name of God. The voice of the curly-haired 5 old stars grew colder and colder the more they spoke. The blonde 5 old stars said in a deep voice, the animal lineage is the human fruit Esper species form, that is, the Nika form. It is said that when the fruit awakens, it will give it more strength and freedom, and I have heard that it is in this world the most foolish ability. Legendary warrior, Nika. His body has the characteristics of rubber itself, can fight at will, can make people smile, also known as Liberation warriors. Thinking of Nika, the mood of the 5 old stars is even less good because Nika is also a Lunarian race, and the Embers are a race, and this race has a blood feud with them. Secondly, 800 years ago Nika freed all slaves and established a huge kingdom that was revered by the world as the sun god. Thinking of this, the long-bearded 5 old stars said, immediately send someone to hunt down the Straw Hat Boy, and also inform the Red Dog. Now, Icefield battlefield. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at Luffy with different looks. Obviously, he was beaten by Kaido and lost his breath, and his heartbeat was gone, according to common sense. Luffy is dead. But now, a burst of war drums sounded, and the crowd realized that it was a heartbeat after perception. The redhead whispered, the time has come, but it's not the time to meet yet. Carp wondered, why do I suddenly feel a sense of strangeness? Kaido, did anyone explain? Why isn't he dead yet? Just when everyone was suspicious, Luffy's body moved. Under the gaze of everyone, Luffy's hand slowly lifted and questioned. What's wrong with me? Why does it feel like you can still stand up? Obviously I lost the fight, but I suddenly became happy. Aha! With a burst of irrepressible laughter, a figure jumped directly into the sky. I want to do everything I want to do. It seems that it can fight for a while. The sound of heartbeats is also very interesting. This is my highest peak. The figure in the sky clenched his fists. This is 5 gears. Whoosh! In the next instant, a huge, overwhelmingly large hand grabbed Kaido's, which was shocking. Kaido was also stunned. Good fellow, not only did he not die, but he also became stronger. Whoops! In Kaido's trance moment, the huge giant hand directly grabbed Kaido, and the powerful wrist force suddenly shook, making him suffer pain. Fake, huh? Is he really a Straw Hat? Kid and the others were stunned. Even if they grabbed Kaido, it still made Kaido's pain unbearable. How much strength did it take? Roar! Kaido roared in anger, and his entire body swelled and transformed into a huge green dragon. But that hand was also getting bigger, wrapping his dragon body like a rope, and Kaido threw his body wildly, which threw the huge figure out. Hot breath. Kaido spat out a long pillar of flames. Hee. The figure flew out backwards and quickly stood up, holding his stomach and laughing continuously. Ah. The crowd. What's so funny? We're embarrassed that you're laughing. Sauron and the others also looked ahead in shock. Is he Luffy? At this moment, Luffy's hair and clothes were white. His hair was like flames. Steam streamers wrapped around his neck and armpits. His eyebrows were bent, and his pupils had changed a lot. 5-gear fruit awakening. Awakening will bring Luffy's body a high level of wrist strength and freedom, and wherever he goes, he can make people smile. It can assimilate the objects it touches into rubber, and it also has the tenacity and resilience of the animal system awakening. But in this state, physical strength is quickly depleted, but it regains strength whenever a heartbeat is heard. Heartbeat, the drum of liberation. Why is Luffy laughing? Joba was a little confused at the moment. Yamagi and the others couldn't help but frown. The rest was no problem, but Luffy was very serious when he fought. And now, Luffy is laughing. Can't stop. This is a battle. Some too much drama. You say that the will contained in the rubber fruit can hide from the world government for 800 years. How strong should it be? On the spaceship, Nami couldn't help but think back to what Bayu said about the Nika fruit and asked, does such a strong will really have no impact on Luffy? Perona also wondered, if you don't say anything else, it's very abnormal to say that his laughter is very abnormal, right? Why? Because the legendary warrior Nika loves to laugh and laughs everywhere he goes. Stussy was unsure. Maybe this is the property of Nika fruit? The bigger the laugh, the stronger the power. Many girls twitched out of the corner of their eyes. Laughter can indeed make many people smile unconsciously, but it is definitely not the so-called laughter all the time. Normal people see a person who has been laughing and taking drugs. How does it feel? Like an artificial demon fruit defeated version of the enhanced version? Vivi asked a question. The women suddenly realized, yes, those who fail to eat the artificial demon fruit and fail to successfully obtain the fruit ability will become warriors who only know how to laugh. But Luffy laughed more thoroughly. I thought you were dead. King Long looked around Luffy. It can assimilate foreign objects into rubber. But this transformation, is it really an animal department? I thought I was dead too. Aha! Luffy laughed as he spoke, holding his stomach and laughing. What are you laughing at? Ahahaha! What a neurosis! The green dragon Kaido was very angry, swooped over, and swallowed Luffy in one bite. Drink. Luffy supported Kaido's dragon teeth with both hands, glanced inside his throat, and rushed in. Golem. Kaido let out a swallowing sound. Soon, the crowd saw a shocking scene, something scurrying around in the belly of the huge green dragon. The next moment, the belly in the middle of the giant green dragon rapidly expanded into a ball, turning the green dragon into a fat dragon. Oh, damn little devil, give Lao Tzu out. Kaido cried out in pain, feeling more painful than giving birth. Don't ask him how he knew. What do you want to do? I'm not rubber. Sensing that the eyeballs were a little uncomfortable, Kaido realized that it was not good. Rubber. 2 hands protruded from the green dragon's eyes and elongated rapidly. The crowd. Why are the eyeballs okay? and can even creatures be assimilated into rubber? Escape balloons. A huge rubber balloon rushed out of Kaido's mouth and rushed into the sky like a deflated balloon. What is this? Suddenly a huge shadow fell, and when everyone looked up, they found that it was 2 legs, and then looked up, they found that it was Luffy himself. Luffy turned into a giant, hundreds of meters larger, and under Kaido's coercion. He directly grabbed the dragon's head with his left hand and the dragon's tail with his right hand, just like an ordinary humanoid snake. Jump rope. Grasping the 2 ends of the green dragon, Luffy used the slender body of the green dragon as a jump rope, constantly jumping around in midair. Whoops! Kaido roared and opened his mouth to spit out a huge pillar of fire. Hot breath. Boom! The huge Luffy directly suffered the heat breath head-on, was bombarded on the spot, and rushed back halfway back. Descending 3, in a Kuro. The green dragon shrank, and Kaido went straight into the strongest human beast form, raising his wolf tooth rod with both hands and smashing it towards Luffy. Boo! Luffy's entire head was blown away, but his neck was still linked to his body, and the huge head slammed directly into the ice field. Death to death! Luffy shouted that his body was also smashed into the ice field. Strange shape. It's almost like a character coming out of a comic strip. Miss Koya was surprised. The women couldn't help but bow their heads, because Luffy's various forms were too outrageous, as if the comic strip characters were very messy. It hurts. Luffy stopped laughing and covered his head on the ground and kept crying out in pain. I have to admit that your performance is wonderful, but you have reached the limit. You can't beat me. Kaido recognizes Luffy's current strength, but he is the strongest creature. Unless he was stunned, maimed or killed, he was definitely not a loser. Who do you say has reached the limit? Aha! Luffy gasped. In the shock of everyone, Luffy's white hair quickly turned black, withdrew from the 5th gear state, was extremely old, and wrinkles were everywhere. Except for that black hair, Luffy now looks like an 80-year-old man, but this look feels very familiar. Carp. Yellow Ape. Warring States was suddenly stunned. Are you 2 relatives? Why is the old Luffy so much like a yellow ape? Yellow ape? Huh? Where's it like that? The old man is very handsome. Luffy. Carp was worried because Luffy now looked older than he was. I'm going to die of exhaustion. Luffy shrugged his neck. The consumption of this move is really too big. You are right. I am going to die. Rest assured to die. Your story will be told by future generations. Kaido held the wolf's tooth stick and walked toward Luffy. Who cares about that kind of thing? No matter who dies, there's only a pile of white bones left. Ha 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 ha. Luffy got up again and entered the 5th gear. It's not over yet. Cluck. You're looking for your own death. Kaido sneered. For this part, do you think I will still be afraid of death? Luffy's momentum soared again. Play. Heartbeat. That's the voice. Although the 5 gears consume extremely fast and greatly, the heartbeat sound is a gas station, and as long as it sounds, it will recover. The drum of liberation, the source of strength. Boo! Kaido smashed it with a stick, directly smashing Luffy's head completely. But, useless. Instant recovery. Wolf's tooth stick strike useless. Whoosh! The rubber hand was like a rope, swinging around, directly to Kaido's head, instantly piercing Kaido's head. A hand through the head. Boo! Kaido suddenly felt a headache and suddenly fell to the ground. When he raised his hand and touched his head, he found that there was no wound. The crowd was astonished. What is the situation? I really miss it, this heartbeat, Joey boy. Beiyu frowned, and he heard the roar of the Elephant Lord again, and kept on. It's like you're there, and it makes me feel excited. I had to feel like I was feeling destiny with excitement. The Elephant Lord continued to look in the direction where Luffy was on the ice field battlefield. I can't help but look forward to him. Joey Bo, shut up. A cold drink sounded. The cold sound began to explode from Iridia, rapidly spreading the ice field battlefield and spreading in a very far direction. Suddenly, the battlefield froze. Luffy's movements stagnated, and his heartbeat was also sudden, making him feel an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Captain's voice. The Demon King is here. What happened to Beiyu? The Golden Lion, Kaido and others exclaimed. Sengoku, Redhead, Sauron and others were horrified. Nami and other women were surprised. Scare me. Yuta exhaled, and the white feather made a sound too suddenly. Yuta quickly fell into a small entanglement. The game was all lost. Really want to call Beiyu a good brother or father? The little cotton jacket of Esther leaned over and said very concernedly, Brother, what's wrong with you? Unwell? I'm okay. Beiyu looked into the distance and said plainly, What Joey boy, a loser buried in history, don't come out to brush up on the sense of existence. The old times are over. This is my time. Rumble. The sound of the white feathers shattered the sky along with the momentum, and the terrifying momentum instantly swept away the ice field battlefield. Everyone felt palpitations. A figure appeared out of thin air, soaring into the sky, and when it sat down, a magnificent throne appeared. Kneel down. Boom boom boom. The arriving warships and pirate ships collapsed one after another, and Sengoku, Carp, Redhead, Beckman, Luffy and others all felt a sense of oppression in their souls. The momentum of the Great Terror crushed them all to the ground and made them sweat profusely. Beelzebub. White Feather. Chapter 245. Chapter 245. Straw Hat Determination. Domineering is everything. Double Admiral Backstab. Oh, oh, oh. Captain Eternal Immortality. The scene fell silent for a moment, and the Golden Lion, Dover, Kid, Aniru, Kaido, etc. shouted uncontrollably. I was shocked and excited. The figure sitting on the magnificent throne of heaven in the sky made them feel as if they saw a true god who overlooked and overpowered the whole world, unrivaled. At this moment, Kaido and the others inexplicably felt that all the cells were cheering, excited to follow Beiyu. The throne of heaven? Ugh, that's handsome. In the distance, Nami, Hancock, Robin, Hyde, White Star, Yamato and other women on the high-altitude spaceship were also cheering. The white feathers on the throne of heaven were more mysterious than the galaxy in their eyes at the moment, more dazzling than everything else, and the hearts of the people were really full in an instant. Is this him? On the high stage of the concert, Yuta looked at the majestic white feathers on the high-altitude throne on the coast, and his heart shook. Just now, she still has a very uncontrolled look, always changing the law and trying to bully her bad man image, and in the blink of an eye, it has become a great existence that she can't help but admire. The change was too great. Which one was the real him? And Yuta couldn't help but want to know more about this Demon King. Sister Yuta, isn't my brother different? Sister Yuta, then you will be my brother's girlfriend from now on. No. Yuta was still in a trance, subconsciously nodding her head and looking back at the smiling Esther. Why are you like this? Stay away from Beiyu. In the future, you will be damaged by him. No, I'll never leave my brother, and so will Sister Yuta. Est smiled sweetly. Yuta was abruptly silent. In her world, there has never been forever, only all kinds of transiences. Demon King Carp and Sengoku are horrified. At the moment of kneeling, there was an indescribable feeling of powerlessness in my heart. At this moment, it felt like the redhead was forcing those lieutenant generals to kneel with the overlord color, which was an absolute gap in the level, and there was no room for resistance at all. But what shocked Carp and the Warring States the most was that the Demon King unleashed not the overlord color but the great terror of pure spiritual physique. And it did not make anyone unconscious, and all woke up to see that they were on their knees to bear this terrible pressure. What a gap! Both of them saw the Demon King himself for the fourth time, and each time it was different. The first, the war on top; the second, the world government conscription; the third time to rob Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit Giant. Why are they okay? Although shocked, the Warring States tried their best to keep himself calm, and was shocked to find that the yellow ape-vine tiger was fine. The two stood well, but the expressions were very wonderful, so that the Warring States did not understand, and at the same time did not think much, just thinking about how to get up and leave. Good terrible Demon King. Redhead, Beckman, Jesus Boo and others struggled to stand up, but they couldn't stand up at all, so they could only kneel. Just kneeling like this, I also felt the pressure of terror, and I couldn't help but shiver. How can he be so strong? The redhead could not understand that no matter how strong a person was, there should be an upper limit, and this momentum completely broke his cognition. The first time I saw the Demon King was at the top at the end of the war, ignoring him. And this time, the redhead suddenly felt that it was better to ignore it, at least not to kneel so weakly and humiliatingly. He's not human, no. He's not in the same dimension as we're long gone. Sauron was very calm inside, and since his memory suddenly revivid, remembering that it was the Demon King who had taken Kina, he realized. A person who can cross time and go to the past at will, and who can go to the future even more. Is he really still a person? Such existence, no matter how powerful, he can accept. It's just Luffy. At the thought of Luffy, Sauron was a little worried, because he knew that Luffy, who had been on the ship except to eat and sleep, would work as hard as he did when he re-entered the sea, because the Demon King was his target and the strongest competitor of the Straw Hat Regiment. Also from the East China Sea. Be a pirate in the same year. But the Demon King reached the top as quickly as possible, and continued to expand his power, and now he was about to unify the New World, which was too terrifying. Now the Demon King's people are to take down the Red-Haired Pirate Regiment. If they are taken, where should the Straw Hat Regiment go? If you leave the New World, then Luffy's dream is over, and Luffy will certainly not give up. White Feather. Under the huge oppressive force, Luffy still wanted to say something, and suddenly the fifth gear withdrew and gasped continuously. So tired, I feel like I'm going to die again. Luffy turned into an old man with black hair but a wrinkled face. To recover, you have to hear the heartbeat of the liberation drum again. Are you going to the limit so quickly? Gremlin. Even if it recovers quickly, after all, it is only by the fruit. Kaido also withdrew from the human beast form, carrying the wolf's tooth stick. It is impossible to conquer the world by relying on fruit ability alone. Listen to Lao Tzu like Rodia, who is not an able person but can break through the heavens in this world. Only domineering. Above all else. The crowd was speechless. Teacher Kai is teaching again. This Straw Hat boy has been promoted many levels by you and want to upgrade him again? Remember the battle you just fought? Teacher Kai's first baton, playing armed color, internal destruction. Teacher Kai's second stick, playing a see and hear color, Foreknowledge the future. Teacher Kai's third stick, playing the Overlord color winding, air strike. The fourth stick, simply shattering the world view, can also be killed and the fruit can be awakened, directly developing the most nonsensical 5 gears. At that time, everyone still didn't understand what Captain Demon King had said before about what Teacher Kai meant, and now they all understood. Kid, Aniru, Alki and others recalled Riley's teachings in the past 2 years, and at this moment they were very emotional. Old Ray, you don't deserve to give Teacher Kai shoes. Riley, I served. Well said, but not all right. Beiyu was non-committal in his heart. The original trajectory, domineering, Straw Hat is not as good as Kaido, which is normal. After all, Kaido has been immersed for decades. But the awakened light gum fruit can make up for it, even overtaking in curves. Original trajectory battle result. In fact, Kaido was not defeated, because Kaido was not unconscious, 2 was not crippled, and 3 was not dead, but just fell to the ground with the body of a green dragon, and then fell into the volcano and disappeared. Kaido's strongest is resilience and vitality, which can recover quickly. And a certain comic, in order to speed up the process, did not give the strongest creatures a chance to express a hasty ending. But the end of the comic is indeed too sloppy, so what if it is really a shopping spree? Fight to the death, who wins? Beiyu had the answer in his heart. The top fruit ability can really upset the balance, and give Carp a childlike fruit, which is terrifying. White Feather's momentum retracted. In an instant, everyone had a feeling of the rest of their lives, and they all gasped and adjusted their breathing. Why, exactly? After the White Feather momentum was oppressed, the warring states inadvertently looked at the yellow ape and the vine tiger that were still standing. Why the Demon King ignored the 2 of them, the question was serious. White Feather, Straw Hat suddenly shouted, making Usopp and the others a thrill. Don't. The Demon King had already gathered his momentum, and it was important for everyone to hurry up and escape. Luffy, the red hair that is still more than a dozen miles away, and the Carp who is hundreds of meters away, are all frozen. What to do? Whistle, is this an indomitable fighting spirit or a bluff? He wouldn't want to fight with the captain, right? Doflamingo said and shook his head. There should be no such stupid person. A fool can't be a captain. What if he's really that stupid? In Kid's eyes, the Straw Hat Kid is a guy with a tendon. Katakuri said calmly, if you know that you are invincible but prefer to fight, it can only be said that he is not suitable to be a captain, because this will kill the crew. And these crew members are still alive and well, which shows that he is not a random home. Is this true? Many people always feel that something is wrong. This time should shut up, honestly Neil, right? These don't matter. Beiyu had no ripples in his heart. Just like the Lord has been roaring, keeping shouting that Joey Boy has made him feel bad about the loser buried in history, and he has to come out to brush the sense of existence. Like the king of the world, do you still want to have a return of the king? The new world has come to an end, and the world control has entered the countdown, and the use of this world is White Feathers. The era of White Feathers, the world of White Feathers, does not need any Joey Boy, and does not need people who are not in control. My fruit has awakened, and the 5th gear is my highest peak. Under the gaze of everyone, Luffy spoke very seriously. I can't think of any other way to increase my strength again. There is no time. Such rare serious. Luffy made Sauron and the others silent. You'll soon unify the new world, and if I do nothing, I'll have to wait for you to become One Piece and my dreams to shatter. Luffy looked up with difficulty and looked at the White Feather on the throne of heaven. If I give up, I will regret it. Everybody understands. Now Luffy is extremely rational. There is no nonsense, but he can't watch his dreams shatter. The Demon King will soon unify the new world, and there will be no room for other sea thieves to live, with only 3 options. 1. Fleeing. 2. Surrender to the Demon King. 3. One word, die. Straw Hat does not want to leave the new world. Surrender is to give up the dream of becoming One Piece, and then there is only one last choice. Sauron, Sanji, Brook, Joba, Usopp, French, Von Cly. Luffy read the name. The last captain ordered, I ordered you to get out of here. Sorry, I can't accompany everyone on the voyage anymore, and I decided, now, disband the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, everyone looked sideways. The Golden Lion hugged his arms and said, are you determined to die? Don't want to disband each thief group directly with your partners. The Redhead was silent, and during the time when the Demon King's power was gradually expanding, he had thought that there would be such a day. Just didn't expect it to be so fast. Luffy is now under far more pressure than the former Captain Roger faced the Locks pirates. Captain Roger chose to join forces with the Navy to relieve the pressure, but Luffy could not do it, and would never do so. Luffy, don't shut me up. Usopp trembled and wanted to say something, and Sauron was extremely serious. Even if this guy is stupid, he is the captain after all, and it is better not to let him be a partner at a critical moment. But nothing, the pirates have disbanded. We are no longer partners, you all go. Sauron looked sharply at Yamaji, who wanted to say something. You hurry up, I don't want to see you again. Good. Yamaji looked deeply at Sauron, gritted his teeth and lifted Joba, dragging Brook decisively to lead the crowd away. The crowd ignored it, and a few small C's shouted that it was not worth their attention. Sauron, you, not even a captain can protect him, what ambition is there to talk about? Sauron interrupted Luffy's words and said firmly, I don't care what people in this world say about me, I just want to do things according to my beliefs, never regret it, no matter now or in the future. Is there anything you're not satisfied with now? One Piece. Nothing. Luffy smiled brightly, looked up at Beiyu and shouted, I am Munch D. Luffy, the man who wants to surpass you and become One Piece. One Piece, I'm sure. Is that sentence again? Kaido and the others looked different, but they also had to admire the courage of the Straw Hat and never laugh at other people's dreams, so everyone did not open their mouths. Captain Beckman and the others looked at Shanks, and Shanks's voice was low, this is Luffy's own choice. Carp. Sengoku pressed Capuche to death. From the first day he went to sea, you've thought about this result. Even if he was saved, he would regret it for the rest of his life. That's better than dying. Capu clenched his fists and thought about countermeasures, and it was definitely not okay to be hard. What should he do? 5 gears. With the heartbeat of the drum of liberation, Luffy once again entered the 5th gear, and the momentum reached the peak. Ghost gas. A not weak momentum rose from Sauron's body, and there was lightning rushing around him, and Sauron drew his sword. Thunderous gossip. Super strike twist. Just as the two were about to strike, Kaido and Doflamingo killed Luffy and Sauron respectively. Boom. The two people who flew out backwards in the roar got up and were both angry. Mouth and mouth Buddha, what gave you the illusion that the captain would shoot? Doflamingo sneered. You don't deserve the captain yet. Kaido spoke of the cold reality. How come? Luffy and Sauron were stunned, and then they remembered that since Vivi appeared, the Demon King had not spoken until now. It's all about them talking about shaking. Are they ignored again? Last time in Chambord, the Demon King did not show up, and then appeared with a huge mermaid, also ignored them, raised his hand to kill 2 CP0s and left. You're too slow. Beiyu said the first words. Don't let anyone go, everyone should shoot, it should be momentous. Yes, Captain. When the people under the Demon King shouted in unison, the Navy pirates were shocked and looked at this scene in disbelief. How could such a thing happen? Carp narrowed his eyes. Sengoku Hikaru. Because the General Huang Yipe and the General Fuji who also shouted the captain. How is this possible? Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Siege of the Red-Haired Pirate Regiment. The strongest Lolita. Old times Wang Zi. It's amazing. Not to mention the Navy, even the Red-Haired Pirate Regiment is all shocked. The two admirals directly called the Demon King the captain, which was putting the bloody and cruel facts in front of the Navy, and these two generals were the subordinates of the Demon King. Think of it. The red hair was also unbelievable. The two generals were all Demon Kings, so how many other lieutenant generals? The 5 old stars knew that they had to vomit blood. No. The red dog must not go crazy. Green Bull, a smile. Borusalino, I'm dead. Is the Demon King's target really One Piece? Luffy is also in a trance, and the power is too strong. Giggling, you still think the captain's target is One Piece? Kaido punched out and shouted, why do you think the captain ignored you? Because your dream is only One Piece, and the captain is no longer a level. You are not qualified. One Piece? These 5 words were simply trampled on for One Piece, much more ferocious than the 4 emperors. Borusalino. Carp burst into rage. Fuji Tiger is a newcomer to the Navy, Kuzan and Zephyr have long since quit the Navy, but Huang Yipe is currently a Navy admiral, carrying responsibilities on his shoulders. How can he betray? Mr. Carp, you're so old, don't get mad at your body. The Yellow Ape didn't explain anything, and Kuzan was all crippled by him and had long been used to it. And it has reached this point, and there is nothing to explain. Since the captain gave the order, and just watched from the throne of heaven, the Yellow Ape did not have any nonsense and directly shot 8 feet Kyangyu Jade. The Yellow Ape came to the sky, his hands photonized, and attacked the red-haired pirate group, swinging a large piece of pearlescent bullets. Boom! The red hair drew his knife, and the red light flashed, directly bouncing off the incoming light bullet and exploding on the surrounding ice field. The next moment, the red hair jumped violently, came to the sky with great speed, and directly swung their knife to slash, once again bouncing off the light bullet fired by the Yellow Ape. Whoosh! The Yellow Ape elementalized into photons and came to a red-haired crewman. SHHH. When the Yellow Ape raised his foot and photonized to kick out, a long knife was placed on the Yellow Ape's neck, which was red hair. I just want to tell you that you're the Navy, then go and solve the Navy, and our opponent is the pirates, the redhead said with a knife in a very serious manner. The Yellow Ape raised his hands and exaggerated his expression. Use the Overlord color to control the breath to suddenly kill, and your speed is really terrible. The redhead is best at 3 things, swordplay plus Overlord color plus speed. The most prominent is the Overlord color, and the red hair Overlord color is very special. Overlord color: see and hear, kill, be able to control your own breath, affect the perception of sight and smell, and even influence the enemy's prediction of the future. But why should I listen to you? The Yellow Ape looked solemn, and the raised photon-like foot was kicked out early. Boom! The red-haired knife collided with the Yellow Ape's foot, directly exploding and roaring. Chopper. Just as the redhead was ready to continue shooting, he suddenly sensed a crisis and thought of a quick dodge that he didn't want to do. Boom. A huge golden slash slashed across the ice field, directly splitting a huge crack that spanned 10 miles. However, the ice of Ists is extremely thick and wide, and it can be completely turned into a battlefield. Golden Lion. The red hair is slightly condensed. The current Golden Lion is not a half-crippled old man, but a yellow peak Golden Lion more than 20 years ago, which is the same as Roger and Whitebeard. Like Whitebeard, he was also a cadre of the Locks Pirate Regiment. Ha 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 ha, the little ghost on Roger's boat, you have grown a lot. The Golden Lion held a knife in both hands and floated in the air, smoking a cigar and laughing. Roger picked you up from the garbage heap and raised you, and let Lao Tzu see how much you learned from him. Master Yasho ice roll. The Golden Lion touched the ice field, and at this moment, he raised his hand to manipulate the large-scale ice cubes that turned into huge ice cubes that were more than 100 meters long and suddenly attacked the past. It wasn't found in the garbage heap, it was in the treasure chest, the redhead retorted, noticing the Golden Lion's disdain, and understood that the lion was deliberate. Chop. The redhead slashed and directly cut all the ice lions completely, but the next moment, all the water masters regrouped. This gives redheads a bit of a headache. The number is large, the range is large, and the chopping is immediately gathered and continuous. So there is no point in attacking these ice lions, and it is also tricky to fight the Golden Lion himself. Because the Golden Lion can fly, and it is free to fly, so he is extremely good at air combat, and those long-range attacks are difficult to hurt the Golden Lion. Then fight. The redhead all glanced at the battlefield, and also looked at the white feathers on the throne of heaven, and suddenly jumped into the air. That's you. The yellow ape glanced at the fat man who was nibbling on the chicken leg of the redhead pirate group. Rocky Road, Chef. Fighting mode, domineering plus human flesh bowling ball, like a meat bomb chariot. I heard Xiao Ka say, you are the smartest man on the pirate side? Ling Ling came to Beckman and simply asked, do you have a way to solve today's dilemma? In the face of absolute strength, any scheme is very pale. Beckman spoke calmly. Even if they did defeat these enemies, they still couldn't cross the absolute heavenly graben that belonged to the Demon King in the sky. Oh, the fire in heaven. Ling Ling nodded and threw Prometheus directly over. Crush. Beckman raised his hand and fired. The strength is comparable to that of the redhead, good at gunplay plus domineering, is the strongest man in the redhead pirate regiment armed color domineering. Crush. On the other side, Jesus shot. Sniper, title, chaser, extremely proficient in gun skills, 100 shots, and the strongest man in the redhead pirate regiment. Click. When the bullet is close to the category, it directly turns into powder. Crush the fruit. Really dangerous ability, melee nemesis. Jesus recalled that crushing fruit can crush all things, and shattering it is a characteristic of ability, so it will shatter like a great knife that touches the supreme speed. I heard you're very good at seeing, Category said calmly. It's okay. Jesus' eyes shone brightly. As the first crew member of the Redhead, he did not drag his feet, and he was also the third largest member of the Redhead pirate regiment. Nice opponent. Category rushed away, smashing the incoming bullets all the way and slamming into Jesus. Boom. The large-scale atmosphere shattered, the scene was extremely frightening, and Jesus quickly pulled away from the distance to attack. 300 million volts Thunder Dragon. Aniru blasted out the Lightning Dragon. Boom. Benk Pench, along with Monkey Majda, join forces to crush the Thunder Dragon. Although Maustu is a monkey, he is also a redhead pirate leader, and Pench is a musician group. One person and one monkey have an incomparably tacit understanding, usually a cleanup of miscellaneous soldiers, a charge, and work together to amplify the move to crush the enemy. Magnetic Spike Cone Sharp Gun. Kid fires various weapons with magnets, and attaches armed colors at extremely high speeds. Click, click, click. The ship docked Dodge, holding a wooden stick colliding with the incoming weapon. To Kid's consternation, the weapon all disintegrated. Although Dodge is a ship doctor, he is also a master of weapons, and is extremely good at breaking down all kinds of weapons and destroying them. Toot. The vice captain of the UFAN team, Urki, flew out backwards and quickly got up, because his ability swelled and his strength soared. Hurt stronger? Combatant Kim Jones's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was also good at airwalking with a weapon wrapped around electricity in his hand. Electromagnetic spikes. The electromagnetic era came from the side and rushed towards Kim Jones. A vice captain, a seat officer, really looked up to me. Roaring angrily, Gabu looked at the Apu and Pika of the Niban team in front of him, and directly opened his mouth, condensing a piercing eye wave like a laser cannon in his mouth. Special talent or ability. Apu wanted to see so much, and raised his hand to turn into a musical instrument into a pronunciation wave attack. The Pika also became bigger and smashed away. In addition to the Redhead, Beckman, and Jesus Boo, the members of the two teams also besieged the past. The vice-captains and officers of the other two teams led the team to besiege the Straw Hat Regiment. Laugh. Why? Watching the Vine Tiger rush towards the Redhead pirate group, Sengoku shouted. Fuji Tiger paused and said in a deep voice, before I was a little confused, But now the world situation is very clear. The new world is about to be unified, the revolutionary army will surrender, the navy will fall, and only the Holy Land will be left, which is the best opportunity to attack the Holy Land in 800 years. Whether it's the navy or the pirates, only the Draco must be killed. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fuji Tiger drew his sword and attacked the past. Bendix Sneak, Navigator, adept at kicking and two-stroke flow. The best chance? The Warring States murmured. This is indeed the best opportunity. The Demon King's power is too strong. If anyone knows the evil of the Draco the most, it must be the top brass of the navy. People who have never been to the Holy Land can't imagine how prosperous it is, and how dark it is under the shadow of prosperity. The revolutionary army surrendered. Carp was stunned. Such a big thing. The navy has not received news, and it is not even clear when it will happen. Warring States, move your brain quickly. What should you do? Carp now felt that his brain was about to explode. The world is about to go to war, and there's nothing I can do. Warring States looked at the battlefield. The Demon King said that no one should be spared, not only the Red-Haired Regiment, but also the Straw Hat Regiment, but all of us. And now they haven't shot at us, and the end is already doomed. Cap was silent. Only 1/3 of the Demon King's demons arrived, and it was very troublesome to take down the three forces at once, and there were not enough troops. Golden Lion plus Lingaling plus Kite plus Yellow Ape plus Vine Tiger plus Annie Road plus Kid plus Double Team 4 members versus Redhead Elite Group. Kaido plus Doflamingo plus Double Team Vice Captain led the team versus Straw Hat Regiment. For now, Kaido and the others' strategy was to take 2 pirate regiments before laying siege to the navy. We can't wait to die, let's shoot. Carp opened his mouth in a deep voice. Good. Sengoku took a deep breath, and also subconsciously glanced at the sky, and when he looked at the eyes of Beiyu, his heart was shocked. Not good. Seeing that Beiyu suddenly raised his hand, the Warring States felt that the hair was exploding, and Kapu was also on guard after looking up and seeing it. But Beiyu did not shoot, and after raising his hand and falling, an extremely delicate and cute little girl appeared in his arms. Brother Tilda, Asts took a moment, and after feeling the familiar warm embrace, he suddenly made a crisp and sweet sound. Beiyu whispered, I haven't seen you shoot at full strength. Go, block the 2 of them, and when someone frees up your hand, you will go and play with it again. Just blocking? Esther clenched his small fist and said, or I'll help my brother take them down. But it's very strong. All right. Beiyu suddenly ignored a problem, that is, her strength. Tricolor domineering, because of the physique, armed color directly to the top, rampage in the sea for 2 years to receive a lot of little brothers. Overlord color is currently advanced, see and smell color intermediate. In terms of speed, teleportation, capacity-wise, resilience, these 3 kinds are given by Beiyu, and the domineering chi needs to be cultivated, and the ability to synchronize Beiyu 2 years ago was redeveloped. In terms of strength, the body of more than 5,000 meters was condensed, far exceeding everyone. There are also natural water masters plus Esper species natural elves. So, what's the strongest time doing right now is a little before the celebration? With such a calculation, Beiyu suddenly understood that Esther was really strong. If nothing else, recovery plus teleportation, and then use the terrifying power that far exceeds everyone to wrap around the top armed color. It is like punching a child. Go, Gayu. Brother, I went. Esther smiled, disappeared out of thin air, and the next moment came to Carp and Sengoku, suddenly called. It's her. Carp and Sengoku looked slightly condensed, before the foot end of the flight Kaido and the speed of the backwards of the Luffy, but it was very amazing. Is it him? Beiyu looked into the distance. At the edge of the ice sheet, 2 pirate ships are coming and confronting each other. On one side, the world's strongest lucky possessor of color domineering, Bucky. One side, the sea shouts Wangxia. He was also a member of the former Locks Pirate Regiment, Wang Zi. In the era of the 3 legends and the era of the 4 emperors, Wang Zi did not keep up with the pace and became the second-line sea thief in the New World. After occupying Hive Island, originally, the Blackbeard pirates snatched Hive Island from Wang Zi, and the Navy Kirby also mixed it in. A brave dog who is not weak. Chapter 247. Chapter 247. The Warring States defeat. Anti-Demon King Alliance. Fist of the End. Edge of the ice sheet. The 2 pirate groups confronted each other. Lao Tzu didn't pay attention to you along the way, but you followed you all the way. Wang Zi looked at the pirate ship in front of him coldly. Do you want to die so much? The little ghost on Roger's boat Tilda. Ha 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 ha, did you hear me? He still wants to kill me. Bucky sat in his chair and laughed, and soon his face darkened. You deserve to kill me if you were eliminated by the Times? Say where John's treasure is. John, Silverax, and Wang Zi were all formerly affiliated with the Locks Pirates. After the collapse of the Locks Pirates, the whereabouts of the money accumulated by a large number of pirates are unknown, and Bucky suspects that it is with John and has been searching for it. Years ago, John tried to swallow the treasure alone, was killed by his own men, and was resurrected by Moriah to become a zombie. Silverax, the 2 of them were famous after the Locks era, especially Wang Zi. Although there is no legend mixed, the second-line pirates are also very happy. Occupy the Hive Island, live a life of robbing the house and eating black. The little life is very moist, and it has lived until now. It wasn't until Blackbeard snatched away the Hive Island that Wang Zi set sail again. John, that waste is long dead. Wang Zi stared at Bucky coldly. No, you are not here for the treasure. Was it discovered? Bucky stood up and said seriously, the captain is about to unify the new world, and it is also a scourge for a sea thief like you to stay. I'm here to kill you. Meritorious service for Captain Demon King. Old antique pirates like Wang Zi have lived to a new era, so there are really many sea thieves in the second and third lines under the four emperors. The Demon King was under pressure. There are sea thieves who have escaped from the New World, and there are also sea thieves who have united in their hearts, the Anti-Demon King Alliance. Behind the Anti-Demon King Alliance, there is also the shadow of the world government, promising to destroy the Demon King in one fell swoop and divide the New World. While few pirates believe in world governments, most pirates are greedy, conceited and ambitious. Blackbeard was one of the members, but before he could unleash his ambitions, he was beaten up and taken away by the Demon King. Captain, you are the Demon King's man. Wang Zi said dismissively, Little Seven Marshal sees, what is your background? But do you have the strength? Where did your crap come from? Looking down on Uncle Ben. It's just a lost dog that Blackbeard drove out of the territory. Bucky scolded. You're looking for death. Hearing the name Blackbeard, Wang Zi angrily wanted to kill people. He had a good life on Hive Island, but he was driven out of the territory by Blackbeard, a junior, which was a shame. The original trajectory was mixed with Navy Kirby and others, but the current trajectory is not. After leaving Hive Island, Wang Zi is adrift on the sea, and joins the Anti-Demon King Alliance, mainly because he wants to yin a Blackbeard who is also a member of the Alliance, and he is unhappy with the Demon King. More importantly, there is the unwillingness to die and the power of the Fear Demon King. In this era, there are pirate forces even more terrifying than the Lux pirates I once joined. Wang Zi wanted to destroy in fear, otherwise the New World would definitely not have the living space of a powerful pirate like him. Roger united with the Navy to take Lux, then he and others could unite with the world government to take down the Demon King. I didn't think about the 2 words of surrender. After all, I didn't want to kneel when I was a lot older because Wang Zi was already nearby. He was curious to hear all kinds of roars, and he also thought that he could leave in any situation, and Bucky followed. Give the list of the other members of the Anti-Demon King Alliance to Uncle Ben. A special wave of energy rippled through Bucky's body. In this way, Uncle Ben can leave you with a whole corpse. Die. Wang Zi angrily swung his giant sword and directly slashed out a terrifying slash. Wake up. Bucky was not afraid at all, and his whole body flew up and shot out brazenly. A world that is divided. Boom. The slash was split by the air, and Bucky flew over with great speed, raising his fist and slamming into the angry Wang Zi. Super split fist. What? Wang Zi took the giant sword and slashed it. But when he cut Bucky's hand, he did not cut Bucky, but the giant sword split. Boom. One punch slammed Wang straight into the air, and the armor and clothes on his body were all split. Crack to Uncle Ben. Bucky did not stand still, directly splitting the entire pirate ship completely, and Bucky was a strong mess at this moment. Shoot them all. Kill them. Bucky let out a loud sigh. Oh 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 oh. Green Pepper, Mr. 3 and others shouted in unison, attacking the sea with all their might, and everyone beat the falling water dog together. Bucky, Wang Zi, Redhead and Golden Lions fought fiercely in the sky, catching a glimpse of the battle on the edge of the ice field dozens of miles away, and at the same time being astonished. They were all in the same boat, and they still recognized each other after years of not seeing each other. You've also become stronger. The Redhead looked a little more complicated. The Navy did not find Bucky to be the Demon King because of Bucky's lucky domineering, but Beckman investigated. Isn't this waste dead yet? The Golden Lion was very dismissive, and for him, during the Lux Regiment period, only Whitebeard and Lux were worth looking up to. Charlotte Lingling played too wild, Kaido was too young, what Silverax, John, Wang Zi were all garbage. Anti-Demon One Piece Alliance, what a nice alliance. Stusai reported it, and it was a bonus for Hakuba, because, after Beiyu took down Kaido's, he decided not to recruit any top sea thieves anymore. There is no point, recruiting too many little pirates will only make a mess. So, those second line and third line sea thieves were all White Feather's cleanup targets, but they were too scattered to be handled. As soon as the Anti-Demon King Alliance came out, although not all the sea thieves joined, it was really convenient for Beiyu to clean up. Warring States beware. Seeing something, Carp's pupils narrowed, and he immediately drank a reminder. Fistbone Meteorite. Carp took the lead, and the terror of the armed color erupted, and the punch exploded like a meteorite impact. The Warring States immediately entered the form of the Great Buddha of the Esper species, and the Golden Buddha was dazzling. Good to be here. Seeing Cap's advance attack, Esther's eyes shone brightly, and the armed color erupted around the small fist, instantly coming to Kapu's body and directly punching out. Fist of Destruction. Boom. At the moment when the big and small fists collided, a scene that shocked the Warring States appeared. Without even a momentary stalemate, Carp was directly blasted out, and a bone-cracking sound sounded in the roar. This power. The Warring States' scalp tingled instantly, and it was too late to think about it, and he raised his hand to shoot it out. Big Buddha shock. The grand and fierce shockwave directly submerged Ists completely. Wrong. Without hitting anyone, the warring states let go of their perception, found that there was someone behind them, and immediately turned around, shooting a huge shockwave again. Demon King's teleportation. As soon as Sengoku returned to attack, he found that the little girl was still behind, indicating that he came behind him when he turned around. Turned around again, still behind him. No matter how quickly the warring states turned around, Ists was behind him, which made the warring states sink in their hearts and could not fight back. Why would she too, with no consumption and no limits? At the moment of warring states thinking, the golden Buddha's body swelled again, several times huge. The Buddha's light shines. The dazzling Buddha's light erupted from the warring state's body in all directions, and accompanied by the color of the looking great armed forces, it exploded outward. Boom! The surrounding ice field collapsed widely, and after a moment of silence, the warring states sensed the past and turned to look at it with tears in their eyes. Carp. Esther teased Sensual for a moment and ignored him, learning from the Neptune class, if the enemy has more than two, then first grab one alive, bite to death, as a way to deter the other, and then bite over. Catch one and fight to the death, and after solve the rest. Carp was blasted for more than 10 miles, and when he landed, Ists flashed and came to Carp's body. Continuous destruction punch. Carp raised his hand to block it with all his might, but after blocking the first punch, he was overwhelmed by the stormy punch of Ists. Boom boom. The roar of terror draws a blind eye. Kaido, Hwang Ape and others looked over in unison, and many people's eyes widened. That incomparably delicate and cute little lorry, swinging her small fist to beat the naval hero violently, is completely beating to death. Every punch is extremely frightening. That's Ists. She's beating up. Did I read that right? She's so strong? If you think about her body, your power is terrifying. On the spaceship, the women saw Athena's broadcast footage and exclaimed, "It's awesome." Yutan, the high platform, tried to look into the distance, and the power of Ists' small fist refreshed her worldview. 30 meters long blue whale has 180 tons, and the body size has grown to more than 5,000 meters long, and because the density of flesh and blood far exceeds that of blue whales, it weighs more than hundreds of thousands of tons. Adults can reach 10,000 meters. Whitefeather muttered that a certain Godzilla tens of meters high weighed 10,000 tons, because of the density of flesh and blood. The power bursts out, because of various techniques, so far more than the weight. Ordinary people can play far more than their weight after exercise, and the strong people in the strong world can do it. So, Esther's all-out punch is extremely terrifying, and if the enemy does not have an armed color defense, it will generally explode directly. Boom. The moment Cap's armed color was shattered, Esther punched down again, instantly bursting out a mist of blood. There was a sudden silence. People with good eyesight and good sight look at her, feel palpitations, and subconsciously distance themselves from her. At this moment, Carp's flesh and blood were blurred, completely human-like, and his breath was like gossamer. Grandpa, Luffy froze. This little girl, Lao Tzu can't afford to mess with. Kaido thought seriously. I had felt the terrifying power when I was kicked by Esther before, and now that I looked at it, it was definitely non-human, and I absolutely could not resist her fist. The hard-to-resist Carp ended up miserable, and the wise general warring states or many of them held up twice. "It's up to you." Estes turned round. His voice was cold, and his delicate face was high and cold. Although she looks petite, she is quite a queen. If those Neptune little brothers were there, they must be screaming with excitement. Boom. The warring states burst out in a rage, and the black and red lightning around them swept away, rushing towards Ists at great speed. As it approached 1,000 meters, the warring states leapt up, and the dazzling Buddha's light made the whole sky golden, awakening 10,000 Buddhas descend into the world. At this moment, everyone saw the golden Buddhas in the sky appear one by one, and they were not angry and arrogant, and they shot in unison. The huge Buddha's palm in the sky was even more entangled in the color of the Overlord, and it fell down all over the sky. Boom. Annihilation level attack. The blow directly blasted the ice field out of the huge abyss, and the terrible crack spread for tens of miles. Bucky and the others at the edge were also shaken back by the strong aftermath. "Is that all you have?" A childish and cold sound sounded. Snap. The snap of his fingers hit out, and the abyss rift was once again frozen by the cold air, and the entire ice field seemed to have not been destroyed. Didn't hit again. The moment the warring states thought about it, they felt a fatal crisis coming, and they didn't want to think about the full outbreak of armed color. Click. The cold air broke out in the air, directly using the warring states as the source to freeze him, and was destroyed by the armed colors of the warring states. Boom. At the moment of freezing, Ists teleported in, ignoring the external armed color, and directly punched out. Boom. The power of terror was cathartic, there was no stalemate, and the warring states flew out backwards. Infinite flash. Ists teleported to keep up with the upside-down warring states, and a large number of phantoms surrounded the warring states, each flickering and punching out. Boom boom boom. The audience held their breath again. Not surprisingly, the warring states also ended up like Carp, tragically. Golem, the Redhead Regiment plus Straw Hat Regiment plus the Navy. Many people were horrified. Such a cute and fierce and powerful little Lolita, it is simply unprecedented in 800 years. No wonder the Demon King didn't shoot, because there was really no need for the Demon King to shoot. Boom. 2 flesh and blood men were thrown to the ground, and Sengoku and Carp were powerful but also angry. Brother. Esther teleported into Beiayu's arms, and Gaoleng's appearance suddenly became sweet and cute, and he crisply said with his small head, "What? My task is complete." "Well done." Beiayu smiled unceasingly and took out an object and handed it to Esther. "This is quite interesting." Esther took it and wondered, "What is this?" "An ordinary tablecloth." "Foodie tablecloths, food that has been eaten and drunk, as long as it is said, can appear out of thin air, infinitely provided." "It's funny, brother. I went to play with Uta's sister." Esther's eyes lit up and he smiled sweetly as he left. Beiayu smiled and looked at the battlefield. The 3 forces had withdrawn from one side, leaving only the Red Hair Regiment and the Straw Hat Regiment. "Grandpa!" Luffy shouted. Kaido snorted coldly. "What do you mean? Can't beat Grandpa." "I'm going to fly you." "Aha!" Luffy didn't explain anything, but the characteristics of the 5th gear made him laugh. "Don't laugh anymore." Kaido exploded, and the human beast form opened its mouth to spit out a large amount of thunder. Crackle. And Kaido forgot about the previous Aniro attack on Luffy with thunder, and attacking Luffy with lightning was completely ineffective. How can that be? Hearing the thunder, Aniro glanced at it in amazement, and his face was extremely dark. "Is this a predator?" "Oh, the sworn enemy." Holding the thunder and lightning in your hand, this scene is really ridiculous. Kaido is also as shy, because Luffy raised his hand and grabbed Raiden in his hand. Raiden was held by Luffy like a physical weapon. Although you can fool around with your ability, only domineering can override everything. Kaido turned back to God and burst into tears again, and the wolf's tooth rod was smashed out. Boo! Luffy was hit high into the air, but his left hand grabbed Kaido, and his left hand was stretched at the limit, dragging Kaido deadly. "Let go of Laotsu." Kaido grabbed Luffy's hand, and the wolf's tooth stick slammed into Luffy's elongated left hand, but the stick hit had very little effect on the 5th gear Luffy, and the hand instantly recovered. "Your weakness or slash shouldn't have changed, right?" The blow was ineffective, and Kaido directly transformed into a giant green dragon, opening his mouth to breathe. Tornado bad wind. The extremely strong storm turned into a series of huge wind blades rushing into the sky, and one wind blade after another slashed across the road. Wow! Luffy vomited blood, but his left hand was still grasping the green dragon at the limit of elongation, that is. He would not let go. "Let it go!" The giant green dragon shouted angrily. "Come down to Laotsu, Straw Hat Boy." A huge pillar of hot flame rushed into the sky, flooding Luffy again and destroying the clouds in the sky. When the green dragon looked up again, it couldn't help but freeze its pupils. A huge fist appeared, and all over the battlefield looked sideways, and Beiayu whispered softly, "Fist of the end." "It's over." Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Kaido recalls, Tezzolo snatches a man's head. The red dog doesn't feel good. Become a giant again? No, it's just that the fist has become a giant fist, and this punch is really not small. Except for the captain, no one can defeat the 100 beasts Kaido with one punch. Sideways glances from all over the battlefield. Luffy, who was hit by Kaido to the sky, grabbed Kaido with his left hand extremely elongated, while his right hand was directly huge. At the moment, high above the sky, the huge fist is wrapped around the overlord color, the armed color, the black and red lightning is clean, and the breath reaches the peak. If it is a comparison, the giant fist is smaller than the island of ghosts, pressing over the huge green dragon and breaking through the clouds. This is Luffy's most powerful punch since he entered the 5th gear. Ha 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 ha, this punch looks very strong. How old is this boy this year? The Golden Lion looks sideways. 19 years old, the redhead said calmly. At this age, the Golden Lion was slightly surprised. The power of this punch had obviously reached the peak of the world, and it was not simple. However, the Golden Lion has seen too many geniuses, and most of them have died on the road to growth. Luffy went to sea at the age of 17, arrived at Chambord for several months, practiced for 2 years and went back to sea, and a few months later. It's been less than 3 years since I went to sea, and Luffy is not yet 20 years old. Speaking of this, the redhead has a complicated tone, and Luffy has grown very fast, reaching its peak in more than 2 years. But now is a new era that belongs to the Demon King. Less than 3 years of drama, painted for more than 20 years. Beiayu admired this. It took 4 years for a certain boundary next door to go out of the village to fight the big boss, and it took more than 10 years to paint, all of which were water emperors. Luffy, Sauron looked up and muttered, "Hey, this boy can't even pass Kaido's level." Doflamingo opened his hand and said, "No, even after passing the level of Kaido, there are still the top sea thieves such as the Golden Lion, the Whitebeard, the Lonely Red, and the Devil Heir. Do you understand? Unless the captain suddenly comes to the rescue, anyone who wants to challenge the captain is just delusional." and can't even walk in front of the captain. Sauron held his breath. Every time Doflamingo said a name, it was stressful, and even if Luffy really surpassed all of the above, he still couldn't walk in front of the Demon King. Because, as long as the Demon King was not interested, then they would never allow anyone to approach, and they would be killed by the siege. Nice. Next I'll catch your attack head on. The huge green dragon looked up at the mighty giant fist in the sky, and his words were full of war. Hear that, Straw Hat? 20 years ago, the so-called heroes of the New World and the Kingdom of Harmony were burned alive by me with fire. Between the words, a fiery flame burned on the body of the giant green dragon. It's hot. It doesn't matter, even if you let go, I won't dodge. Luffy grabbed Kaido's left hand and suddenly released it. It was too hot. Even if the Straw Hat is thrown away, it still grabs Kaido with his left hand, in order to fix the direction so that Kaido will not dodge, and then use his right hand to punch the strongest punch. Phew. Luffy looked at the burning red left hand, constantly blowing air to try to dissipate heat. The Sun God is not the god who controls the sun, but an honorific title for the warrior Nico 800 years ago. Your right hand won't fall, because next, I'll let it go. At this moment, Kaido's dragon horns were burning with extremely hot flames. The entire dragon's body was red, and its whole body was like a huge fire dragon composed of magma plus flames, and its power was stronger. Speaking of the Kingdom of Peace, Kaido uncontrollably fell into the memory. Recall? Seeing a light of memory in the eyes of the giant fire dragon, the corners of the white feather's eyes were axized. Fire dragon torch. The memories of the Kingdom of Wano were only momentary. The overlord color was wrapped around the dragon's horn, and the huge fire dragon rushed into the sky. Rubber. Luffy also finished charging, and his huge island-like right fist slammed down. Ape gun. Thang long flame gossip. Bang. The huge fire dragon took off into the air, and the huge fist fell, and the collision between the two directly produced a large explosion, and the terrifying air wave completely shattered the clouds, and the sound was terrifying. At this moment, the two sides froze. The dragon head and the giant fist are currently helpless and continue to collide. Aha! Fifth gear. Luffy was still laughing, constantly bursting with strength to try to suppress it. Very good job, Fire Dragon. Kaido said, it's pretty good that you can fight until now, but you can't change this world, only Captain Demon King. Kaido was caught up in the memories again. Decades ago, the Kingdom of Wooka. Kaido, 10 years old, is already the strongest warrior in the Kingdom of Wooka. At the age of 13, he was extremely strong, already 4 meters tall. The navy arrived, and the palace talked. The king said bitterly to Kaido, our country cannot stop the war, because we must defeat and then take the money to pay the heavenly gold. Otherwise, we will lose our human rights in this world. The 13-year-old Kaido carried the wolf's tooth stick and was full of indignation. Why should everyone obey the guys called the Draco? Kaido, don't say anything. The king interrupted and continued to persuade. After the conscription, you will become a naval soldier, and for our country, it is really too luxurious to have you. Why should I be a lackey of the world government? Kaido roared, but was chained by a group of navies. The navy said, as long as you are handed over, from the next session, this country will be granted the right to participate in the World Conference. Don't make a political deal with me. Kaido shouted angrily. He had made meritorious contributions to the country and shed blood for the country, but in exchange for such a cold deal, it broke his heart. Like the young Barrett, he was betrayed by the country he was loyal to. Kaido, he escaped. He ran back again. It seems that he would let us catch him as long as he was hungry, and even used the prison ship as a canteen. The last time he ate enough to escape. At the age of 13, Kaido's bounty was 70 million. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. So strong, who is this guy? Is he really only 15 years old? Many pirates watched in horror as 15-year-old Kaido slaughtered 4 parties on Hive Island. Until Whitebeard strode in. Hey, stinky little devil, do you kid have any idea of being a pirate? Locks. He wants to see you. How are you going to reply? Kaido glanced at it. Well, confirmed, this blonde man with white crescent beard is the guy he can't beat. If you can't beat it, just join. 6 years later, Locks disintegrated, and another 10 years later, Kaido's men had gathered embers and Quinn, and black charcoal twilight came to the door. Since that incident, it's been 10 years, and you're the embodiment of force, Kaido. Black charcoal twilight cicada said, in human history, force has solved all problems. People are also animals, and the weak eat the strong is the most natural phenomenon. Yes, it's not wrong at all. Kaido, 31, strongly agrees. Next, the remnants of Locks will rise. Black charcoal twilight cicada said, in this world of weapons, I have a good proposal here. Since then, the layout and the country of harmony. A few years later, Kaido approached Temba and asked, where did you hear that? Did you come from Yamato, who has been talking about Joey Boy's name lately? The founding of the Kingdom of Reno, as expected by Mitsuki Mita, is to welcome Joey Boy. Ember was a little stunned. Kaido continued, if he were the same man you were waiting for, Embers, then I know who will be Joey Boy. Who? It's the man who can bring me down after that. Kaido's memories were hurriedly finished, and if it weren't for Bayu's general reading only memories and voices from outsiders, he would definitely hear the name Joey Boy again. The man who defeated me will never be you, only Captain Demon King. The Fire Dragon Kaido shouted, but Joey Boy is not worthy to be on a par with the captain, who will surely create a new era. I'm not the Demon King, I don't understand the new age, I just need one. Fifth gear Luffy roared with explosive power, friends, you can eat with open stomachs, and you can eat enough. World. The ultimate power erupted, and the giant fist knocked the Fire Dragon Kaido down, and directly knocked Kaido back to the green dragon form, directly smashing into the ice field in human form. Boom boom. The humanoid Kaido directly smashed the ice sheet, smashed out a huge abyss rift, passed through the ice, and fell into the deep sea. Wrist strength and freedom. Baiyu watched calmly. The original trajectory, since the awakening of the fifth gear. The two have not collided much. It was this punch that knocked the Fire Dragon Kaido back into human form, then fell into the underground magma chamber, and then disappeared into the eruption of the volcano with Big Mama. Then, go straight to the banquet. Kaido, too sloppy, just a volcanic eruption is a fart. Let Lao Tzu come out. Lao Tzu can fight again. A certain field. Your resilience is too strong to make up, so hurry up and leave. On the spaceship, the women talked. Perona said curiously, according to common sense, Kaido has already lost. After all, as a capable person, he has fallen into the sea. No, Kaido is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Even if Baiyu does not erase the side effects of his ability, he can still swim in the sea. Runyuan explained, fish and fish fruits, as per species, and green dragon forms can be fought in the heavens and the earth and in the deep sea. Coupled with strong resilience and vitality, he will quickly fly out of the sea and continue to fight. Fish fruit. Every time they heard this name, many girls felt strange, because it was very contrary to the common sense of the demon fruit. Boom, boom. After flying Kaidos, Luffy also withdrew from the fifth gear, falling powerlessly from the sky and smashing into the ice field. Luffy, several people shouted. Golden bondage. Before the sound could be heard, Tezzolo of the second team wrapped a large piece of gold to cover the Luffy lying on the ground. Boom. Luffy burst out the Overlord color, and the armed color was also released to shake the gold away. I'm so tired. Luffy's eyes widened, and a wave of weakness made him a little weak, and he quickly regained some strength to stand up. Stand up so fast? It seems that you have a certain resistance to Heilashi. Tezzolo did not think so. The main property of the extremely high purity of the Sea Tower Stone is sealing ability. Just the golden shackles, with Heilu stone handcuffs, the subject's feet were tortured. Also, don't look at me with such incredible eyes. Tezzolo said coldly, this is a war, not a fight, and it's not a family, you know? And you've been upgrading and getting stronger before, which is really abnormal. To avoid accidents. Golden Tide. A massive wave of gold overwhelmed Luffy, whose abilities were sealed and had little strength, and Tezzolo continued to sell. Gold Stranglehold. The armed color covered a large piece of gold into a sharp thorn, which penetrated Luffy's whole body, and in an instant, the blood was filled. Seeing that Luffy was dying and unconscious, Doflamingo kicked Sauron away and said, hey, it's worthy of my good subordinates. Good job, remember your merits. Tezzolo was speechless. If he were now a captain of a certain squad, Dover would certainly put on a face, because it is immoral to grab someone's head. But he is now only a member of the second team, and he has made 10 contributions, at least 5 of which belonged to Captain Dover. Roar. The dragon groaned. The huge green dragon jumped out of the sea, passed through the ice layer at great speed, and soon flew back to the ice field with great power. Taken down? Kaido glanced at Luffy and didn't care. He was the Zero fan team, not to mention the small team members grabbing heads. The Demon King captain wants efficiency and results. Normal play is indeed too wasteful of time. The Golden Emperor is doing well. Redhead, it's your turn. Kaido was quite brave, did not rest at all, and went to kill the Redhead Shanks and besieged with the Golden Lion. Instantly upset the balance. This made the Redhead's heart sink, and now it is 2-1, and 1 will soon be 3-1. Or even 5-1. After Carp and the tragic end of the warring states, the Straw Hat Regiment immediately withdrew, and then only the Red-Haired Regiment remained. Click. White Feather repairs the ice field, Joey Boy, and Nika Fruit. Sengoku, Carp. Baiyu looked at the 2 people who had fallen in a pool of blood. The vast majority of his men were pirates who had not read books at present. They were good at killing people and setting fires, and other aspects. Just follow the command. Therefore, Baiyu was caught in thought. Naval Headquarters. Inside the office, Red Inuyasha felt bad in his heart and paced back and forth, looking solemn and muttering, I can't even contact any of them. What the hell happened that made my heart so depressed? Chapter 249. Chapter 249 is over. 4 Navy top undercovers. Hakuba wants to see the show. Boom. The ice sheets still roared. A few minutes later, the vice captains of the 2 major teams led the team to suppress the other members of the Straw Hat, and then besieged Sauron with Dover plus Tezzolo. Gravity Knife Tiger. After solving the Navigator sneak, the Vine Tiger unleashed a huge wave of lateral gravity, straight to the place where Jesus Boo was. Boo. Jesus, who fought against Category with all his might, was directly blasted out by a huge range of lateral gravitational waves. Golden Tide. Time and space are gone. Tezzolo created large waves of gold to block the direction of Jesus' upside-down flight, and Doflamingo was even halfway out. Whoops. Rumble. Jesus' cloth, which fell into the tide of gold, directly endured the space distortion, and the raised sniper rifle was twisted on the spot. Crush the spike. In the other direction, Category held a trident to purify and smash the force, directly through the abdomen of Jesus. The attacks from all four directions dealt a heavy blow to Jesus, vomiting blood and showing a crack in his abdomen. Poof! Category did not stop, and the trident crossed the legs of Jesus, directly discarded, and thrown to the team to take down. Golden Bondage. Tezzolo turned and unleashed a large piece of gold, binding Laluki for a moment. Light speed kick. The yellow ape burst out and kicked Laluki out, and Dover jumped up and kicked at the upside-down Laluki. The twisting force burst out, Laluki's stomach twisted like a twist, and the yellow ape flashed forward to kick again. Boom. Falling to the ground, Laluki was bleeding profusely in his abdomen, and a large piece of gold of Tezzolo turned into a sharp blade, taking the opportunity to penetrate his whole body. Jesus boo, Laluki. Beckman glanced at his pupils in amazement. Bullywago. Ling Ling unleashed a huge slashing shockwave, and the range was extremely large. Bang bang bang. Beckman fired several shots in a row to destroy the huge shockwave, and his body sank. Gravity Knife Held Brigade. The Rattan Tiger's complete burst of lateral gravity slammed down from top to bottom, slowing Beckman's action attack. Golden Divine Fire. Super Strike Twist. Matchless Smash. The Gun of Judgment. Tezzolo awakens. The giant golden giant bursts into lasers. Dover and Cat 2 kill. The yellow ape condenses the spear of light, and throws it in a very powerful way. Fire Cannon. With a combination of thunder and fire, Ling Ling fired a high-density energy laser cannon. Boom. Beckman slowed down for an instant, and all 5 attacks struck, exploding violently, and a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Boom. The 6 people did not stop. The roar did not stop, and once again burst out long-range attacks from all directions, colliding and exploding. Vice Captain. The Dragon who was still fighting exclaimed, because it was only a few breaths before Beckman's breath took a sharp turn. Therefore, in the case of not much difference in level, the siege is the main road. Bai looked at it calmly. The power of the collision explosion of the big move is far greater than that of a single big move, and Beckman did not die at the first time. But only so, the strength is strong, does not mean that the defense and resilience are strong. 3 rounds of continuous attacks directly broke the armed color defense, kneeling on the spot. Fuji Tiger and the others once again killed the rest of the elite of the Red-Haired Regiment and made a quick decision. God avoids. The Redhead dodged Kaido and swung Griffin at high speed, slashing at the Golden Lion. Ha 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 ha, did you learn the moves from Roger? The Golden Lion burst into a domineering color, and slashed with his sword in both hands. Chopper. As Roger's representative swordplay, the biggest feature of the attack is that the attack will avoid the enemy weapon and directly hit the body. And the large-scale airstrike of the hegemony is enough to break the god away. Junni Longxing Jun. Kaido swooped in again, swinging his mace at lightning speed to attack the Redhead. Rush. The Redhead dodged faster and kept pulling away, looking solemnly at the other battlefields. Jesus, Laluki, and Beckman were defeated, and the rest were all under siege and were about to lose. The Redhead continued to pull away, looked up and shouted, "One Eye Cluck, don't tell Lao Tzu that you want to surrender too?" Kaido was rather dismissive. "What did you do earlier?" "To tell you the truth, the captain only has orders to suppress the revolutionary army, but for any pirate, no matter what he says, the premise must be crippled. If you die accidentally, then die, there is no value in dying." Redhead silence. What he wanted to say was that he knew a lot of secrets from the world government and wanted to get the Redheads to leave. But Kaido's words suddenly woke him up, and it was useless to say anything. Lion Thousand Cut Valley. The Golden Lion wielded his sword in both hands, incomparably dense and condensed golden slash waves overwhelmed the slash at the Redhead shanks. Bigweed Thunder Gossip. Kaido grabbed the mace in both hands and slammed into the Redhead from the other side. The Redhead did not want to prepare to dodge, through the Overlord color middle.c and smell kill control breath to affect the detection of the color at the site, coupled with the speed is extremely fast. As long as it is not hard to fight, the Redhead is able to drag on for a long time. Gravity Chaos. Just as the Redhead was preparing to dodge, the Vine Tiger exploded all its strength, completely confusing the gravity around him. Not good. The sudden gravitational chaos caused the Redhead's body to collapse, and the top battlefield was a big change in the blink of an eye. Fire Cannon. Electromagnetic Cannon. Golden Divine Punishment. Smash the Shock. Twist Shock. 8 feet Kyangyu Jade. Thundered. At the moment when the Redhead paused, the attacks from all sides followed and all smashed into the Redhead's place to erupt into an even more terrifying explosion. The white feathered rebuilt ice field was incomparably strong, still cracking, and the red hair at the center of the explosion was completely blinded. Boom. The crowd did not stop attacking, and continued to collide and explode in all directions towards the Redhead's attack. Ling Ling. Kaido drank high, looked at Ling Ling and turned her head in doubt, and explained, "It's a rare opportunity, we should also fit together." What the heck? The Golden Lion and others were stagnant, their expressions were wonderful, and in broad daylight, Kaido had such a tiger and wolf word. "What are you thinking?" Seeing that many people looked at him strangely, Kaido became angry and said, "What Lao Tzu said is to attack with Ling Ling and use the Shun level combination technique." "Hey, that's it?" The Golden Lion disdained. "The combination technique is the combination technique. What fit? Let Lao Tzu look forward to it in vain." The crowd laughed, and Kaido glared. "A bunch of guys with yellow minds. Lao Tzu, as the strongest macho man in the world, is ashamed to be with you. It was some time ago that you and Katakuri joined forces to beat me." Noticing that Ling Ling didn't understand it yet, Kaido couldn't help but explain in detail. "Oh, got it." Ling Ling nodded, and immediately rushed over and stood with Kaido. "Big sister, although you are no longer the same person you used to be, I can finally fight with you again." Kaido murmured inwardly, lifting the wolf's tooth stick, and Ling Ling raised the knife. Boom! The two overlord colors burst out at the same time, and at this moment, because the crowd stopped, the red-haired and half-kneeling figure appeared and looked up. "Redhead, it's over." Kaido exploded, and together with Ling Ling, he broke out the top combination technique. Dominate the sea. The huge shockwave was full of power, pushing all the way across the ice field, and the range was extremely large towards the redhead cover attack. God breaks. The already injured redhead did not choose to dodge anymore, and burst out all the armed colors and overlord colors to slash the strongest blow. Boom! The slash and the sea stalemate. The next moment was destroyed, drowning the red hair, directly attacking 10 miles away, along with the collapsed griffin fell in a pool of blood. The crowd went to mend their knives separately. After a few minutes, "It's over." The red-haired pirates, the straw hat pirates, the Sengoku, Carp, and others were all thrown together. "Wait, and me." Bucky came running from a distance, threw a remnant to the ground and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, I haven't seen you for a long time. Uncle Ben is back." Forehead cough cough. Before Bucky could finish speaking, he saw Shiji draw his sword, and his head suddenly shrank. "Uncle Shiki, I was wrong." "Is it the little ghost on Roger's boat again?" Bucky's red nose impressed Shiki, and he looked at the man Bucky threw on the ground, the old acquaintance straight. Whoops, Wang Zi, who was driven out of Hive Island by Blackbeard. Doflamingo thought back, "Luckily, I didn't die, and then I became a cadre of the Anti-Demon King Alliance." Waste 1. Kaido sneered. All the members of the original Locks pirate regiment basically looked down on each other, and Ling Ling's eldest sister took good care of him. "My fault." Understanding everyone's meaning, Bucky looked at him sharply, directly used a flying knife to penetrate Wang Zi's head, and died on the spot. Anyway, the purpose was achieved, and the captain saw that he had defeated Wang Zi. "Well done." "I've seen the captain." Baiyu appeared out of thin air, waved his hand slightly at the crowd, and looked at the prisoners of war. Poof! At this moment, Sengoku and Carp suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and woke up. "Redhead, Straw Hat." The two men looked up slightly, first seeing the people lying corpses not far away, and when they looked up with difficulty, they noticed that Kaido and the others were standing up and looking at them coldly. And the terrifying Demon King was also not far away, causing their brains to be confused for a few points. How long had they been unconscious? The incapable personality charm makes the enemy admire me, and this is how I subdue the strong, understand? Baiyu was very calm in the opening. The crowd. Yes. The captain was right. Carp and the warring states returned to God. They understood the meaning of the Demon King. The Demon King to subdue the strong is not what they had thought of, changing their will and thoughts with special abilities. I also understand that now it is the turn of the two of them to start choosing. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The impatient Kaido drank coldly. The captain accepts you to look up to you. Don't give your face no face. 3 seconds. Don't surrender all to death. Kill all the navies. Absolutely no one left. 3. Mouth. Demon King, what are you going to do? Carp suddenly drank heavily, trying desperately to get up from the ground, his eyes scarlet. The crowd watched, only to see Baiyu walk to the dying unconscious Leaf's body. The Tire raised his hand. Was he trying to use his grandson's life and death to persecute him, which made Kappa feel cold? Stop, I surrender. I also surrendered. The warring states opened his mouth in a deep voice. Kaido's threat to hit the soul made him shudder, not to mention the headquarters of the Navy. There are many navies here. For him, coercion is the fastest method, and he does not dare to have a different heart. What a fuss. The white feather opened his mouth plainly, and the glimmer of light on his hand enveloped the straw hat Luffy. Huh? Don't come out? Baiyu was peeling off the fruit, and he wanted to see if he could hide. What is the will contained in the 800 years of demonic fruit that avoids the world government? But found that the first peel was not successful, thought a little, and directly drew the knife. Back in time. Under the side eyes of everyone, Luffy's body shrank rapidly, and Carp looked at it in amazement. Luffy became a child. The next moment, an inaccessible energy fled extremely quickly. Baiyu raised his hand to grasp the energy and stuffed it into an apple. A purple grapefruit-shaped fruit with a special pattern appeared in his hand, shocking people who had never seen such a means. Animal lineage, human fruit, S per species, Nika form. Buzz. Nika's fruit trembles slightly. The golden lion noticed this and was surprised. This is, fruit want to break free? Such a strong will. Even if the will it contains is strong, it is a dead thing after all. Why is this so? Card 2 doubts. Because the will is in fear. Kaido's eyes lit up. Even if a piece of grass has a will, it will struggle with fear before facing death. What the? Many people were surprised and looked at the captain, while Beiayu's eyes were cold. Destroy it. Beiayu directly pinched the fruit and slashed towards the place where the energy escaped, completely destroying the fruit energy and will. The demon eye of death, the concept kills everything, and the fruit has completely disappeared since then. It's a spatial imprint. Beiayu struck out 2 spatial imprints and landed on Kapu and Sengoku, incidentally recovering some of their injuries. What else do you want to say? Boom. White Feather directly stunned the other navies and deleted the relevant memories. It was not the time for the yellow apes to be exposed. There were currently 4 navy top undercovers, and Beiayu wanted to see the play. There was no one in the naval headquarters. The Red Dog was the commander of the light rod, and if he tried harder, the 5 old stars would also have to be blown up. Carp was in a trance. Sengoku said in a deep voice, a smile is right. The navy is good, the pirates are not. This is the only chance to kill the Draco, but the world government is not simple. We still need to think about the long term. Ha 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 ha. Warring states, your thinking has long been outdated. Laugh back. The Golden Lion sees the opportunity to taunt the warring states. With the strength of the captain, coupled with the power, the world government is just a district. There is no need to plan at all. You know what? The world government has 800 years of heritage. Shit, what else is there besides the devil fruit? Oh, and there are quite a few old yin ratios like you. Warring states is not good. White Feather feels very interesting. Pirates and the navy do not live together, but it is a balance that White Feather wants. The world conference will take some time, and there is no need to argue now. Beiayu looked at the crowd. Yellow Ape, you take the navy away. Kaido, you repair it, and tomorrow you will return to Shuixian Star Island for a meeting. Yes, Captain. Chapter 250. Chapter 250 Infinite Monthly Reading. White Feather bullying Utah. The concert ended perfectly. The navy leaves, and the pirates fix it. Red Dog, you have to be strong. Beiayu looked at the yellow ape, the vine tiger, the cap, and the departing figure of the warring states. At this moment, the people who had been pulled into a dream coma by the consciousness of elegy because of Utah's singing also woke up. Some of the familiar faces, such as Kirby. Beiayu took one more look. After all, in just 2 years, the upgrade from the speed of light of the dragon set can be called a representative of the navy who was opened by a certain field. Kirby, a small pirate on the band, was trained by Carp for a few months, not only able to use the shave, but also the war awakening on the eye. You must know that Kirby, who has just appeared, is inferior to ordinary little girls. Shaving belongs to the 6 style. The Navy 6 style is a physical technique that exceeds the limits of human physical fitness, and it is impossible to learn if the physique is not up to standard. But in just a few months, not only the body is raised, but even the shaving has learned whether it is the Navy that eats well, or whether Carp is also a teacher who surpasses Riley. Just Carp. Now everyone can step on my feet. Original trajectory. In the Luo Mastermind's Loki Harbor incident, protecting civilians became heroes, and then helped Blackbeard defeat Wang Zip, took Hive Island from his hands, and led the Navy to besiege 9 Snake Island, and finally was abducted by Blackbeard. Little Colonel Soshoi? I don't know. I thought Kirby was a Navy Admiral candidate. This year's Kirby is only 18 years old. Zephyr was a corporal when he was 28 years old, and Smorg was still in the East Sea when he was 34 years old. Sure enough, coming out of the mix is about the background. If you don't follow Carp, it will be difficult to become a handover within 10 years. Beiayu quickly withdrew his gaze. He is a pirate, unable to understand some of Kirby's behavior thoughts, who makes White Feather not a good person. Memory deletion. Hakuba directly deleted the memories of people who had been unconscious all over the island. Utah, go ahead. Continue with what? Utah had some doubts. Beiayu tapped Utah's forehead. Of course, continue to hold concerts. You charge so much for tickets. You won't just sing one song, right? The heart is really dark. I don't charge for the entrance fee. Don't wrongfully accuse Ben Utah. Utah was sad and blamed herself. When the plan failed, I realized that my ideas were too dark. I'm sorry for the fans. In the comic strip, I'm a nasty villain, right? It is really naive to drag everyone into the illusory dream world and use the power to create false peace and happiness. You're right, you're a villain by common sense. Beiayu's words made Utah decadent for a few minutes, but what made Utah shudder was that Beiayu's hands fell on her shoulders, and his voice at this moment was particularly gentle. Utah, I will always believe in you. And, I like cute and charming villains the most. Cute, charming? Looking at Beiayu's serious eyes that were right, it's you. Utah instantly blushed and kicked away. Before, I said I was stupid, and I played my forehead, and the ghost believed your words. Beiayu raised his hand and grabbed Utah's leg. Rest assured, I have deleted all their memories, and you will treat it as if the concert has not yet started. Although some people who watch the live broadcast such as the 5 old stars know it, it is not important. Let Yuta have the most perfect concert for the fans. Thanks. Thank you. Yuta was silent for a moment, whispering softly. Beiayu's face was puzzled. What do you say? Sorry, I don't hear well. I said, thank you. Yuta narrowed her eyes. She didn't believe that Beiayu couldn't hear. Anyway, he teased her at the first opportunity, completely different from the Demon King who sat on the throne of heaven before. Not enough. What's not enough? You lost the game before. Surely you won't play tricks. Good. Yuta gritted her teeth. She lost 2 sets. To call Beiayu good brother and father, Ben Yuta's willing to gamble and lose. Subconsciously looking around and seeing that no one was nearby, Yuta took a deep breath, approached Beiayu very quickly, tiptoed up and prepared to whisper. Who knew that Beiayu suddenly bowed his head, and Yuta just approached and kissed it. Yuta's brain was short-circuited for a moment, and immediately retreated after returning to God, only to find that his legs were still in Beiayu's hands, and his body fell into Beiayu's arms. You took the initiative to give hugs. I am a normal man, Beiayu said, bowing his head again. Yuta's face turned red again. How can Beiayu be so bad? You are the real villain. And at the moment, on the spaceship. Wow. Many girls also opened their eyes and watched the live broadcast, with different looks. They were watching Yuta, who knew that in the blink of an eye, they were harmed by a certain Demon King. Little children don't look. Perona covered Xiao's eyes. Robin also covered Abyss's eyes and smiled. Our Demon King Lord, it's really fast. Vivi covered Aisha's eyes and smiled. Yuta is confused. Beiayu said that a thin-skinned man only deserves to eat soil. Nami also covered. Looking into Gaina's eyes, she complained again, and his current face, I don't think he can penetrate it with the Pluto battleship. No, you're wrong. Hankook covered Baixing's eyes and said very seriously, Fujun's physique is extremely strong, and no matter how strong the Pluto King is, he can't penetrate it. This is right. Women. Although the female emperor was telling the truth, she always felt that something was strange. I'm back. Ists appeared out of thin air and greeted the women with a sweet smile. Sister Koya, Sister Masino, Sister Stusai, Sister Ione, Sister Yamato, Sister Yuta's concert is about to start again. Oh, Sister Zenta. Long time gone. Ists. When the women saw the sweet little lorry, they all showed their favorite expressions. 9-year-old Gina shuddered. How do you call me sister? Ists looks about 10 years old, but before he beat up plus Sengoku, he should be older than her, right? Sister Gina, I'm only 2 years old, Ists said playfully. 2 years old? Gaina, Betty, Maya and the other new girls were stunned. Such a cute and powerful Esther is only 2 years old. Really? Great. The girls are crowding up. Now, the concert starts. CP, the Navy, the rest of the pirates, etc. all quietly retreated, and fans stayed. High on the left, Golden Lion, Kaido, Dover, Aniru and others. High on the right, Beiayu led a group of girls to cheer with a lamp sign. The new era is this future, the whole world, change everything, endless music, don't dream, you once said, believe me. Perfect stage, perfect singing, Yuta is like the king of the music world, directly igniting the atmosphere to the climax. Oh well, Yuta. Oh wow, new era. Oh, Goji Yuta, we will always believe in you. Tens of thousands of people in the entire audience stood up and shouted excitedly, and fans around the world cheered. Ha 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 ha, what a magical song. Who kicks Loud Suit? The dancing Golden Lion was also writhing its body, but it was too hot to be kicked by Kaido and Ling Ling. The women waved their signs. Thank you for coming to my concert. After the end of the song, Yuta thanked, scratched a white feather without a trace, and said happily, next is a new song, Dreams. I hope everyone can complete their dreams and be happy. Maybe this is consummation, because Yuta's smile is very real now. Beiayu said softly. Yuta's most basic dream is first to become the best singer, and then to create the most perfect stage to sing. And what Yuta really hopes for, a peaceful world where everyone is happy and there is no suffering. Beiayu said, it is difficult. But after all, it is his own woman's dream, and Beiayu will try his best to help. In any case, it is better than the original trajectory of the dismal ending, and Beiayu really likes the cute and charming villain. System, lottery. Beiayu had suddenly taken Yuta to the second adoptive father, Gordon, and the stunned Yuta thought that Beiayu was going to do something quickly. As a result, you robbed Ben Yuta. Ding, detected that the host robbed Yuta to become a crew subordinate, and the lottery of 10,000 worlds began. Ding, congratulations on the ability to draw infinite monthly reading. This one? Beiayu subconsciously looked at the charming Yuta on the stage. This little sister's original plan was also an alternative version of infinite monthly reading. Trap people in an illusory world. Infinite moon reading, from the world of Naruto, the ultimate illusion of the extinction level. It can make people all over the world enter the world of illusionary dreams and suck up the chakra. If not unraveled in time, it will become white, resulting in the end of the world. Ding. The trigger optimization mechanism has been detected. Is it optimized? Optimize. Ding. Optimization is complete. Infinite monthly reading optimization. Make it fake. Make falsehoods come true. Conceptual innate abilities that turn all falsehoods that are not far beyond the host's reach into reality. I won the lottery again, but there are limitations in strength, not unlimited. White Feather has talent, reality, rewriting reality, and fantasy fruit, fantasy creation, somewhat similar. The latter is defined by a custom demon fruit card, which ultimately belongs to the demon fruit category, and the upper limit is not high. In other words, the upper limit of the demon fruit is not high. After all, if there is no upper limit, the world government would have led the army out of the King High world and swept the universe. This concept level talent is definitely far stronger than the demon fruit. Although there are certain strength restrictions, there is no upper limit on development, and it is said that it is far more than bearable, and Beiyu does not care about far more than. I can't find anyone who can let me draw a lottery for the time being, Beiyu thought. Plus Yuta, a total of 58 women. Beiyu smoked too many good things. For example, many people shout, I do not share the sky with gambling and drugs. The word Huang, that is a word that does not mention, and great love. Beiyu also loves, and loves the lottery. But Beiyu can't remember who else is at present, but what he can think of is some long dead people. Well, for now, leave it at that. Beiyu listened to Yuta sing, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the world of singing. The concert ended perfectly. Night. World Economic News Agency. Big news. It's all really big news lately. Morgans was working overtime to sort out the news, and he was very excited. The World Songji concert ended perfectly, and many fans were excited and unconscious. Oh, crocodile women's photographs. No, transgender photos? Grunt. Morgan stared dead at the photograph sent by Hawkeye Kyuzin, which was full of wild charm of the female crocodile, which blinded him. If I send it out, I will definitely be hacked to death by him, right? Thinking about the moment, Morgan said quite firmly, as a journalist, how can you be afraid of death, Lord Demon King? Please bless me. Sand crocodile, you're dead. Mother. Oh, Lao Tzu remembers you. Blackbeard ended miserably. Bucky belonged to the Demon King, and killed Wang Zi. The fall of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army and the surrender of the chieftains are all big news. The Redhead Regiment, the Straw Hat Regiment failed miserably, the admirals, the naval heroes, the naval inspector general, and fled. Morgan sorted it out, thought about it, and carefully wrote down the title. King of the New World. A very ambiguous title. Whether it is the King of the New World in the second half of the Great Voyage, or the new King of the World, depends on how everyone understands it, and it can be regarded as a kind of foreshadowing. After a while, this new word will not have any more. Lay the groundwork in advance, so that people all over the world can be prepared in their hearts. Morgans looked at the date. There are still 44 days left before the World Conference, and there is only about a month and a half left. 44 days, a very auspicious number. County. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.